Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Brothers and sisters, alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. We are live once again. Y'all know what we got to do before we start. Cue the live. Alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين أما بعد. Let's see here. Oh, these comments are really backed up. Oh boy, the notification. Let's see here. The fake Dawah account. Dawah, how can you prove that Jesus is not God? You want me to prove to you that a man walking on earth is not God? You want me to prove to you that someone who was born, ate, slept, died, and did everything that God, that's contradictory to what God is? You want me to prove to you that that person's not God? You know what, man? You got me. You got me. I'm joking, by the way, guys. That was called a joke. Let's see here. This is why I made the point before in previous streams that Christians don't have a criteria to distinguish creation from creator, because quite literally, there is no way to prove to a Christian that a creation didn't create the heavens and earth, because by definition, human beings are finite, limited, and dependent, and yet a finite, dependent human being could somehow also be the creator of the heavens and earth. And it just happens to be God incarnate, right? You never know. I mean, this date right here, which I'm obviously not going to eat till iftar, this date right here could be God. She's finite and independent, but you know what? The creator of the heavens and earth could have maybe just incarnated into this. If God can incarnate if God can become a finite, limited creation, then what's to stop me from worshiping this and saying this thing created the universe, right? Imagine if I said this. Prove to me that this date is not God. I worship this date as my God. Tell me why this date is not God. I know it's clearly a date. It's clearly finite, limited, and dependent and edible. But forget that. Prove to me that it's not God. You'd be like, well, if it's past suhoor time, you'd probably just take it and eat it, and that's how you'd prove it. But if I would hope that it would be after iftar time. Someone would ask me that question, right? Because I could just grab it and eat it and be like, "Here you go. Here's your proof." Like I did with those chocolate bars, and you guys already know what I'm talking about. I know, man. I'm there with you. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used a date as my. I'm sorry, as the example. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Oh, jazakallah khair. I appreciate that. Alhamdulillah, it is a nice intro. It was gifted to me, actually, believe it or not, by like literally the best person on the face of this earth, like literally the best person ever. All right, may Allah bless this person. Right, helped me so much, done so much for me. May Allah open the gates of Jannah for this person. Allahumma ameen. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely. Let's follow rules. Barakallah fiki, Sister Haltum. Let's follow house rules. No spamming, no caps, no cursing, abusive language, no personal questions, and obviously be courteous. Obviously. Let's see here. Oh, sorry, never mind. You're giving it to the sisters. I just saw Salam alaikum and I just said, I'm just used to saying walaikum salam. Snacks. Dude, some of us are fasting, right? Oh, walaikum assalam. Ali the Stoic. Good to see you. May Allah bless you. Yeah, Mr. Potato, what the hell you expect? You ask. I mean, you if you're looking for answers, you don't go to people like that, right? If you're actually looking for answers, you know what I'm saying? I mean, man, people can do that if they like. I mean, people are going to find a way to do that somehow, some way, right? I'm sure someone's going to take a clip of me sarcastically saying that this date is God. And they're going to take that and go, oh, there you go. The Muslim worship the date as the God. Like, come on, man. Like, it wouldn't surprise me, all right? I mean, don't get me wrong. You got to be careful about what you say, but still, it's like, no matter what, there's always something they can take out of context, something, right? Unless you're like, unless you stay silent 100% of the time, there's always going to be something they can use against, they can manipulate to use against you, right? That's just how, that's how it works. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Let me see here. Yeah. All right. So, question of the day, or questions plural. So, as you guys see from the title of the video, today's video is titled you know what I should have titled it the 10 best bad arguments, because it is 10. I'm gonna add the 10 the title. Sorry, bear with me 1 second, brothers and sisters. The best bad, I should say the best terrible. I don't know. We'll keep it simple. Best bad. Keep that articulation. Best bad arguments of Christian missionaries. Okay, there we go. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, it's not letting me change it. Oh, there we go. That did. We're good. All right, alhamdulillah. Perfect. So now, very simple. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dots connected to Islam. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum. Please correct the Christian spelling. Oh, thank you for pointing that out. There we go. Now you've got me worried. Should I check for more? Hold up. Bear with me 1 second. I'm like, move this out the way. Oh, I don't know why it's not updated. That's weird. Let me try this again. Oh, I think it was updated. I don't know why on my StreamYard it's updated, but for some reason on YouTube it's not. Strange. What can I say, man? It was early in the morning when I made that title. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mormons often say, why stop the Prophet Muhammad? Why not continue? Because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, if he's a true prophet of God, he claimed to be the last and final messenger of God. It's that simple. If he's a true prophet of God and he's telling you he's the last prophet, that means he's the last prophet. And if he's not the last prophet, that means he's lying, which means he's not a true prophet, which means like that kind of defeats everything. Well, brothers and sisters, let me just try something. Hold up. Okay, I don't know if that did anything. Yeah, I'm not sure if that did anything. Ramsey, how was your iftar? I haven't had iftar yet. It's only 3 p.m. 3:18 p.m. Yeah, guys, please no spamming, please, if you guys don't mind. That's weird. Should I restart the stream, or is it not worth it? Or wait, maybe I can try editing it here on YouTube itself. Oh, maybe that'll fix it. Oh wait, I think this might do it. I think maybe this might do it. I usually I don't care about perfection in most things, but sometimes. There we go. I think we did it. Perfect. There we go. I was doing it in StreamYard. I had to do it. I went to the YouTube editor. I was doing it because you can edit, but I thought if you change the title in StreamYard, it changes it in YouTube. That's what happened before. That's how it worked before, but I don't know. That didn't happen today. All right, that's cool. Anyway, alhamdulillah, brothers and sisters, it's fixed. Alhamdulillah, rabbil alamin. Yeah, definitely. Alhamdulillah. May Allah bless each and every one of you guys. Appreciate it for pointing that out. Man, I think it was Brother Fawad who. I think someone else pointed out earlier, but I wasn't sure what they were talking about. And then Brother Fawad made it clear. Let's see here. Looks like he just woke up and is processing everything. No, it's like 3:20 p.m. I took a nap earlier, but that was earlier. Yeah. All right. So the best bad arguments of Christian missionaries. So what we have done today is we have compiled a list of 10. Yes, 10 of the best bad arguments the Christian missionaries have come up with. Now, what do I mean by best bad arguments? Are they good arguments? Are they bad arguments? Are they the best arguments? Are they the worst? They're bad arguments, but they are arguments that could maybe throw somebody off. Like if you've never heard these arguments before, if you're not really familiar with the Dawah scene, if you've never really engaged with some missionaries before, maybe one or two of these or maybe more might throw you off. No, don't get me wrong. They're absolutely terrible. They're very easy to refute. However, if you could polish a turd, this would be the best looking turd, if that makes sense, right? If you could present garbage, this would be the best garbage to present. Like if you had to pick garbage to present as a Christian missionary, these would be in my humble opinion the best to present, right? Because obviously you want to be as convincing as possible, right? So you want to pick the best of garbage, even though it's still garbage, right? Garbage is still garbage, but sometimes better looking garbage can, maybe attract a few more, individuals. Allahu A'lam. So now these 10 arguments. Now, I want you guys to take a minute and think about, take some guesses. I want you brothers and sisters in the comment section right now to make some guesses, just for now, just to put it out there for the record. Make some guesses of what do you think are some of these arguments. Just to be clear, the Aisha argument is not there. Just in case you guys, wait, I hope it's not. I hope I didn't just give one away. Snap. Damn it, it is on there. Snap. Oh, I didn't think it was. Oh, man. I should have changed that one. Okay, take it back. The Aisha argument is on there. It is on there. But, well, just don't worry about it. Don't forget that one. That's your one clue. That's the one clue. I want you guys to guess the rest of them. All right, subhanAllah. It is. All right. I want you guys to try to guess the rest of them. SubhanAllah. I should have looked at this list. I looked at this list earlier, but then I forgot about it. SubhanAllah. Actually, I looked at it yesterday, actually. So I want you guys to try to come up with What do you call it? Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sister Zahra, may Allah bless you. Let's see here. Banu Qurayza. Okay, that's a deep. You know what? That's not on this list, but you know what? That is a good one. That's not. By the way, guys, this isn't like an authoritative list. Like if it's not on my list, it's out the window. That's definitely a good one. Banu Qurayza, that's a good one. Maybe. Eh. You know what? That is a good one. That is definitely a good one as well. It's not on my list of bad arguments of the bad arguments. Yeah. But you know, that's not a bad one. Let's see a couple more guesses. Oh, Saif Allah, shooting these down one at a time. That's a good one as well. That is definitely good. Is that one on the list? Maybe not. I should have snapped because I only have a list of 10. I should have made a list of like 50. Yeah, no. I didn't have it on this one. I hope I hope the list I'll snap. Some of these are good. These are some good ones. But guys, when I say these are good ones, I don't mean they're good arguments. I mean they're like so common. We've heard them so many times. Like they're so bad, but they actually could. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they were to trip up one or two Muslims every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Like a Muslim who's never heard these arguments before, completely not familiar, they could probably trip them up a little bit, right? They're still bad, like embarrassingly bad, right? But not as obviously embarrassingly bad, you know? No, that's not one of them. Sorry. I mean, that's a common one, but that's a bad one. That's a really bad one. The Muddy Spring, or the sunsets in the Muddy Spring. Yeah, that's okay. That's another good one. I don't think that one's on the list though, or maybe it is. No, it's not. All right, enough guessing. Alhamdulillah, we've gone through them. So I've got now. Here's the thing. There's a list of 10 of them here. 10 of them. These are not in any particular order. All right. To be honest, I don't know if I'd be able to order these. They're all bad and terrible. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to put these in an order. But so we're just gonna go 10. These are not in any particular order. This one, it's not bad, but it's not great either, right? Like I've seen some more obvious, like that's a fairly obviously bad argument, but there's some I've seen that are worse. Yeah, I don't know if I put that one in the list. All right, anyway, enough guessing. Enough about that. Now let's get through this list. First on this list is, drumroll please, the age of Aisha. That's the first one, right? So common, so prevalent. I don't even think we're going to spend too much time on this one. Should we spend too much time on it? I mean, come on, man. We're all used to this. This is like too. This is getting old. This is really old. Although to be fair, all these arguments are pretty old. But this one in particular, is actually on the list. So it's on the list. So we have to give it some attention, right? So the age of Aisha. Let's just keep it short and simple. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, married Aisha, our mother, at the age of 6, consummated the marriage at the age of 9. For those who don't know, marriage and consummation are two different things in Islam. Marriage in Islam is when you perform a marriage contract, nikah, and when you basically, and then consummation is consummation, right? When it's in the physical aspect of the marriage, when you physically live together and do what married couples do. Now, we don't want to get demonetized. So let's not get too much in detail. Now, what's the argument here? Well, to be fair, this isn't really actually an argument in reality. By the way, some of these you might notice are actually kind of non-arguments, and well, that's reality because a lot of these very common arguments against Islam are actually non-arguments, right? They don't really prove anything against Islam. I mean, academically, right? You know, it's like someone's like, oh, I don't like the idea that the Prophet Muhammad married Aisha at this age, and be like, okay. Like, does that disprove Islam? No, it doesn't. Sure, that would disprove Islam if we were to use if we were to religiously adhere to the secular liberal West, but I'm not doing that. You want to do that, feel free, but I'm not doing that, right? I don't take my post-colonial masters over what do you call it when what do you call it? I don't take my post-colonial masters as my standard. Why so religious? Does it matter? Again, does it matter? Right? He performed a marriage contract with her at a particular age and didn't consummate the marriage until after she reached the age of puberty. So it doesn't matter at what exact. I can't honestly look, man. I'm not in the Prophet's head. I can't give you a date as to when someone when he felt attracted to her. I can't give you a date. By the way, guys, you know something funny? You can actually be betrothed to somebody before they're born. You guys know that? Like, you guys, if you guys think about it, you can actually be betrothed to somebody before you're born, right? Think about it. You can, two parents or two sets of parents can come together and say, you know what, our children, one day, if I have a boy and you guys have a girl or vice versa, they will get married. We'll plan for that to happen. Or even as 2-year-olds, you could, if you have two-year-olds, right? You could say, you know what, these two children, we're going to get them married one day, this, that, the other. We'll agree to that. And of course, obviously, if they reach the age of maturity and they don't want to, you can't force them. But you can actually betroth someone way before the age of puberty. You can betroth somebody before they're even born, right? So to ask when exactly they became attracted, I don't know. I mean, if that's what keeps you up at night, why so religious? Then I mean, this is why I called you before. Why so serious, right? Like, why so serious? Really? It's like, you know, it's like, I mean, you know, I don't know. It's like when exactly did he become attracted to her? I don't know. I couldn't give you a date. What's your point? What's your point? Like, well, was that supposed to like? Is that supposed to like trigger me or something? I don't know, man. Yeah. Michael Scott, shh. Don't get ahead of yourself. We still got more arguments on the list. Michael Scott, don't get ahead of yourself, right? Be patient, man. Take it easy. Be patient. Undo that. All right. What do you call it? Yeah, why so religious? I just answered you. I said I don't know. I don't know what exact date the Prophet Muhammad felt physically attracted to Aisha. I wouldn't be able to tell you, right? I'll tell you what. I can't give you the exact date that Aisha reached puberty. I can't give you the date, right? I can't give you the date and when I started physically feeling attracted to women. Like, what kind of question is that? Like, when did he feel attracted to her? I don't know. The Prophet never said. Okay, I can't give you a date or an exact. Okay, you know, I was 12 years old, 3 months and 14 days old when I started to physically feel attracted to women. Like, I don't know. All right, I don't. You know, maybe you keep track of those kind of things for people. No, the Prophet Muhammad didn't keep track of that for himself. He never told us exactly what day he felt physically attracted to Aisha. And does it matter? Right? SubhanAllah. Like, it's very strange, like what people will hang their minds on. At what age did he physically feel attracted? I don't know. And to be honest, does it matter? What do you call it? Yeah, right. So the age of Aisha, very simple. It's not an actual argument against Islam. Doesn't prove or disprove Islam. The only thing it does, it brings tears to the eyes of the secular liberals, the morals of our subjective liberal brothers and sisters in humanity, which unfortunately does include most, if not all, of these Christian missionaries, right? Not only Christian missionaries, right? It applies to also secular liberals elsewhere, right? Of all backgrounds. But unfortunately, as you guys know, a lot of these Christian missionaries do fall into this category, whether they know it or not, whether they want to admit it or not. But regardless, what do you call it? The objective legal age of marriage in Islam is puberty. The objective legal age you can consummate marriage is puberty. Like it, don't like it, cry me a river, don't care. That's not an argument against Islam. It's used against Islam so often as if it is an argument, as if it does disprove Islam, but it doesn't. right? This reminds me, I've seen videos of Christian missionaries going up to Muslims and saying that the video's titled something like, oh, challenging Muslims, or confronting Muslims, or, challenging Islam. And then I watched the video and I'm like, all they're doing is just listing things they don't like about Islam. Oh, your prophet married that person. Your prophet fought that battle. Your prophet said this. In Islam, you're allowed to do that. And I'm just like, okay, where's the challenge? Like, your video is titled Challenging Muslims. Where's the challenge? Right? Where's the challenge? You're just telling me things you don't like about Islam. Like if you were to title your video, or if you were to title your video Complaining to Muslims, right? Yeah, we're here to complain to Muslims. We don't like certain things about Islam. By all means, go ahead and complain. Like when like a little kid when he complains, like, I don't want to go to school. I don't like this. I don't like this world. It's like, okay, cool, too bad. That's reality. I'm sorry, right? It's like, we're confronting Muslims, we're challenging Muslims. You watch the video, all you're doing is just complaining. You're just complaining about things you don't like in Islam. Oh, we don't like that in Islam. We don't like the Prophet Muhammad one time did this in that place and that, and this, that, the other. Be like, cool. Like, okay, and, right? I'm just kind of sitting there like, okay, and, right? And all of that's supposed to be a challenge, right? They title their videos Challenging Muslims. Oh, we're challenging Muslims today. And I'm like, okay, but I don't see any challenge here. I'm just seeing you complaining. Complaining is not a challenge. Like, guys, if I make a video titled Challenging Christianity, and then I go, guys, in Christianity, or in the Old Testament, for example, the book of the Old Testament says that it teaches to kill men, women, children, infants. Man, look at that. It's like, okay, I mean, that's not really a challenge against Christianity. Although that does point out a very big hypocrisy of the Christian missionaries, but that on its own by itself isn't an argument against Christianity. That doesn't disprove Christianity, doesn't disprove Judaism, doesn't prove the Bible is not the word of God, doesn't prove anything, really. I mean, the only thing it would prove, if you're correct, is the very thing you're saying. But the thing I'm saying doesn't actually disprove Christianity or Judaism. Guys, today we're challenging Christianity. We're disproving Christianity. Guess what? Jesus in the Old Testament, said those who worship other than the God of Israel shall be put to death. Be like, okay, regardless of whatever explanation you might have of that, how does that, like, you guys are probably wondering, like, if you're a genuine academic and a genuine, like, intellectual person, you'd probably be like, okay, how does that disprove Christianity? You said you're challenging Christianity, or you're challenging Judaism, or you're challenging the Bible. How is that a challenge? That's not really a challenge. You're just naming off something you don't like. Like, all right. So this whole Aisha argument, look, guys, if you don't like it, in Islam, the legal age you can consummate marriage is puberty. Don't like that? Sorry, it doesn't disprove Islam. Some people, some masakin, like, want to keep it, no, but it's a problem. Well, it's only a problem if you want it to be a problem, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really don't like the color of my hoodie, that doesn't mean that the color of my hoodie is a problem. You can keep insisting it's a problem, but, like, sorry. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. So that's the first argument. It's a non-argument. We start off easy, right? The next argument is actually an argument that I feel kind of bad because I did put it on the list, but then I was having second thoughts. Because the problem is some of these arguments are so bad, but they're so common that, like, we're almost forced to give them some level of respect. Some level of respect. Right? It's like, I just, subhanAllah, it's almost as, it's like they're used so often. They're used so often that, like, you almost, like, really want to give them some respect, and you give them a little bit, but you pull back and you're like, but there's no, it's just. So here's the argument. Argument number 2, worshiping the black stone. Muslims worship the black stone. I'm sure you guys have all heard this one. Don't pretend you haven't heard it. Come on, man. You guys lying to me? Come on. We've all heard this before. We've all heard this argument that the Muslims worship the black stone. Muslims, they bow towards the Kaaba. They bow towards the black stone. Therefore, they worship the black stone. I mean, and look, man, this is like one of those things that we Muslims learn like as Islamic trivia questions, right? Like in the mosque, right? You know, like when you're little kids and you're at the mosque and they're teaching you things like that. It's like one of those like first grade questions. They'll ask you like, hey, by the way, how many times do Muslims pray? 5 times a day. How many gods do we believe in? 1. Uh, do we? Like, they'll say Muslims worship the Kaaba. True or false? Muslims pray in the direction of the Kaaba. True or false? Right? It's that level of a question, right? What do you call it? Sorry, I'm just reading these comments. What do you call it? Oh, good, cool. We have some CP fangirls in the comment section. Great. Don't worry, CP fangirls. If you think Muslims are so bad at answering questions, don't worry. We're gonna put out the link for you guys to come on. You know, bring some of your CP trash talk onto the. Feel free. Come on, we can take it. We Muslims can take it, right? You can bring the Holy Spirit with you if you'd like. You know, I think last I recall, the Holy Spirit seems to be confined to very few YouTube channels like Christian Princess and David Hammertime Wood and some other handful of others, right? It seems to only confine itself to those YouTube channels. But then when other channels challenge, when the Muslims challenge, somehow it just so happens every time the Muslims are challenging or making challenges, the Holy Spirit's taking a day off. It's just a coincidence, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's because it's Ramadan or something. I don't know. The what do you call it? So how about this? Just wait till a few minutes, inshallah. We'll get you on, inshallah. I would love to hear the questions you think Muslims haven't been able to answer. I can't wait. Let's see here. So yeah, worshiping the black stone. Needless to say, Muslims don't worship the black stone. It's simply something. It's our direction of prayer. The Kaaba, obviously, the black stone is a part of the Kaaba. What do you call it? The Kaaba, which includes the black stone, is our direction of prayer. It's not something that we worship. It's not something that we pray to. It's not something that we depend upon. If the Kaaba was to completely disappear, we would still be praying in that direction. The Kaaba itself was rebuilt multiple times, right? It's been rebuilt many times throughout history. That's not a problem. The Kaaba has been rebuilt. It's just our direction of prayer. For those who don't know, the black stone itself was actually at one point stolen from Mecca for up to 20 years, I think, for around 2 decades, if I'm not mistaken. For around 2 decades, early on in Islamic history, the black stone was actually taken from Mecca. Where do you think Muslims were praying towards for those 20-ish years? They're praying towards Mecca. Because Muslims don't, the black stone is not going to. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a sacred object, for sure. For sure. We're not throwing it out the window. It's like it means nothing to us. It's not important. It's not sacred. No, absolutely. It's a stone. We believe that came from heaven. 100%. And it's a very religiously significant object. Sure, by all means. But something being religiously significant and being holy does not equate to that thing being God or that thing being worshipped. Jazakallah khair, JC Realm 7. May Allah bless you. May Allah make it easier for you in this world and the next. Good point, but please don't use me as an example next time, please. Good point, definitely good point. But just you can use anyone else as an example, just don't use me if you don't mind. Let's see here. No, hindsight. It wasn't, the Muslims didn't remove it. It was taken, if I'm not mistaken. It was taken for 20 years, right? What do you call it? I forget exactly. I forget the exact story. But in any case, the black stone has physically been away from the Kaaba, right? That's the point I was making. And so obviously, if Muslims were worshiping the Kaaba, or worshiping, I should say, the black stone in particular, well, where do you think? Do you think Muslims like turned their direction of prayer and towards the coordinates of the black stone when the black stone was taken away? No, obviously not. The black you can take the black stone today. It wouldn't just. I mean, we wouldn't like that. Obviously, it's a holy object for sure. But it would not. We would still be praying in the direction of the Kaaba. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Just a second. Sorry, brothers and sisters, bear with me 1 second. It's for school, by the way. It's not like I'm not slacking off here, brothers and sisters. It's for school. Let's see here. I was actually gonna. Okay, let's see here. Okay, all right, interesting. I had somebody question. They said no. All right, that's cool. Now, so basically, Blackstone. I think that's kind of, again, it's a complete non-argument. It's a complete, it's, you can keep insisting Muslims worship the Black Stone, but it's like, well, bowing in the direction of something doesn't equal worship. The Jewish people pray towards the temple. Jewish people to this day pray towards well, there's no temple in Jerusalem, but they pray towards where they believe the temple used to be in Jerusalem, right? Does that mean they worship? They pray towards the Wailing Wall, right? Which is a place in Jerusalem. I've seen it myself. Does that mean that Christians, or does that mean Jews worship the Wailing Wall? Right? Like, I don't know if any Christians who claim that Jews worship the Wailing Wall because they pray towards the Wailing Wall. It's their direction of prayer, right? Oh yeah, definitely. Saifullah. Definitely. You got me. You know what, man? You got me. Absolutely, right? What's a Madagascar? I don't know any names from Madagascar. I wish I knew like some. Are there Muslims in Madagascar? I mean, I'm sure there are, but never occurred to me. Interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely. You know something funny, actually, now that you mentioned that, I've been to Bethlehem, right, in Palestine. I've seen the spot in Bethlehem where Christians believe that Christ was born. It's literally about the size of your hand. Like if you extend your hand from one finger to from your thumb to your pinky, right? It's about a circle about that size, and Christians literally get on their faces and kiss it, right? And before any of you Protestants try to throw everyone else under the bus, all sects of Christianity visit that mosque, that church. All sects of Christianity visit that church, and all sects of Christianity do that, right? Now, does that mean they're worship? Does that, again, so what? So what, right? It's absolutely, kissing something and touching something does not equal worship, right? Definitely not. Right? Even Umar ibn Khattab, the companion, one of the closest companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, himself said, you are just a stone. You are just I only kiss you because the Prophet kissed you. I know that you're just a stone. You can neither help me nor benefit me. This was Umar ibn Khattab, the second caliph of Islam, right? One of the closest companions of the Prophet Muhammad, right? So even it's quite obvious from the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, they never had this view. They never understood the black stone to be something divine or something to be worshipped or anything like that. What do you call it? Ramsey, I never kissed nothing except my wife and mom. Okay. What's your point? I don't get your point. I mean, do you worship your mom and your wife? I would hope not. Although the New Testament does say a woman should submit to her husband just as she does to the Lord. So, I mean, maybe it's not you worshiping your wife. Maybe it's the other way around. But I mean, I would assume your wife kisses you back. Maybe. Hopefully. Right. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? That's another good one. Is that one on the list? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I should have thought of that one. Yeah, no. Oof, that would have been a good one. But no, yeah, that's that. I mean, what do you call it? The Satanic verses didn't happen. That story's fake news. There's no authentic hadith on that story. It's just that simple. It's found, I think, in Ibn Ishaq, but it's not. There's no authentic hadith of that story. Jazakallah khair. Gambit, may Allah bless you for the super sticker. May Allah bless you. You want to challenge me to a debate? Okay, cool. Just wait till the end of the stream, or not the end of the stream. Wait till we're done with these 10 arguments, and then feel free to come up. I will have to warn you though that typically by the time that I put the link out, that's when a lot of, not you necessarily, but that's when typically all the Christian missionaries in the live chat, when all the CP fanboys and fangirls just kind of just like poof, like gone, disappear. I'm not saying you'll do that. I'm not saying you'll do that, but that is typical of this channel. All right, so let's see here. Aisha argument, non-argument. The Blackstone argument, baseless argument. Let's see what's next. This is a good one. The next one is Prophet Muhammad SAW died from poisoning. We've addressed this one on this channel. I think we've addressed all of these on this channel. But this one in particular, we addressed fairly recently. Jazakallah khair. Patrick Muxlow. Appreciate the super sticker. May Allah bless you. Let's see here. Now, I just joined. But do y'all kiss the black stone? If so, why? Yeah, we do kiss the black stone because the Prophet Muhammad kissed it. It's that simple. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a good deed. It's considered a good deed, but it's not a requirement. It's not something we're required to do. Yeah, it's that simple. Now the next argument is that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, died from poisoning. Now, for those who don't know, I actually have an entire video on my channel. It's actually one of the first. Is it one of the first videos I've made? Yeah, it's one of the earlier videos I've made. It's actually a response video. It's not a YouTube short. It's an entire response video I made like last year, like several months ago, right? I think it was it June of last year? So it's been a minute. But definitely, guys, you can go check that out. Where I actually go through the references of the wait, hold on. Dying for poisoning. I take it back. I'm sorry. That was. I'm sorry. I take it back. No, I'm getting confused. No, I have addressed this argument on stream, and I think also on some one or two shorts as well. But I didn't make a video. I didn't make a response video about it. In any case, it's simple. So what do you call it? With regards to the Prophet Muhammad, yeah, I addressed this in a stream. I remember one of the Christian missionaries. I responded to one of his videos in a stream. I responded to the argument there. In any case, so basically, in a nutshell, there's a couple of problems with that argument. Two things. Number one, what do you call it? The Prophet Muhammad didn't die from poisoning. The Prophet Muhammad, according to the hadith, was sick, was in an ailment in the last days of death, right? The poisoning incident happened 4 years before he died. 4 years before he died. Okay. Now, the way that you might wonder, okay, well, how do they make this argument then? How do they make this argument? If the what do you call it? The poisoning was 4 years before he died. Well, okay, so how do they make that argument? Well, one, a lot of them don't know it was 4 years before he died, so that's out of ignorance half the time. But then other times, what they'll do is there's a particular hadith of the Prophet where when he's on his deathbed, the hadith actually explicitly says he's in an ailment, he's in an illness, and then he says, "I feel the what did he say? I feel the pain I feel the pain from the poison I consumed at Khaybar," right? Now, or after the Battle of Khaybar, which is, mind you, this is 4 years later. So now there's a couple of problems. Now, just to give some context, 4 years prior, after the Battle of Khaybar, there was a Jewish woman who had made some food for the Prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions. The Prophet Muhammad ate that food. The companions ate, or one of the companions ate that food. That companion died instantly. That woman and the Prophet Muhammad, he ate some of the poison, but the leg of lamb that he had eaten, which was poisoned, warned him. It was it's a miracle of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The leg of lamb actually spoke and warned the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And that's how he was saved. He spit it out and he was saved. Again, now, here's the thing. That actually proves the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him. A lot of them will say that that's a proof against him. No, absolutely not. This actually is a proof for the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him. Why? Because he was saved, because he was warned. And in fact, the Jewish woman's own testimony in the hadith, in her own testimony, her own challenge was, if he is a true prophet, then the leg of lamb will warn him, or the lamb itself, the food, will warn him. That's her criteria. And he was warned. So even by the Jewish woman's standard, the woman who tried to kill him, who wanted to prove his prophethood, by her standards even, he's a prophet of God, alhamdulillah, right? Now, of course, Christian missionaries won't bother to look at that. They just, poisoned. Well, okay, it doesn't matter that the prophet was warned and saved. Doesn't matter that this was 4 years before he died. Poison. Look, he consumed poison. That's all that matters. It's like, okay, well, if somebody consumes poison, is warned, what do you call it, from consuming more miraculously, and then lives for 4 more years miraculously, well, that's a proof of prophethood. That doesn't disprove your prophethood. That proves your prophethood, right? SubhanAllah. What do you call it? And anyway, it doesn't matter because, like I said, the hadith actually explicitly says that the quote actually explicitly says the prophet was in an ailment. He was in an ailment. He was in an illness, right? He wasn't just sitting down binging Netflix and out of nowhere, I'm feeling pain, and then collapsed. No, he was and I don't know how long he was ill in the last days of his death, but in the last days of his death, he was ill, right? He was suffering from an illness. And he said he felt pain from the poison that he consumed at Khaybar. And people somehow equate that to dying from the. Number one, feeling pain from something doesn't mean that thing is killing you, especially when we can see in the hadith that he's in an ailment. The hadith explicitly says he's in an ailment. He's ill, right? This would be like, imagine someone has COVID-19 and says, while they're laying in bed, suffering from COVID, they go, oh man, I can still feel the pain from when I broke my leg, 4 years ago. Be like, does that mean your broken leg or the pain in your leg is what's killing you? No. Feeling pain doesn't equal that thing killing you, especially when it's quite obvious you're in an ailment. You're in an illness, okay? Right? So that's a very terrible argument. It's a very unintellectual argument. Again, it might look good, might look all cool and fancy to someone who's never seen the argument before, never heard the argument before, isn't aware of the story, right? But obviously, that's the only way these arguments would ever look good, any of them really, is if you're ignorant of the arguments. By the way, it doesn't take a genius to know these things. It doesn't take anyone intelligent to know these things. You just have to know. You just have to know these things. And not everyone knows these things because not everyone knows everything. Actually, nobody knows everything, but not everyone is going to know these things. And so Christian missionaries know that, so they take advantage of it. So that's simple. Okay, so that's 3 arguments down. Next one. This one I did make a video about. I was confusing 2 things. This next argument I did make a response video to. Not a short. I make a lot of, you guys already know I make a lot of YouTube shorts. But this I actually made an actual video response to. This was last year. This was the one this is the video I was thinking of just a minute ago. This one is from last year, from I think June, if I'm not mistaken. Either June or July. I think it was June. But I made this one. And by the way, this was, we were at like 700 subscribers or maybe 600 subscribers at the time. Maybe it was a few hundreds. It was way less than 1,000 for sure. Right. So we've come a long way since this time. But I made this video, response video. If you guys want, I can play it for you guys if you'd like. I don't know if it's necessary or not. You guys can let me know in the comment section if you guys want to see it. But what do you call it? I made a response video talking about, and this is the argument, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ wanted to commit suicide. Okay, that's the argument, that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, wanted to commit suicide. They'll say, the Prophet Muhammad wanted to kill himself, and that's the problem, this, that, the other. I explained in the video, and you guys could, by the way, let me know. By the way, guys, we don't have to. Do you guys want to see the video, or do you want me to just drop the link? I feel like maybe it'd be easier if I just drop the link, or well, firstly, Jazakallah khair, Jonathan Gillet, I hope I pronounced that right, for the super sticker, the different qira'at argument against preservation. That's another good one. That's a very good one. That might actually be one of the best ones I've heard so far. That definitely is a good one. Like I said, these 10 I'm listing off are not the only these are not the only good bad arguments. Like, they're bad arguments, but they're pretty good for bad arguments, right? They're the closest you can get to good arguments. They're still bad. They're still terrible, easily refuted. But these can definitely throw, if there's any arguments that are going to throw somebody off, it's these kind of arguments. That definitely is one of them. That could throw some people off. If they've never seen the qira'at before, if they've never basically, if you're not familiar with the qira'at, then of course the qira'at are going to throw you off. It's that simple. In Egypt, a girl ate rat poison by mistake. She died in 15 minutes. Okay. I mean, Allah yarhamha, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, but I don't know what the point was behind that. Brothers and sisters, did you wait, hold up. Let me hold up. All right, cool. All right, so I guess some people do want to see the video. All right, so we can go ahead and play the video. I'll go ahead and find it really quickly. It's on my channel, so here here. Let me actually share my screen. Let me see here. Interesting. Okay, hold up. Bear with me 1 second, brothers and sisters. Here we go. Beautiful. Let me go ahead and share this. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So this is the channel right here. By the way, merchandise is this link right here. If you guys ever are curious, you can always click. The link is in the description if you guys want to check out the merchandise, the hoodies, t-shirts, coffee mugs, phone cases, water bottles, different colors and stuff. You guys can check it out in the comment section. The link is there. And also the link is always here on the channel homepage right here in the right corner. And by the way, Jazakallah khair for 72.8 thousand subscribers. May Allah bless each and every one of you guys. We're getting close to 100,000, inshallah, closer and closer every single day. But so if you're not, but you know, you got to be sure you're subscribed if you're not subscribed. So this is actually the stream we're doing right now. These are all the YouTube shorts, and these are the videos. So these are what do you call it? So these, if I'm not mistaken, will be so these are just a bunch of videos we've done on the channel, either streams or reaction videos we've done. And these right here are the popular videos, some of the more popular ones. And this one in particular, it's right conveniently, it's right here, the Suicidal Prophet. It's a David Wood video, David Hammertime Wood video that we refuted. David Wood is making the argument. We're doing the refutation. So let's check it out. This is the video right here. Let's so just again, this is the video called Suicidal Prophet Refutation, refuting the argument, as the name gives it, the argument that the Prophet Muhammad supposedly was suicidal, wanted to kill himself. Let's check it out. Hold up these advertisements. Let's get this advertisement out the way. It's a StreamYard advertisement. Boy. Okay. Here we go. Share my screen again. Let's check it out. Assalamu alaikum. What's up, everyone? Alhamdulillah. Summer vacation has finally rolled around. Unfortunately, however, for those who didn't do their homework, summer school is in session. You see, typically in a university setting, the one with the PhD is teaching the undergrad. Unfortunately, for today, we're going to have to flip the script as David attempts to demonstrate that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was suicidal. David, take it away. By the way, just very quickly, Jazakallah khair, brother Neil, Dawah Trucker, Surah Haqqaq, verse 44, 46. And if he, Muhammad had forged a false saying concerning us, we surely would have seized him by his right hand and certainly should have cut off his life artery. That's the verse. That's the verse, if I'm not mistaken, that appeals to the previous argument we just talked about. How they'll claim that the poison killed him, but then I just explained how the prophet didn't die from poison. He was in an ailment, and he was It's that simple. When he ate the poison, the leg of lamb, what was the word? It warned him. The leg of lamb warned him, which saved his life. Which, although the companion that ate the same poison died instantly, the prophet survived miraculously because he was warned, and he didn't die from the poison because he died 4 years after this incident, and he died from an ailment. So let's continue the video. Jazakallah khair, akhi. May Allah bless you.
Let's read some Muslim sources on Muhammad's ongoing battle with suicide. In the history of At-Tabari, we learn that Muhammad was suicidal before the first verses of the Quran were revealed to him. During one of his annual pagan religious retreats, a spirit appeared to him and said, "Muhammad, you are the messenger of God."
It should be no surprise that when we return to this very same passage in Tarikh al-Tabari, we find absolutely no indication of the Prophet engaging in any pagan ritual. Go on, David.
Muhammad then ran home to his wife Khadija and begged her to cover him. He was so terrified that he contemplated suicide. We read in At-Tabari, volume 6, page 68, he, Muhammad, said, "I had been thinking of hurling myself down from a mountain crag, but he appeared to me as I was thinking about this and said, 'Muhammad, I am Gabriel, and you are the messenger of God.' Then he said, 'Recite.' I said, 'What shall I recite?' He took me and pressed me 3 times tightly until I was nearly stifled and was utterly exhausted. Then he said, 'Recite in the name of your Lord who created.' And I recited it. Then I went to Khadija and said, 'I have been in fear for my life.'"
Well, David, had you done your homework like you were supposed to, you would have realized that one of the narrators within this isnad is Nu'man ibn Rashid, someone who's been criticized for being weak due to his lack of memory. But yallah, this is what summer school's for, isn't it?
But Muhammad also suicidal after Gabriel began revealing the Quran. According to Ibn Ishaq's Sirat Rasulullah, our earliest detailed biographical record on the life of Muhammad, page 106, Muhammad wanted to kill himself even after the revelations started because he believed that he was possessed by an evil spirit. Read, in the name of thy Lord who created man of blood coagulated. Read, thy Lord is the most beneficent, who taught by the pen, taught that which they knew not unto men. Muhammad narrates, "So I read it, and he departed from me. And I awoke from my sleep, and it was as though these words were written on my heart. Now none of God's creatures was more hateful to me than an ecstatic poet or a man possessed. I could not even look at them. I thought, woe is me, poet or possessed. Never shall Quraysh," that's Muhammad's tribe, "say this of me. I will go to the top of the mountain and throw myself down, that I may kill myself and gain rest."
Yeah, sorry, David, but unfortunately, Ubayd bin Umayr bin Qadada was not an eyewitness and never narrates from the Prophet himself. Again, had you done a little research, you would have known this.
When Muhammad's wife Khadija saw that her husband was suicidal, she and her cousin Waraka talked to him and convinced him that he wasn't possessed. He was a prophet of Allah. But Waraka soon died and the revelations suddenly stopped. Guess who decided to kill himself? Let's find out in Sahih al-Bukhari, number 6982. But after a few days, Waraka died, and the divine revelation was also paused for a while, and the prophet became so sad, as we have heard, that he intended several times, we're talking about multiple occasions, to throw himself from the tops of high mountains, multiple mountains, and every time he went up to the top of a mountain in order to throw himself down, Jibreel, that's Gabriel, would appear before him and say, "O Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's messenger in truth," whereupon his heart would become quiet and he would calm down and would return home. So Gabriel had to regularly calm Muhammad down to keep him from plunging to his death. And whenever the period of the coming of the revelation used to become long, he would do as before. He'd head for a cliff. But when he used to reach the top of a mountain, Jibreel would appear before him and say to him what he had said before.
If we examine the text closely, we can see that Az-Zuhri is not quoting Aisha. Rather, he states explicitly, "Balaghana," we have heard that he intended several times to throw himself off the tops of the mountains. In other words, he doesn't give a source. Az-Zuhri's quotation of Aisha is deemed authentic. However, his addition from an anonymous source is what's rejected. And you know what, David? Even for the sake of argument, if we were to concede that all of the previously quoted sources were authentic, this would not disprove the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In fact, one could argue that this would actually prove his sincerity. Think about it. Why would a liar want to kill himself over a lie? But anyway, run along now, David. I hope you learned your lesson. And for the rest of you watching, I hope this reminds you of a certain ayah of the Quran, chapter 49, verse 6, where it states, "O you who have believed, if there comes to you a disobedient one with information, investigate, lest you harm a people out of ignorance and become over what you have done regretful. And with that, a good night. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Oh, oopsie. Another advertisement. Alhamdulillah. So that argument was utterly refuted. I mean, I'll be honest with you. That one required. See, you guys saw, like, I quoted like 3 different, sorry, I addressed. Be quiet, please. Advertisements. What do you call it? There were 3 hadith that are narrations that had to be quoted or that had to be addressed. Let me tell you guys something. My Arabic is slightly on the weak side, so it was actually fairly difficult, or not fairly difficult, but fairly time consuming to go and find the books and find the sources necessary to prove or to go. I literally had to go through each of those names. It's very meticulous. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed doing it. I definitely enjoyed doing it. It was actually pretty cool to do it by myself. Honestly, it feels amazing when you do it by yourself, but it's so time consuming, especially if your Arabic is weak. My Arabic was just good enough, barely, but it still took me a very long time to find each of those references. But alhamdulillah, that's why that's one of my favorite videos on this channel, because even though it has only 20,000 views, which isn't that much compared to actually all of my YouTube shorts, but still, alhamdulillah, I definitely did enjoy it. It was a challenge. I took up the challenge, and alhamdulillah, paid off good. Now let me see here. So that's 3 arguments, 3 or 4. I think that's 4. 3 or 4. 1 second. Was that 3 arguments or 4? Now my phone is acting up. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, let's see. Here we go. So that was 4. Okay, this next argument is another argument. So this is argument number 5. We're going to go through 10. This is argument number 5. This one is the argument made by a fairly ambitious Christian missionary who I was going to name, but I think I'm going to not name. The infamous Petra argument that Muslims, that the first Qibla was Petra, that Muslims secretly for years and years and years prayed towards Petra. Nobody noticed, nobody cared, and nobody noticed. And in an instant, in an instantaneous flash, there was a global amnesia, and all of a sudden Muslims found themselves facing Mecca, and nobody noticed, didn't get recorded, no sources were found, no evidence was found, no archaeological evidence was found. Somehow, in an instant, the Muslims, let's backtrack. For a number of years, the Muslims were all praying towards Petra, and then out of nowhere, in an instant, in a shocking flash, in a blink of an eye, Muslims found themselves switching directions to the Kaaba or to Mecca. And somehow, and then not only that, but also all the pilgrims who were on their way, the thousands, if not millions of pilgrims were on their way to do Hajj and Umrah to Petra. In an instant, there was a giant global telekinesis, or not telekinesis, a giant, a global mind email that was sent to all the Muslims around the world. Hey, by the way, don't go to Petra, go to Mecca, right? Or at least that's what the Christian missionaries want us to think, right? Happened, right? Because guys, look, believe it or not, there are only a handful of people who've made this argument, but because we have the social media, we have YouTube, we have the ability of social media now, it's an argument that has been propagated by many people. And it's so you actually forget the fact there's no archaeological evidence of ever there being a mass pilgrimage to Petra by the Muslims. No problem. You think that the Muslims for years and years went to Petra, and then in an instant, hey, by the way, we're going to have to go to Mecca now. And so all of them, all those thousands, if not millions of immigrants just kind of turned their direction 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles south, and nobody recorded it, not a mention of it anywhere, no archaeological evidence, no historiographical evidence, nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if that's idiotic or stupid. I think it's both, but I'll leave that for the imaginationist to decide. If you want to be an imaginationist and try to think of how that could have happened, knock yourself out. Well, that's because it was Saifullah. It was a Kafir Orientalist who made this argument. Shocking, right? I know, right? Why would an Orientalist come up with such BS? Why? I wonder why. Yeah. I think that one's on the list. I think that one is on the list today. Don't worry. So stick around, inshallah. And I think that one's on the list. Is that the next one? I don't think it's the next one, but it's one of these. Yeah. So the next one is, so that one is on the list. It's a little bit further down the list. So just be patient. So the next one is argument number 6. Surah 9, verse 29. And to be honest, this argument can be applied to a number of different verses of the Quran. Like, or this refutation, I should say, could apply to many arguments they'll bring against multiple verses of the Quran. They'll bring a verse of the Quran that talks about talks about war, where it mentions something about killing, or something about fighting, or something about, this, that, the other, and they'll be like, oh my God, the Quran has verses about fighting. The Quran orders you guys to fight this and kill that and this, that, the other. Funny enough, I actually made a YouTube short about this exact same verse just a couple days ago, and I think we should go ahead and play it. Let's go ahead and play it. We played it how long was that video? Like, I don't know, 5 to 10, something less than 10 minutes, but it was a few minutes long. This is a YouTube short, so I think we have time to play this YouTube short. Let me go ahead and share my screen again. Here we go. So this is the live, like I said, this is the YouTube live we're doing right now. And this is, well, what do you know? This is the YouTube show right here that I did just a couple days ago, about 9:29. It's not the first time I addressed this verse on this channel, but I think, I could be wrong, I think this was the first time I made a short about that verse in particular. I made this short just yesterday, and it's actually doing fairly well. It's growing very quickly for one day. And this is the one, excuse me, this is the one I did 2 days ago, or maybe 3 days ago. I don't remember exactly, but let's check it out.
The Quran does not say, go kill all these people.
Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Surah 9.
Have you read it?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I have it in my back pocket if you'd like me to read it. Surah 9:29, fight those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his messenger.
Right, because we all know the Quran was revealed in a complete vacuum, where there was nothing going on, nothing happening at all around the Prophet Muhammad when these verses were revealed. Or at least it wouldn't surprise me if that's what these missionaries actually thought. For those who are unaware, this verse was revealed in the year 9 after Hijrah, the same year that the Romans had sent an army into the Arabian Peninsula, and it's also the same year that a contingent of Jewish tribes in Khaybar had broken their peace treaties with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I mean, I wonder what these missionaries think when they see movie clips like this.
Heads down in the boats! Hit the beach! Keep moving to your rendezvous points and primary objectives! When you see the Japs, kill them all! Yeah! Let's go get them!
Something funny. That's actually a clip from the TV show The Pacific, right? It's about the first Marines when they fought in the Pacific theater of World War II. It's one of I love war movies. I like war TV shows, war movies. I don't know is that because I'm a Muslim? Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a Muslim. That's why I love war movies and war TV shows and military history. Maybe it's because I'm a Muslim. I don't know. I bet you that's what the missionaries want you to think. But anyway, because only Muslims would be interested in military history, right? In any case, the thing with this is, the reason why I played that clip is because I've actually that's actually the movie clip I thought of when I heard this one, and I was just thinking like, okay, man, look, the Quran, yes, the Quran has verses about fighting and killing, for sure. 100%. We're not a pacifistic faith. We believe that there are times you can fight, times where you have to kill. Yes, 100%. We're not pacifists. We live in the real world. Islam is not a religion of puppies and rainbows. It's a religion of reality. And in reality, sometimes there are people that need to be killed. There are contexts where you have to fight or kill or cause harm. That's called war. That's what you do in war. Maybe Christian warfare. I don't know what Christians do it when they go to war, right? Because Christians have always been the most peaceful people in wartime, right? But what do you call it? I don't know what these Christian missionaries like. Does it not occur to them at all? Like when the Quran talks about fighting and killing, this, that, the other. Well, let me backtrack a bit. He said he actually read chapter 9, verse 29. Everybody, just go and read chapter 9 yourself. Read the verses from chapter 1 to chapter. Read the whole chapter for sure, but just read from verse 1 to verse 30 or verse 35 if you like. It's not that long. It's a couple pages, not that long, right? The reading assignments I get university, right? It's like a couple pages. Like I could read a couple pages, no problem. It's read the first 30 verses and constant mention of war, constant mention of, it constantly differentiates between those who are fighting you, those who are not fighting you. Chapter 9, verse 13, it mentions, would you not fight a people who broke their oaths with you, plotted to expel the messenger, and began the attack upon you first, right? This verse, and also the Quran itself, this chapter and the Quran itself, a number of times distinguishes between those who are fighting you, those who are not fighting you. Chapter 60, verse 8 is another one. Allah doesn't forbid you from being just and kind to those who aren't fighting you because of your faith. He only prevents you from those who are, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but basically he only prevents you from being kind and just to those who are fighting you, right, for your faith. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but it's very clear. The Quran many times. I think it's chapter 2, verse 192, 190. It's so chapter 2, verse 190 through 193, or 189 through 193. Like that verse mentions fighting and killing, but it also explicitly mentions, drive them from where they've driven you out, right? And but if they stop, let there be no more war, for God does not love the starter of wars. And it also says, fight in the way of God those who fight you, but do not transgress, right? I think all those things are said in those 4 verses. Maybe it's, but I know for a fact, in that passage, in those few verses, it says, fight in the way of God those who fight you, but do not transgress. Allah does not love transgressors. So these verses are crystal clear. There's a number of verses in the Quran that are crystal clear about separating the non-Muslims who are fighting you and non-Muslims who are peaceful with you or not fighting you. Now, does the Quran do that every single time it mentions fighting? Not necessarily. Not everyone, when they're talking about, when you're in the context of war, you're not always in every sentence going to be like, go and fight, go and kill, go get them, boys, but only the ones who are fighting you. Not like you saw the movie clip I just showed you guys, right? That was from the TV show The Pacific. That general, this is during World War II, they're about to go into battle. He said, when you see the Japanese, kill them all. Like, nobody watches that and goes, man, he should have told the soldiers, only go and fight and kill the Japanese who are killing you. Like, really? Again, this is why I always wonder, what are these missionaries thinking when they hear this? Is like, seriously, not for a second stop to think, maybe the Quran, just like I said in the short, maybe the Quran wasn't revealed in a vacuum. Maybe, just maybe, something was going on. Maybe the Prophet Muhammad wasn't just sipping his tea and then all of a sudden, hey, brother, let's go fight. This, that, the other. No, maybe, just maybe, something's going on. Okay, all right. It's just like, unless you think that when, like I said, unless when they see movie clips like this, or they read quotations in textbooks, in history books of people saying, go fight this, go kill that. They just like, do they like not stop and think, okay, yeah, I'm sure something was going on. Some stuff was going down when this happened. This wasn't in a vacuum. It seems as if this idiocy, this lack of intelligence, this lack of integrity is only justified when people are attacking Islam. And people get away with it. And we Muslims let people get away with it. I don't know how. Right? It's just, I don't know, man. It's just silly. Let's see here. Yeah. By the way, all the Christian missionaries who are in are all the Christian, Christian Prince fanboys and David Wood fanboys and overall Christian apologetic fanboys in the comment section. Don't worry, we're gonna put the link out soon, inshallah, for you guys to come in. So that was argument number 6. On to argument number 7, wife beating, right? I believe it's Quran chapter 4, verse 34, Surah Nisa, which mentions your wife who's being disobedient to you. If she's disobedient, first advise her, then forsake from her bed, and then strike her. Now what they'll do is they'll say, oh, strike her. Oh, so the Quran says you can beat your wife. Well, sorry, Christian missionaries. Unfortunately, this is going to be a quick one. We don't interpret the Quran based on what we think it means. We interpret the Quran how the Prophet interpreted it and how his companions interpreted it. And the Prophet Muhammad himself, and I think I have a YouTube short on this as well, if I can try to find it. Actually, no, let me actually try to find the YouTube short for it. I don't want to spoil it. I'm sure you guys have seen this short before, but let me, maybe not all of you have. Mind you guys, we've grown a lot in the past few months. So I think at the time I made this short, I must have had like, I don't know, a few thousand subscribers. I definitely didn't have 70K, that's for sure. SubhanAllah. Alhamdulillah. May Allah bless all of you guys who've subscribed and support the channel. I believe, and by the way, just so you guys know, all of the most of the arguments that we've, like, because a lot of you guys were guessing, giving your guesses of which arguments we're going to respond to today. Most, if not all of them, are actually found on my channel. If you go through the YouTube shorts, I've made so many. SubhanAllah, alhamdulillah, it's by the permission of Allah. And here it is. I just found it. So right here, it's quite a ways down. So if you scroll down not all the way, but it's a ways down. Scroll down. It's from a few months ago, so it's been a minute. Right here. I'm wearing the blue hoodie right here. This is the one about wife beating. So let's take a look.
For those women whose disobedience you fear, first admonish them, then part ways with them, and if that doesn't work, beat them.
All right, so what do we got here? We got a toothbrush, expo pen, glue stick, and whoa. I definitely need those. Now, you see, you might wonder why these are good options for a Muslim man to use to admonish his wife. It's because the Prophet, peace be upon him, himself said in Sunan Ibn Majah 1851 that this should be done without causing injury or leaving a mark.
For those...
Yeah, so very simple. What do you call it? It literally is that simple. So the Prophet Muhammad set boundaries on how to quote unquote beat your wife and how to basically admonish your wife. Because in Islam, we do believe in a hierarchy. We do believe a woman does have to be obedient to her husband, so long as he's fulfilling her rights. Okay. Some people might come along. Oh, what if he's doing this to her? What if he's doing that to her? What if he's mistreating her? Like I said, it has to be a husband who's fulfilling all of her rights. Okay. And he's following the Sunnah, following the Quran and Sunnah, and treating his wife as the Prophet taught us to treat your wife, right? The best of you in character is the best to your wife. You guys already know. I don't need to explain all this to you guys. What do you call it? So if a man is fulfilling all of his wife's rights, then obviously a wife has to fulfill all of her rights to him. And because it's a two-way street, of course. That's how marriage is. Marriage is a two-way street. And can you guys hear those birds outside? I don't know if it's distracting. You guys able to hear it? I mean, alhamdulillah, it's a beautiful day outside, but I was expecting a wife with an egg. Hey, well, here's the thing. You couldn't use that, though. You wouldn't be able to use that because that would probably leave a mark and cause pain, right? You can't use that. And also, that reminds me, I'm sorry, I don't know, I forgot this. The Ibn Abbas, the cousin of the Prophet Muhammad, he himself gave the example of I have a miswak. SubhanAllah, what's wrong with me? SubhanAllah. I think I have another one in here. Do I? Is it this? No. Where's my miswak? Where's my miswak? And I'm going through my snack drawer right now. This is definitely not this. Where's the miswak? Wait, I just realized. Why was my miswak even in my snack drawer? Oh man. SubhanAllah. Boy, let me see. Where's my miswak? No, I can't find my miswak. All I can find is a buttload of snacks. Alhamdulillah. SubhanAllah. That's the problem when you have too many snacks. Alhamdulillah. Anyway, I couldn't find my miswak, but the problem is the point is Ibn Abbas himself gave the example of using a miswak. For those who don't know, a miswak is like a little thing you brush your teeth with, like a little flake, right? The what do you call it? So that's the example he gave of what you can use to admonish your wife, because that goes perfectly in line with what the Prophet said. You can't cause pain. You can't you can't cause pain. You can't strike. That's another thing. You can't strike the face. It's actually haram in Islam to strike someone on the face. So striking the face, you can't do that. Causing pain, you can't do that. Leaving a mark, you can't do that. I'll tell you what. If every how do I say this? if every domestic abuse scenario or every abusive husband on earth was to implement this ruling and this teaching of the Prophet peace be upon him and the Quran, if every domestic abuse case was to implement this, domestic abuse would disappear. Guys, let's be real here, right? I'm sure, imagine if every single woman who's been physically abused by her husband, was to take whatever, imagine whatever that abusive husband did, whatever physically abhorrent thing he did, take that and replace it with getting a miswak and going, right? I think most victims of abuse would prefer that, right? Imagine getting on the phone, 911. My husband just gave me a flick on my shoulder with his toothbrush. I think the 911 operator would probably hang up the phone on you if you said that, right? It's like, trust me, I think most victims of physical abuse would much rather have that than, it's like, anyway, man. SubhanAllah. Let's see here. Rock, paper, scissors. SubhanAllah. All right. Did you use rock, paper? Did you used to do it with rock, paper, scissors? Or did you used to play them with the game rock, paper, scissors? Because if you used rocks and papers and scissors, paper, I guess you could use, unless you get a paper cut. Scissors, yeah, I don't think you can use those, and definitely not a rock because it causes pain. Yeah. I don't, yeah, SubhanAllah. All right, so wife beating, that's out of it. The sheep ate the Quran. So someone brought this up earlier. The sheep that ate a part of the Quran. I think I have a YouTube short on this as well. Multiple, I think. At least one. I have one that's more recent, but I have another one that was bear with me 1 second, brothers and sisters. Aha, got it. This is it right here. So starting from the top, we go down. We find it right here. Right here. We have the first Shahada on Dawah of Dunya right over here, Brother Joshua. And just down the line here, right before it, the sheep eating the Quran. Let's take a look.
Verses were eaten by a sheep. Muhammad's wife Aisha had the only copy, and a sheep ate it. So Allah couldn't protect the Quran from a sheep.
For those unaware, this is the hadith right here that talks about a verse that was revealed in the Quran about stoning and breastfeeding, which was supposedly eaten by a sheep. Although this hadith is considered Hasan in its chain of transmission and its isnad, it's still considered defective in metin, in text. Why, you might wonder? It's because we have well-accredited narrators of hadith like Yahya bin Sa'id and Malik bin Anas who narrated this hadith without mentioning anything about a sheep eating part of the Quran. And we know that from Muwatta of Imam Malik that this verse was quoted and was memorized by the companions. So it wouldn't matter if a piece of paper with this verse written down on it was eaten by a sheep. It wouldn't matter if a sheep was to eat a copy of the Quran. And it wouldn't matter if you were to eat a copy of the Quran, David. With the Quran memorized in the hearts of Muslims, it would be impossible for you or a sheep or anyone to corrupt the Quran.
Yeah, so it's that simple. One, it didn't happen. Dio, did you not just watch the... It's like I'm talking to myself. Dio, did you not just see the YouTube short I just played where I demonstrated that story's fake news? That the story that supposedly a sheep ate the Quran is fake news, right? And that even if it did happen, it wouldn't matter because the verse was memorized by the... Man, I swear, it's like people can't even tie your own shoes, right? No, the metin of that hadith, that particular wording of the hadith is fake news. Yes. Do you know anything about hadith sciences? We don't accept everything that every hadith says. And by the way, just to be clear, the hadith itself is authentic. It's authentically narrated by a number of different narrators, but that one chain of transmission narrates that hadith with some defective matan. It adds a few extra words. You can find the same hadith in Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, if I'm not mistaken, and you'll find it there, authentically narrated, and it doesn't mention anything about a sheep eating a part of the Quran. So one, that part of the text is not authentic. I just demonstrated that. And number two, even if it was memorized by the companions. It was memorized. Do you think that sheep had like a neural scrambler and erased the memories of all the Muslims? Come on, man. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if you're a Trinitarian, it wouldn't surprise me if you believed something that absurd. But you know, it's like, come on, man. Like, you have to like just try to force yourself to think. Just try your best. Jazakallah khair. Patron Zulfan, may Allah bless you. For 500. I don't know what currency that is. I'm not sure what currency that is. But it doesn't matter. May Allah bless you. Appreciate it regardless. So it's yeah. Let me see here. So yeah, I made it clear. One, that portion of the hadith is not authentic. I demonstrated why. Number two, even if it was authentic, even if that metin was authentic, wouldn't matter. It was memorized by the companions, so who cares? You can bring me a hadith. You can bring me a hadith with a fully authentic metin that talks about 1,000 copies of the Quran that were eaten by sheep. If they were memorized by the companions, it doesn't matter. You can eat 1,000 copies, 1,000,000 copies, whatever. It's like, let me see here. Oh my God. Wow. This is where I have to really get my patience out. I never said the hadith is not authentic. Hasan is authentic. There's nothing wrong. Well, that's accepted. That's the better way. Hasan is perfectly fine. It's accepted. I'm not saying the hadith is not authentic. That metin that was added to the hadith is not authentic. The hadith is sahih in other books of hadith. It's completely sahih. It's authentically narrated. But this particular chain of transmitters, transmitted it with some additional wording. The hadith is authentic, or Hasan, as it's in this particular book. It's Hasan. It's accepted. That's fine. You can have an authentic hadith with some words added. That does happen. One of the examples of that is Balaghat al-Zuhri. And earlier in the example I gave, when the story of the Prophet supposedly wanting to kill himself, right? Basically, it's a hadith is authentic, but some inauthentic information or inauthentic wording was added to it. That happens in hadith science. This is like hadith science 101, right? Jazakallah khair, Ahmed Azimi, may Allah bless you, right? So the hadith itself is authentic. Yes, no one's denying that. It's a perfectly authentic hadith. That doesn't mean that it can't be inauthentically transmitted by an additional chain of transmitters. If you have multiple authentic chain of transmitters narrating a hadith authentically, great. And then you have another chain of narrators transmitting the same exact hadith, but adding a few words to it, adding some sentences or adding some details. It doesn't make the hadith overall everywhere inauthentic. It just means that the form, the metin in which that one particular chain of transmitters narrated it, it makes that questionable. It makes that inauthentic. It doesn't mean the hadith overall is to be rejected wholesome everywhere. No, it's authentically narrated by a group of authentic narrators, so we accept it. Now, if a truthful person says something and then a liar repeats that thing, that doesn't mean that it becomes a lie. It just means a liar said it. And that liar may or not necessarily a liar. It could be someone who's mistaken, someone who has a bad memory, whoever it is. But that inauthentic narrator might say the same truthful statement, but he might, due to his maybe lack of judgment or lack of memory or his shortcoming, he might change a few of the details or add a few details, or add a few words or some information to it. That extra information he adds is what's questioned. It's what's dubious, is what's not accepted. The same narration as the previous, as the authentic narrators, but this inauthentic narrator, whether he has a bad memory or is whatever, not reliable for whatever reason, may have added some words, added some wording, and those extra wording, those extra sentences, but those extra details are what's rejected or what's brought into question, at least, right? That doesn't mean the hadith itself is inauthentic. All right. Like I'm shocked. This is kid stuff, guys. Come on. Now here's the thing. Not everyone knows this stuff, and I get that. I'm not an expert in hadith at all. This is very simple hadith science stuff, right? I don't expect everyone to know this, but if you're gonna start talking out of your rear end and start talking all smart, oh, Hassan is not authentic now. Look at that. Well, I'm gonna put you in your place. It's that simple, right? There's nothing. Ignorance is one thing, but arrogance linked with ignorance, I don't tolerate. Let's see here. Oh, come on, Chris. Now you're blow drying your hair now. Oh, subhanAllah. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at these, looking at some of these comments. All right, so that was argument number 7. No, that was 8. This is argument number 8. Number 9. This is number 9. This is a very common one. I know you guys have heard. It's when Allah says in the Quran, Allahumma salli ala nabi, right? The word salah, they'll say Allahumma salli ala nabi. Oh, Allah and the angels, they pray to Muhammad, peace be upon him. We've been through this before. Well, actually, I don't know. Have you been through it on this channel? Maybe. I know I've discussed this. I've refuted this a number of times on different platforms, but here on my channel, I actually don't know. In any case, there's a difference between yusallu lahu and yusallu ala in the Arabic language. Okay, sallu lan nabi means pray to the Prophet. Sallu ala nabi does not mean pray to the Prophet. It could mean send blessings upon the Prophet, glorify the Prophet, uplift. The word salah, right? You know, Christian missionaries want to get all smart. Go, well, what's the Arabic word for prayer? What's the Arabic word for prayer? Tell us the Arabic. I've seen this on TikTok. These Republicans from Minneapolis, you know, they're talking all smart. Well, don't know a lick of Arabic. Tell me the Arabic word for salah. They did a Google search, or Hasumu Shamun. They watch his content. He goes, the word salah means prayer, and they just write that down, and that's all. They think that's all they need to know. They go, oh, to tell me the word. They'll talk to the Muslims on the stage. Oh, tell me the meaning of what's the Arabic word for prayer? Tell me what's the Arabic word for prayer. I'll tell you what the Arabic word for prayer is. The Arabic word for prayer, what do you call it in Arabic, is salah if it has the word la after it. Sallu lan nabi. If it has the word ala, it doesn't mean prayer. Okay? It depends on the word you use directly after. Sallu lan nabi and sallu ala nabi are two different things. One of them is a blasphemous statement because you can't pray to anyone other than Allah. The other one is a prayer that the Prophet himself taught us to do, that we Muslims do every day. Okay? You think Muslims are you actually do you think Muslims are stupid? Like Muslims are praying. You think the Muslims every single day are praying to Muhammad and they're just not noticing every single day? Yeah. What do we say in the salah? Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallayta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim, and so on and so forth, right? Allahumma salli ala nabi, right? You think Muslims every single day, 5 times a day, are praying to Muhammad, peace be upon him, and they just don't notice? Really? Or sorry, you think 5 times a day the Muslims are saying, oh Allah, pray to Muhammad, oh Allah, pray to Muhammad, oh Allah, pray to Muhammad, 5 times a day, and you think Muslims just don't notice? Like, do you think Muslims are stupid? It's just ridiculous, man. It just goes to show the level of idiocy and ridiculousness they're willing to go to just to throw Islam under the bus. It's very desperate, right? Very simple. The Arabic word for prayer is salah if the word la comes after it. If it's the word ala, then it is completely different. It can mean to bless, it can mean to glorify, it can mean to uplift, and so on and so forth. Right? It's absolute garbage, man. Garbage arguments. But of course, not a lot of Muslims who maybe know some Arabic will know, oh, salah is prayer. That's most commonly used. The word salah means prayer. So yeah, I guess Allahumma salli ala nabi, Allah salli, Allah pray. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's a good, bad argument. It's a really good, bad argument, right? It's a bad argument, but it can actually, unfortunately, I can actually see that working on some people. Some people, unfortunately, right? Like the whole worshiping the Kaaba thing is a little iffy. The black stone may be kind of, that is on the list, kind of. But this one, definitely, I can see some people, it tripping up some people who don't really, who've like, know nothing of Islam, or not know nothing of Islam, but know nothing of apologetics, know nothing of dawah, know nothing of this, that, the other, who've never heard the argument before, who don't know the meaning of the word salah, which again, might not be everyone. Not everyone. Look, guys, most people don't understand Arabic. I get it. It's fine. But the problem is, the question becomes is, why are you getting into these conversations if you don't know these things, right? Why are you going up like all these Christian missionaries who make these arguments? They make these arguments typically to Muslims who are coming to them to talk to them. But I'm like, okay, but if you don't know these things, why are you going up to talk to them, right? Especially on TikTok and other places. Why are you going, even on YouTube? Why are you going up on people's stages, going up on TikTok or on StreamYard if you don't know what you're talking about? If you don't know, go learn. And if you're not willing to learn, okay, that's on you. But then don't give the ummah a bad rep. Don't give Islam a bad rep, right? It's silly, man. You're whatever. And this is the last one. This is the very last one. This is the 10th argument, and then we'll be bringing people up on the stage, inshallah. The 10th argument is Uthman burning the Quran. This, in my opinion, might be the best argument that's on this list. Is that the best argument there is? It's a good one. Definitely a good one. It's a really good, bad one. But, there's there've been a number of arguments out there that you guys have brought up, you guys have listed in the comment section. I think, honestly, would fit very well on this list. In fact, I think some of them you guys have listed might actually fit better than some of the ones I chose. What do you call it? But yeah, Uthman burning the Quran. They'll say, oh, look, Uthman burned the Quran. So how do you know that, what do you call it? How do you know that the Quran that you have today was the original if Uthman burned it? Yeah, very simple. Did Allah give Uthman permission? Uthman radiallahu anhu didn't need permission to make authentic copies of the Quran and burn the rest that aren't authentic. You don't need, just like we don't need permission from Allah to print copies of the Quran. Okay. Now the question, what am I talking about? What does that have to do with the burning? They're very simple. People often mention the burning as if it's something that might hurt. It's something that actually is an argument against the Quran. It's actually an argument that proves the authenticity of the Quran. How? Because anyone who knows the story of the burning of the manuscripts, anyone knows that what happened was the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, a committee of the companions, not some random bozos, 300-400 years later or 500 years later or whatever. These were the companions of the Prophet Muhammad who came together and penned multiple authentic copies of the Quran, which they themselves checked, they themselves verified. Mind you, these were the companions of the Prophet. They had memorized the Quran, word for word, letter by letter. They had memorized the Quran. They authentically wrote down and penned down and created authentic copies of the Quran. And anything that wasn't checked, anything that wasn't verified by the companions was burned and done away with, right? The companions of the Prophet Muhammad penned down these copies of the Quran. The companions who had memorized from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. No, not the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet Muhammad was illiterate. Of course, it wasn't the Prophet Muhammad. But the companions of the Prophet Muhammad who had memorized the Quran from the Prophet Muhammad, they, alhamdulillah, who had memorized the Quran, penned down the Quran in authentic copies of the Quran and burned anything else that was not authentic, that was not authenticated, that was not checked. And this, alhamdulillah, is proof of the Quran's preservation. Guys, imagine if the companions of Jesus were to come together and put down a copy of a copy of the gospel. Oh no, we have 4 gospels. Let's say there was one gospel. The companions of Jesus came together to put together an authentic copy of the gospel, and they were to burn and disregard anything that they did not check, that they did not verify. Well, these are the companions of Christ, and they're telling you this is authentic. and they're telling you right that this is authentic and this is correct. Who else would you accept? Subhanallah. What do you call it? Subhanallah. I think your hearing needs help. I just told you that this proves the authenticity of the Quran. I'm not sure where you got the word corrupted from. I think your hearing, it's, at least your ears, it's up to you, right? The companions of the Prophet Muhammad penned down copies of the Quran. These, mind you, who are these people? These were the companions of the Prophet. Alhamdulillah, these are the people who had memorized the Quran. They, the companions who had memorized the Quran, who learned from the Prophet, penned down authentic copies of the Quran, verified them, and anything else that was not verified, they burned. So now what are we left with? We're left with copies of the Quran that were authentically and they were authenticated and approved by the companions of the Prophet Muhammad. Alhamdulillah. And here's the thing. If you don't think that's enough, if the companions of the Prophet all came together and agreed upon the text of the Quran and gave you copies of the Quran, and you think that that's corrupted, well, then I don't know who the hell you're going to listen to. Did Allah allow people to make authentic copies of the Quran and disregard anything that wasn't authenticated? We don't need Allah's permission to create authentic copies of the Quran. People do that to this day, right? We don't need Allah's permission to take a copy of the Quran that's not verified and disregard and and burn it. By the way, you guys know burning is how actually one of the authentic ways to Islamically, if you want to dispose of a mushaf, if it has mistakes or if it's not verified, one of the ways you can do it, you can bury it or you can burn it, right? You're not supposed to throw it away in the trash or this, that, the other, or just leave it around. You're supposed to, you could shred it. That's another way. You can shred it. You can burn it. There's a number of ways you can, but burning is one of the easiest ways you can do it. Let's see here. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but subhanAllah, where are my manners? Assalamu alaikum, brother Yusuf. May Allah bless you. Hope everything's going well. I think right now it's I think it's very late right now where you are in the UK. Yeah, subhanAllah. I think it's like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that. SubhanAllah. Today's Quran is the one that was checked and penned by the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, who didn't make this up from their rear ends. They got it from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Unless you think there was like some collective Muslim effort to be like, you know what, we're just going to make up a story about this man named Muhammad, peace be upon him. We can talk about that if that's what you want to claim, that all the companions of the Prophet Muhammad. This would be like me saying, hey guys, you know what? Well, we don't have the writings of Jesus. All we have are the writings of the companions of Jesus. Ha! We don't have the writings of Jesus. All we have are the writings of the companions of Jesus. We don't. I don't believe we do, right? But this would be like, oh, the Gospel of Matthew, Gospel of Mark, Gospel of Luke, Gospel of John. Oh, these are the Gospels of the companions of Christ. Now, here's the thing. I don't believe they are. So when I say to Christians, I don't want the Gospel of Mark, I want the Gospel of Jesus, I'm saying that because I don't believe Mark or any of the gospel authors were disciples or ever met the disciples. However, what do you call it? The Quran today, we can trace back to the companions of the Prophet Muhammad. Now, here's the thing. If the very companions of the Prophet Muhammad, right? You have a problem with the Prophet Muhammad? Yeah, the Prophet Muhammad was illiterate. He didn't write the Quran. He didn't physically write the Quran, okay? You want a physical copy that the Prophet Muhammad himself wrote down? He's illiterate. All right, subhanAllah. So just to backtrack, this argument doesn't actually argue against the reliability of the Quran. This actually proves the Quran is reliable. That the fact that the companions of the Prophet came together, made copies, checked those copies, verified those copies, and then burned the rest. So what are we left with at the end? All we're left with is copies of the Quran that the companions of the Prophet who memorized the Quran and learned from the Prophet, that's all we're left with. Alhamdulillah, I have no issue with that, alhamdulillah. That's, again, not an argument against Islam. That proves the validity of Islam. Like I said, imagine if the companions of Christ all came together, made authentic copies of the New Testament or authentic copies of the Gospel, and then what do you call it? And then kept those, checked those, verified those, and anything that wasn't verified is disregarded. Well, of course, we're only going to accept something that's been authentically verified by the companions. And if it hasn't been verified by the companions, we don't accept it. It's that simple. Stop running to the Bible. It's not running to the Bible. It's an easy example. I explain the Quran very well. This applies to any prophet of God. Apply this to Moses. Apply this to Abraham. Apply this to Solomon, right? What do you call it? Anyone. Okay, yeah. So you're just going to keep saying burning, burning, burning. I already explained that. I just explained that. You're just stuck on the word burning. Is that like burning your soul? Is that word burning your soul, right? Burning, burning, burning. Yes. Anything that wasn't verified, that wasn't checked, they burned. Right? Because they only wanted things that were verified, things that were checked, things that were established by the companions to remain. Anything that's dubious, anything that's not authenticated by the companions, we don't accept. All right? And I think that's the very last argument. Is it? I think it is. It is. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and put the link out for people to join. Anyone wants to come up and join, right? Here's the condition. You have to be above the age of 18. And you have to turn your camera on backstage just for a second for me to see. I made this mistake last stream. I'm not going to make it again. Not tolerating any of it. You have to be above the age of 18, and you have to also turn your camera on just for a second backstage. No one else will see you, just me. Just for a second, turn your camera on. I'll see your face, and then you can turn it off, and then I'll bring you on the stage. All right. So here we go. Let me go ahead and put the streamer link out. All of you trolls and fanboys and fangirls can, this is your chance, that you guys have all been waiting for. All right. Let me look. Wait, yeah, I'll pin the link. I can't find my YouTube live. Oh, here it is. Let me see here. What the hell is that, man? Now I'm getting all these notifications. I lost the link. Oh, here it is. There we go. So all of you Christian missionaries, CP fanboys and fangirls and overall trolls, feel free to make your move now. I know, right? I know, Zahra, right? This is when they all just go poof, right? Or maybe not. If they don't, guys, I would love to talk to these guys. Like, I'm not like believe me, I would love nothing more if these people were to come up. But, right? There's no such thing. Why so religious? There's no hadith. There's no authentic hadith of the Satanic verses. But yeah, that doesn't exist. You can always prove me wrong. Always feel free to prove me wrong. So I see Brother Neil Castro backstage. Brother Neil Castro, Assalamu alaikum, akhi. Are you frozen? I think is your camera frozen? Akhi Neil Castro, I think your camera is frozen. Could you try leaving and coming back, inshallah, if that works. Yeah, because I can see you backstage, but your camera's completely frozen. Yeah, it shows that your camera's on, but you're frozen. So do me a favor. Could you try leaving and coming back, inshallah? I think that might fix it. I see Ibn Madagascar backstage. Did you turn your camera on? I didn't see you. Could you mind turning your camera on for just a second? All right, cool. Yeah, Ibn Madagascar.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Ramadan Mubarak, akhi.
Ramadan Mubarak. Alhamdulillah. I finally got one of your streams.
What is it? Your Sahur time right now?
No, it's a little after midnight.
Okay, all right. So that's cool. All right. I see Brother Fawad backstage. Brother Fawad, that's cool. You can turn your camera off if you'd like. You want to turn it off, keep it on. All right, that's cool. Brother Fawad, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, my brothers. How are you doing?
Oh, alhamdulillah. Are you doing all right?
Good.
And akhi, Neil Castro, I see you backstage, but your screen is completely blank. It's white. I can't see anything. Yeah, akhi, Neil Castro. I think it's something with your camera, because before it was frozen and now it's completely like a white screen. I can't see anything, subhanAllah. And I see someone backstage named Do. Could you turn your camera on for just a second? It's just a dark screen right now. Dio, could you turn your camera on? Okay, he's covering his face. Interesting. All right. All right, that's cool. You can turn it off now if you'd like. He was wearing glasses, and he's got like he's covering his face completely. I'm like, dude, what do you think I am? Like, you think I'm gonna hunt you down? I'm a 21-year-old kid in California. You think I'm gonna like hunt you down or something? All right, that's cool. All right, Dio, what's your flex?
Yes. Just listening to what you have to say. You want to start the discussion? I'd love to chat with you about anything you'd like to speak about. How about this? If you wanted to convince me,
hopefully it's a point. It's a point related to. Is it a point related to anything we've discussed today?
I came in towards the latter part. Came in towards the burning of the Quran, and I came in towards just the last two. Can you repeat to me the last two, and we could talk about it?
Okay. I thought you'd want to. I thought you'd know what you want to talk if you can stay. All right. We talked about the sheep eating the Quran. Supposedly, we talked about.
Let's talk about that.
Okay. We want to talk. Okay. We want to talk about the infamous the sheep that erased the memories of the companions. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tell me about that. Why is it gone?
Why is what gone?
Why is the chapter of stoning and breastfeeding of 10 times?
There is no
now
chapter.
Out of the Quran?
There is no chapter. There was no chapter called stoning and breastfeeding.
I know there isn't. It's in the belly of a sheep.
No, there was never. That's my point. There was never such a chapter called stoning. There was never such a chapter. You're talking about there were a handful of verses, not chapter. There was no chapter called that.
There's a verse of stoning, not a chapter.
Did Aisha claim that there was a verse of stoning?
Yeah. There was once a verse about stoning. Yeah, definitely.
And did Aisha also make the same claim that there was a verse about breastfeeding 10 times for adults?
Yeah. We agree
Where
with that. That was abrogated.
Where was it abrogated?
Where was it abrogated?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you know what abrogation
means? The same hadith actually says this.
Do you know
was
what
abrogated?
Do you know about the concept of abrogation in Islam?
But she made the claim that a goat ate it, correct?
No, she did not make that claim.
No, I pointed out that that's fake news.
Did she say that during his death from the poisoning at Khaybar,
Nope.
that underneath his pillow, a goat came or a sheep came and ate it? Did she make that claim in that verse?
No, wrong. Like 4 things that you mentioned there, almost everything is wrong.
How about this, Dio? Were you actually here when I addressed it? Because it sounds like I'm having to repeat everything.
No, I just missed it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you.
All right. Well, it seems like you not only did you miss it, but you never looked into this yourself, because these are some very easy refutations. I would have thought you'd know. So basically, that portion of the metan, the hadith that you're quoting is Hasan, but the metan of that particular narration is defective. It's what's the word? It's da'if. So basically, actually, no, da'if is not the correct word. But in any case, the metan of the text of that particular narration is not authentic. So,
what does that mean?
That means the hadith itself is authentic. It was authentically transmitted by a number of different authentic chains of transmission, but one particular additional chain of transmission added some additional wording, and so that additional wording is not considered authentic.
What are you referring to? So it's made by Muslims. It was put in by scholars. It was graded. It's been there for 1,400 years, and suddenly it doesn't work anymore. This is fascinating.
You want me to go into a little bit of? Sorry,
do you think the
scholar?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead a minute. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the scholars that Dio is talking about, they graded this specific method as da'if.
Exactly. Where do you think we're getting this from? Like, you think hadith science just like came into existence yesterday?
This is so funny how Islam works. This is so fascinating. So
I know it's funny.
That's embarrassing, anything that's embarrassing, you chuck it under the bus.
No, not really.
That's not how it works.
One second, Dio. Could you tell me about hadith? Could you tell me about hadith science and how it works? If it's so funny.
It's graded. It's graded by your scholars. It's looked into.
So,
it's graded.
Right. And do the scholars consider that metan to be authentic or inauthentic?
Does it matter? It's made by Muslims, written by Muslims, put in by Muslims, and debated within Muslims. This is a joke.
Excuse me, Dio.
Talk to me.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
We don't just listen. We're not Christians. We don't just accept whatever has been handed down to us by any random person who calls himself a Muslim or a Christian or a
Listen,
Jew.
we're not.
All right?
It's not. You're
Let me
not.
speak.
You're not
Let me
Mormons
speak.
either.
Let me
Just-
speak.
I don't know
Let
why
me
you guys
speak.
so
Let me finish
obsessed with
speaking.
Christianity.
Let me finish speaking.
Listen, Dio, this is not your stream. We have
Excuse
you
me.
here as a guest. When people speak, have the decency to listen.
You
Yes,
guys are
right.
breaking up. What'd you say?
Dio, just let me just speak, okay? Very simple. We don't just accept any hadith. I'll tell you what, Dio, in case you didn't know, there are many hadith that are authentic. There are many hadith that are inauthentic. There's a lot of background noise. The deal. So here's the thing: we have books of authentic hadith, we have books of inauthentic hadith, we have books of some that contain some authentic, some inauthentic, right? Okay. This hadith in particular, it's graded as sahih. Well, it's graded sahih in some particular books. In another book of hadith, it's considered hasan due to an addition of some faulty wording to it. Okay. All right.
Who put the faulty word into it?
The narrators, that particular narrator who narrated it.
Do you want me to address that in detail for this ignorant person?
So, Dio, question: Are
The
you now,
jahil?
are you arguing that this hadith actually is authentic? Is that what you're arguing?
No, I just think it's interesting how now suddenly it went from authentic to Hassan, and then some other scholars.
No, it's not Hassan. Who told you it's Hassan?
Wait, one second.
What's the grade?
Wait, Dio, 1 second. It didn't go from this and go from that and go from this and go from that. All right. This is something that's.
What is it?
Okay, 1 second. The hadith is authentic, but some chains of transmission, or this one particular chain of transmission transmitted it with inauthentic wording. Do you know anything about hadith?
Who was that?
Ibn Ashaq.
And who
You
is he?
jahil.
Let's have respect, my man. Don't be disrespectful.
Dio.
Of course, we will. You did not watch the stream. You're jumping on over here, asking questions that you have not a clue about. You're not letting anybody speak.
Dio, the problem
okay,
is,
so listen.
The problem is, Dio, when you start making comments like, Dio, excuse me. Dio, excuse me.
I ain't your boy.
You're looking tight, my man.
Dio, excuse me. Dio.
Okay, shut your pie hole and listen to the man.
Okay, guys,
shut your mouth.
Dio. When I tell you to be quiet, guys, Dio, when I tell you to be quiet, I expect you to be quiet. All right. If you're not going to be quiet, you're not going to be on the stream. All right. I'm going to bring you back up. Okay. All right. When I tell you to be quiet, do me a favor and be quiet. Okay. So now, look, only thing I've heard from you before all this time is, I think this is funny. I think this is weird. Habibi, we don't give a rat's rear end about how you feel. You think this is funny. You think Islam is weird. You think hadith science, something you don't know a jack squat about, is weird. Great. Congratulations. Do you have a refutation to anything I've said? Or just say, I don't know anything about this science. I know nothing about it and I can't refute it.
Can I talk now?
Please.
Thank you so much. So it was graded authentic, right?
Okay, Brother Ramzi, I would like to add one thing in there. Ask this guy one thing. What are the conditions of Sahih? What are the conditions of Sahih? Come on, stop Googling and quickly tell us.
Let me just make this simple. Okay, Dio, I'm going to explain this to you. Okay, Dio, I'm going to explain this to you one last time. One chain of narrators, authentic chain of narrators, narrates this hadith authentically, perfectly acceptable. And then another, multiple chain of narrators, authentic, do that. And then another chain of narrators. So we have a list of narrators who all narrate it a certain way, authentically. And then we have an additional outlier out here that narrates it. That narrates it slightly differently. So we have a long list of. Well, let me finish.
No. I don't want you to go away from this.
I
want to talk about this.
Excuse me, Dio.
You don't want to talk about it. Go ahead.
He's literally answering questions.
You interrupted me while I was talking. Dio, you interrupted me while I was telling you.
Ramzi, give me 1 moment, please. Give me 1 second. Dio, I don't know if you think you're walking into a cage match here, but we're here to have an adult, serious conversation. You're walking like, blah, blah, blah. When someone answers the question, listen. If you don't want to listen to an answer, then we're not going to waste our time with you. Ramzi will just kick you. If you want,
it's a cultural difference. It's just
you don't want to have a conversation and you won't shut up, then just get out of here.
Well, one second. I just picked it. He said it's a cultural difference. Well, back home where I'm from, when you ask a question, you let the person answer. I don't know if they do that different where you're from. I don't know where you're from, right?
I don't care about your cultural differences. If you're
He said it's a cultural difference. Okay, well, Dio, where I'm from, when you're asked a question, you listen to the answer. I don't know what they taught you, where you're from, but in any case, all right?
Exactly. When you ask a question and you have no clue about, first you hop onto the stream and you haven't even seen the stream. You want us to make the argument for you? Like, come on, man. Ignorance on another level. You don't even know what an authentic hadith is. The basic conditions that even a child would know.
It's like, okay,
You
bro,
know?
listen, I explained. It's recited. He's like, it's great, but it's sahih. It's sahih. I'm like, ya habibi, ya jahil, isma. I already said that. It's transmitted authentically by a list of narrators, and then one outlier out here transmitted the same thing but added a few words, and so those extra words are what's brought into question. That's what's dubious. That's what's questionable. That's what's doubted. All right, I pointed that out, and by the way, I also pointed out, and this is something that not all the Christian missionaries or whoever want to come up and talk about this point. They don't address this point. I pointed out, even if it was authentic, even if it was memorized by the companions. Even if it was, okay. This is why I made that. I joke earlier. I said, "Oh yeah, the Jews that erase the memories of the companions." I made that joke because that's quite literally what you'd have to argue if you want to claim that this sheep somehow corrupted the Quran. You would quite literally have to believe it erased the memories of all the companions. Just absolutely mind blowing, man. SubhanAllah. Right? Yeah, what's up?
We know what Ayat al-Rajm says.
I know.
We know what it says.
I know that.
Yeah, so even if it was eaten by a sheep, we know what it says. I think it was Umar ibn Khattab, if I'm not wrong, who recited it. It's present. We have it in an authentic hadith. We don't need...
Yeah. Akhi, that's a funny thing. This hadith is narrated by three different narrations, right? So Yahya ibn Sa'id al-Ansari, he and Imam Malik also, both of them, they quoted this, and they did not have that last part in there about the sheep eating, right? So that's one of the conditions of the Sahih Hadith, that it cannot go against. So for instance, the Muhammad ibn Ishaq, he is like, there's not just one narration, there are multiple narrations by him that the scholars have thrown out, right? And they've even given the reason as to why he could not be a very trustworthy narrator. Right, he was accused of being the sole narrator of a lot of munkar, odd reports. Right, so it's just like, you can only argue with somebody that actually knows even the basics of what you're talking about. But if they come over here, they start challenging, without having even the ABC of the subject, it gets very difficult.
They need to be willing, even if they don't know that.
All right, so Dio, so I'm sorry about the cultural differences between us and our culture. Like I said, we let people finish when you're asked a question, you let them finish. Maybe that's different in your culture. Again, sorry if we couldn't see eye to eye on that. Why so religious? I see you backstage. Can you turn your camera on for just a second? Why so serious? It's a joker. All right, cool. I'll go ahead and bring you on. Why so serious? Why so religious? What's up?
Yeah, so I asked a question about what about the hadiths that have like a collaboration with the satanic verses, and you said there are none. Is that your position? Like a collaboration. So what about hadiths that collaborate, that have that come from the Ibn Ishaq story, that are Sahih according to Bukhari, but he just cut out different parts of the story. So if you'll check your,
what do you mean by
so
cut
if
out?
you, so if you check your,
so one second. So the incident of the satanic verses is regarding a story that actually happened, but there's nothing about that. So there's a story that happened. The story is about a verse that was revealed in the Quran, right? But one particular narrative about that story says that satanic verses were revealed. The story did happen, but the detail of satanic verses is not authentically narrated in any authentic chain of transmission in any authentic hadith. So let me just be clear. Do you have the hadith where that mentions the satanic verses? Authentic.
It mentions everything except that. Do you get that? That's the point.
Cool.
So the point is I said collaborative, right? So what the point that I'm making is, for one, you're talking about somebody from al-Bukhari who got to choose which ones he put into his Sahih narrations, such as we could use the earth on the well's back, which is also Sahih, but he chose not to. So
do you have any book of authentic hadith that mentions it?
Yeah.
Which is? So
how about I screen share?
Can you just give me the reference?
So it's in the chat right here. It's in the back chat.
Can you read what's the book? What's the reference? Do you have it?
So there's 2 hadiths that are pulled strictly from this story, and they're in the tafsir. They're the prophetic commentary. So this is book 65. So this is the prophetic commentary on the Quran, tafsir of the Prophet. So we are looking at.
That's not a book of hadith.
So it's Sahih al-Bukhari 4862, book 65, hadith 383.
Okay, hold on. Okay. One second. So Bukhari, what again?
Bukhari 4862. Why don't you just click on the link? I don't understand why you're being opposing to that.
You said it was a tafsir. You didn't say it was a book of hadith.
No. This is from Sahih al-Bukhari. You know, he has multiple books, and they're broken down into different volumes, different sections. This is from section 65, the prophetic commentary on the Quran.
Like some different links in the back.
Do you under? Yeah. So which one says Sunnah.com and Bukhari? Which one says Sunnah.com and Bukhari?
2 of them.
There's 2 of them, right? Okay, so those I said that I brought multiple. So then that would mean that both of those are relevant to this discussion.
Okay, I'm looking at it. What's wrong with this one? I'm looking at it. Want me to share my screen?
It's not wrong. That's the point. I asked you about collaborative hadiths towards the story, and you said they don't exist.
1 second, let me just share my screen.
Okay, the one that he's talking about.
So when you say, so 1 second. So let me just be clear here. If your point was, maybe I misunderstood you. If your point was, hey, there's a story that happened and there's authentic hadith about this story, then yes, I agree. The story did happen. Is there an authentic hadith that mentions anything about the satanic verses? No, there's not. When you said collaborative, 1 second. When you say collaborative, I don't know what that means. Collaborative hadith.
You don't know what the word collaborative means?
In the context of hadith, no.
So
how do hadith collaborate? It's like saying these are collaborative.
That's actually, I mean, then obviously I don't think you really know much about how al-Hubani did hadith. Then
great.
Al-Hubani was very much about putting collaborative hadiths together to verify them.
If you don't mind, I don't know why you're talking with such level of arrogance and such attitude. I don't know why. Okay, you just calm down.
He's always like this.
What the heck is wrong with you, man?
I'm not sure why you're laughing either. So just to be clear, if your entire argument is, by the way, guys, we have a bunch of hadith that talk about this story, and none of them mention anything about the satanic verses, beautiful. I'm agreeing with you 100%.
That actually helps us. That actually helps us.
So hold on.
Just to be clear, did the satanic verses happen?
According to Ibn Ashaq, who is Hassan, by the way, by most scholars, at the lowest is Hassan.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you have any authentic hadith that narrates the satanic verses happening, explicitly?
No, but we have no, but that wasn't the argument, and that's the reason you brought me up here to try to make that argument, and now you had to concede. Now you had to concede.
That's fine.
So wait. So is it wait. Is it possible? Is it possible?
Let me just make a position clear. I have absolutely no problem admitting this. We have hadiths that authentically talk about this story right here, and none of them mention anything about satanic verses.
So go to the second hadith that's there, and let's bring up a question here.
Sure.
I think it's interesting.
Sorry, 1 second. Which one did I just use?
I think it's interesting that you have multiple hadiths that are pulled literally from Ibn Ashaq, but because you're people who, like, let's say Muslim or Bukhari, chose to either exclude them from his writings, that doesn't mean that they're not Sahih. Are you claiming that
they exclude them?
Do you have any authentic book of hadith? Is it in any book of authentic?
Are you gonna present this? Are you gonna present this hadith? Are you gonna present it?
This is not how it works. Why
Are you
so
going to present it?
why so
This one? Oh,
that
is this a
am I heard? Can you hear me?
That's the same one, dude.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
same one, okay. We can hear
Can
you.
you
Hold
hear
up.
me, or am I a talking wall?
We can hear you, Akhi. We can hear you.
Okay. So why so is claiming that the part where it says that where it talks about the satanic verses is authentic. That is his claim. Simply go ahead and prove it. What is your proof for that? Because we know that as Muslims, I'm not done talking, so please wait on. Then I'm done, and I will gladly listen to you. We know as Muslims we accept Sahih al-Bukhari as the most authentic book of hadith, and this is the most authoritative book of hadith for us, way more authoritative than Ibn Ishaq. Now, yeah, that's what I was saying. You're claiming that the part where it talks about the satanic verses is authentic. We say it's not authentic. What is your proof that it's authentic?
So the scholars, like I put on here, Islam Q&A.info, and it collects various scholars' opinions throughout history. Most scholars have never labeled Ibn Ishaq less than Hassan. Now, they even mentioned the 8 different reasons why people made objections to Ibn Ishaq, but none of them had anything to do outside of personal claims that could not be verified. Now, I want you to answer this critically. With this one right here, this hadith right here, hadith right here, the prophet performed prostration when reciting the surah, and all the Muslims and pagans and jinns and human beings prostrated along with him. Why did they do that?
So they did it. Do you know the ending of Surah Najm?
So do you know what? So do you know what verses this was?
Why did they do it?
So I'm asking you. Looks like you have researched a little bit, right? I'm asking you, what is the ending of Surah Najm? If not, you're wasting my time, dude.
No, you're answering a question with a question.
You are literally wasting my time if you don't know why they prostrated.
Didn't you talk about customs earlier?
Ask.
Is it part of your custom to answer questions with questions?
No.
So the
I'm
reason
asking you.
The reason why he's asking that, why so religious, is because that's the very reason and context as this hadith came was. That's what was going on when this hadith was narrated, right? You seem to not know that. You think
no, because if you read Ibn Ishaq, this story is from Ibn Ishaq's at the satanic verses.
Okay, good. Now, what was happening in that story? Tell me what happened.
So he was worried about the Abyssinians, the ones who went to Abyssinia, and he was actually talking about. He goes to the group. He goes to Mecca. Okay, he goes to the Kaaba, and he starts praying. Now he starts saying, and this is when the verses were revealed, and then this hadith, the satanic verses, according to Ibn Ishaq. Why don't you pull up Ibn Ishaq and we read it?
1 second. Which verses of the Quran was this revealed regarding?
That's the reason it's in this. No, scroll up. It's in the tafsir of this verse.
Which verses of the Quran? In the Quran, which verse of the Quran was revealed? Was this regarding? Which ones?
The satanic verses.
And this is why Brother Fawad was asking you the question about Surah An-Najm, because this was revealed regarding the verses of Surah An-Najm, which we can find in the Quran we have today. If you had ever looked into this story like you really claim you have, you would have known that.
No, this is not.
Yes,
click on that's your claim. Click on the archive.org and let's see.
You think the hadith was revealed in a vacuum?
No. Go to click on the Rasulullah, Sirat Rasulullah. Click on it, and then let's read how this comes word for word from Ibn Ishaq.
So just I never disputed it's in Ibn Ishaq. We agree it's in Ibn Ishaq.
No. What I'm saying is it comes word for word from the section.
Okay. Yeah.
So if it's word from word,
can I finish speaking? I wasn't done speaking when you interrupted me. Okay. Why so religious? Let me make it clear. We have books of tafsir, books of Sirah, like Sirah Rasulullah, Sirah ibn Hisham, Sirah ibn Ishaq, so on and so forth. All these books, right? What do the books of hadith do? They take all these narrations and they filter them out. Now you here are telling us, you know what? Somehow, not a single book of hadith out there. None. We have God knows how many hundreds of books of, probably thousands, books of hadith out there. Somehow not a single one of them managed to ever find this being authentic. Somehow they all, throughout the centuries, all the scholars of hadith conspired together to all make sure, yeah, you know, we got to be sure we hide this.
You're straw manning my argument. That's not my argument.
Excuse me, let me finish. So now
You're not making the argument.
Let me finish. You made it very clear before, and you agreed, or at least I think you did. You can remind me if I'm wrong. You agreed this is not found in any Sahih Hadith, in any book of Hadith. None.
That doesn't prove anything.
So let me get this straight.
No, it doesn't. Are you claiming that all the stories that are Sahih about Muhammad have been written down? Wait. I want to know this. Are you claiming that every possible true story about Muhammad, Sahih story, has been written down and graded? That there's nothing out.
That's an argument of silence.
No. What it is showing the fallaciousness of your argument. Firstly, you strawman my argument.
Let me just be clear here.
Why don't you do me?
Why so religious here really wants hadith to be authentic, or that this?
I don't care about it.
Well,
I don't care about it. No, I care about truth. I care about truth. So,
guys, come on, man. I can't get a single.
Man, how about you get 2 minutes? I'll take 2 minutes. Let's see how that goes.
I'm not giving you 2 minutes just to ramble. We can talk like adults, like normal people. I don't need 2 minutes to talk. We can talk like adults. All right. You're much older than me. We can talk like adults. All right. Let me just be clear for everyone. Of the many, God knows how many books of hadith out there, none of them, not a single one of them. I don't know how many. Saifullah, or Ibn Madagascar. How many books of hadith are there? Do you even know? I don't know. Right?
So many. I don't know. There more than.
So many. God knows how many books of
just
hadith.
Just a Sahih Sitta or so many alone.
Yeah,
and then
we have 6 books of hadith that are like the most well known, but we have God knows how many more out there which are valid as well. And somehow not a single one of them ever noticed that this hadith was authentic. They all conspired and wanted to be sure that this was all no, we can't narrate this. We can't narrate this. Luckily, thank God, why so religious here? Why so serious? Why so arrogant? Comes along 1400 years later and says all these hundreds or even thousands of books of hadith, they all messed up. They all got it wrong. Luckily, I've come along to save the day.
Okay, so how about this is the point that I was making. I can quote verbatim that hadith that I just gave you about all of them prostrating, the jinns and the pagans and the humans, and it's in the section. How about you mute up? It's in the section that talks about the satanic verses. Now, is the satanic verses at the same part of where you're alleging this hadith or is it just in the same surah? Or is it the same verses?
What do you mean same?
So is it,
Ramsey, you want me to deal with this argument? It's so simple.
So I want you to answer. So it's in the same surah, right? It's in the stars. The surah. The alleged satanic verses.
Those don't exist. I just told you those don't exist.
I said the alleged. That's the reason you're not listening. You won't focus on the argument. So the alleged time that Muhammad. So let me finish, dude. I thought you just talked about how I'm older than you and I should know when to be quiet.
You asked me a question, so I'm trying to answer. If you actually, well, here's the thing. Even in Ibn Ishaq, if you want to take Ibn Ishaq as reliable as that narration, if you actually read it yourself, you would know that even Ibn Ishaq himself says in the narration that that the angel Gabriel came and canceled them out. So actually,
yes, that's not the argument. That's not the. Why don't you focus on the dude? Why don't you focus? I know that you're trying to. I know you're trying to protect an argument that you have.
Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on. So in that case, if that story is reliable, that means that those verses wouldn't be in that text.
Yeah, they would. No, that's not true. That's not how it works. You understand that that's not the point of. That's not, dude. That's not.
You're telling us Muslims.
No, dude. That's not how. That's not how. Look, 201 of the Quran. Firstly, 106 of the Quran. Stop, dude.
If the angel.
This is a very popular method for you, I guess.
Excuse me. If the angel Gabriel come and cancels them out, what does that mean?
They're abrogated.
They're gone. They're
no. Actually, Surah 106 of the Quran addresses this, where there are verses. So stop, dude. There are verses that are abrogated, and then there's verses that Allah chooses to be forgotten. Abrogation did not necessitate to be forgotten, and either or. So your argument is null and void. So why don't you let me? Why don't you let me make my argument, and then you refute my argument? Why can't you do that? Why can't you do that?
excuse me. So why so religious? So I mentioned before how you're making the claim that this hadith is this. Oh.
See ya, my guy. So why don't you let me make my argument? Why don't you let me? So you said you don't need 2 minutes, and I don't need 2 minutes, but you can't control yourself to let me finish my argument.
Because one, you went to a different verse now, so now you're changing the subject. Number two,
no, that's not changing the subject. It's relevant to what you said. You made the claim that because
I'm going to mute you now because you can't shut your mouth. All right. Just to be clear here, you made the claim before this hadith has to be authentic, or not this hadith. This narration has to be authentic. It's authentic. It's authentic. You're insisting, like you're religious.
I never made that claim.
So it's not authentic.
I never made that claim.
So it's not authentic.
Dude,
authentic?
No, I'm asking you. I don't know. I don't know.
Hold on. You don't know. You don't know. Okay, well, how about this?
I think there's debate about it.
Beautiful.
No, there's no debate about it.
So you don't know. So let me ask you: of the hundreds of books of hadith, do any one of them consider? Is it debatable?
I don't think that matters.
Oh,
it does matter.
So
it does matter.
So am I going to get to make my argument yet?
This is what we call insincerity. All the books of hadith.
Oh my gosh, you just calls it insincerity.
Yes,
that's your only argument.
Yes. Excuse me.
You don't really have an argument because you won't even let me finish mine.
How about this? This is my only argument. My only very weak argument that you can easily refute. All of the hundreds of books of hadith somehow all consider it inauthentic, and you come along. I don't know why so religious. A guy living in living in Minneapolis, God knows where. I don't know where the hell you're from. Somewhere in the U.S. comes and says, you know what? All those 1,400 years of Muslim scholarship, all of them, all the books of hadith, they're all wrong. And you're telling me I don't have an argument? I have literally every book of hadith on my side. Like, get it through your head, bro. I have every book of hadith on my side. None of them consider this authentic, but you're the one insisting, no, it's authentic, it's authentic. Or sorry, you're saying it could be authentic, it could be authentic.
No, so firstly, you haven't addressed any argument that I've made, and you've misaddressed my point a couple of times where you've even tried to say that I said that it is Sahih or that it's authentic, and I never even made that claim by my own. So, hey, why can't you? Okay, dude. So,
Ramsey, it's okay. Let him make his argument.
Dude, you can't even let me make an argument.
Go ahead, make it.
You just said you don't know. That's not an argument.
No.
If you don't know, you don't know.
No, that's actually that is the point of the argument, right? Is that you're actually just going by what you're told and never looked into it. So listen. Okay, dude.
Didn't look into it. Okay.
So firstly,
oh my God, man. SubhanAllah. Your whole argument is I don't know, and you're saying I don't have an argument. If you don't know, you don't know. Well, guess what? All the books of hadith apparently know. You don't know. Okay, great. We have all the books of hadith that say they know, and you come along and say, I don't know.
So where can you label a book of hadith that labels this hadith what talks about satanic verses? Or do you have to go to tafsirs?
It's not.
Are you talking about tafsirs or are you talking about hadith? Like hadith books? So then you just you realize how irrelevant this guy is ridiculous. You can't control yourself.
Yes, I can name a book. If you shut your pie hole, I will tell it to you.
If it's not found,
you are not letting us talk. You jahil. Let us talk in
I'm not letting you talk.
Mawdu'at. Kitab al-Mawdu'at, it specifically says it is written in the 12th century by an author called Ibn al-Jawzi. You can see all of the unauthentic hadith in there, and in his preface towards the end, he even gives you the reason why it is unauthentic. Next question.
So, am I going to be able to present my argument yet?
Go ahead. You asked the question, we answered. Now go ahead.
So stop. Right. So when I read Ibn Ashaq right here, and we're talking about this.
It's not Ibn Ashaq, it's Ibn Ishaq.
Then you're
Learn
just
how
being,
to pronounce it.
You're just being
go
petty,
ahead.
dude. You're being petty.
I'm not being petty. You're making these arguments. You've been making them for 3 years, and you haven't learned how to pronounce a basic name, you jahil.
Dude,
go ahead.
You see,
go ahead,
these are not arguments, dude.
This is go ahead. They are non-arguments. That's what we call it.
Time out 1 second. Why so religious? Your whole point this whole time was I don't know.
Okay, y'all are not. You're just not good enough, dude. You're not good enough. You're not good enough to even listen to an argument.
Why so religious? I don't know is not an argument.
Dude,
part of that don't you understand?
What did I say about I don't know? I said I don't know.
You said you don't know if it's authentic. So what are you arguing then?
No,
you don't know.
So no. What I'm saying is I don't think that you even know. I think that you are going.
Okay,
I just told you, man.
Stop,
what
dude.
the heck are you talking
Dude,
about?
This
I
is
just
reason
named a
y'all.
book to you.
This is a really nice safe space for Muslims. You can't defeat any argument. You just
can't
talk
defeat
over
the
me.
argument.
It's
You
not an
can't.
argument. I don't
So
know. It's
listen.
not an argument.
Okay, Ramsey, just
listen. Why can't I?
give me 2 minutes with him. Let
Why
him
does
make
he
his
get
argument? Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
when I read Ibn Ashaq at the occurrence of the alleged
Ishaq.
dude,
Okay,
that's the reason you're
go
weak,
ahead.
dude. You're so weak. So listen.
Sure.
So listen, when I read this and it's at the alleged Quran satanic verses, right? So what we have here is two of the hadiths that I brought are taken exactly from this section where it's talking about the guy who takes the dirt and then about the pagans and everybody praying down, bending down and prostrating. Now, this is also narrated in Ibn Ashaq from Ibn Abbas. So you have the same person who is narrated from.
I'm so glad you said that.
It's
these
okay.
people.
Let him complete. Let him complete. Let him complete. It's okay. Let him complete. Let him complete. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Complete.
So while I'm reading this, right? It says right here. Believer and unbelievers prostrated except Walid B al-Majiri. So that's one of the people that was mentioned in one of the hadiths, right? Now, if we keep going down to the second one that is also mentioned here, what does he say, dude? He also uses the other hadith that was mentioned about the pagans specifically and the disbelievers and everybody prostrating at the same time. So what we have here is obviously these two hadiths. And that's the thing you're trying to say is about 5362 of the Quran. The second one about the finish reciting this one, all the Muslims and pagans and jinns and human beings prostrate along with him. But yet we find it in Ibn Ashaq with Ibn Abbas being the narrator, the exact same words about a different section of the Quran, talking about a different reason why they all did it.
No. Can I answer? Can I answer? And will you shut your mouth while I'm answering? Okay, thank you. First of all, what are the conditions? And you can unmute yourself because I want to know what are the conditions of an authentic hadith.
That's not what's up to debate here, dude.
No. Of course it is because we're talking about.
That's not what's up for debate.
Wait, 1 second.
Dude. We are talking about the authenticity of a hadith. If it is an unauthentic hadith, I will give you a list.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Why
don't you focus on my topic?
Why so religious? I'm coming to your topic.
Why so religious? The topic is you want to insist that somehow we don't know whether or not this is authentic or not.
No. Listen,
you are so ignorant and so weak in your points.
Why so religious?
That's the reason it takes 3 Muslims interrupting 1 atheist this whole time. Gotcha. That's how strong y'all are.
Even three people, it's still not enough for you to understand. Guys, listen carefully. Why so religious? Your claim was we don't know if it's authentic or not. Did you not say that? Did you not say that? It's exactly what you said.
I was saying that I do not think that it can be proven that is inauthentic. That was my real position.
I will do that, but if you actually, out of your
and
ignorance, if you stop being ignorant and you tell me,
all right, I'm not taking ad hominems, dog. I'm not taking this ad hominem, dude.
Get the heck out of here.
This is your perfect Dawah, my guy. This is the dude.
Get the heck out of here.
God, Fawad, 1 second.
This is Dawah over dunya right here, my guys.
Excuse me, guys. 1 second. Guys,
no arguments, just ad hoc.
You're not engaging with the argument. How can I make
stuff.
even an argument? You're not.
Guys, I didn't kick him. He left. Guys, I don't know is not an argument. You brainless. Oh my god. The whole time arguing don't know. And he says we don't have an argument.
This is my point was very simple.
Actually, I was trying to make this point.
Sorry.
We're talking about the authenticity of a hadith. So yes, the standard and how you determine something is authentic, that is the topic. What do you mean that's not the topic? That's not what we're debating. That's something you don't know. That's not something we're not debating. That is what we're debating. You just don't know, so you don't want to talk about it. We're talking about authenticity, how to know whether something is authentic or inauthentic. That's the whole, what the hell were we talking about that whole time? We were talking about
exactly. It's like
whether or not something is authentic or inauthentic. So we need to know how we determine something is authentic or inauthentic. And your whole argument was, well, I don't know. We don't know. Habibi, I don't know is not an argument. You keep saying we don't have an argument. You don't have an argument. Yeah, this is Dawah over dunya. We point out non-arguments. That's a classic example. I don't know is a non-argument. Thank you.
So just in case if this Jahil is hearing, let me just quickly, 10 seconds, let me make this one point, okay? The reason why I wanted to point out to him that give me the conditions of a Sahih Hadith, because if it is not Sahih, I'm not even going to consider your argument. Point number one. Now, coming to the verses and the Hadith that he quoted. First of all, nowhere in the Hadith does it say anything about the satanic verses. It just says that the people prostrated, okay? And he doesn't even probably know the story that when this particular story reached the other pagans and they started questioning the Quraysh, that why did you actually, it was like an embarrassment for the Quraysh, right? That for the other tribes, it seemed like they accepted the hold on, I hear an echo.
No, that's from Madagascar.
Oh, okay. So anyway, so they actually, it was alleged against them that they supposedly accepted Quran as, as the true revelation of God, right? So for them, they said basically, no, they were the ones that made the story that no, we actually heard Allah and Al-Uzza, we actually misunderstood. And this is why, and this is something that is clearly mentioned in several hadith and books. But if this Jahil actually had let me talk to him and showed him all of these ahadith, and then also the fact that Surah Kafirun was actually the chapter 109 of the Quran, it was revealed before this surah. And there it clearly says, that say, oh disbelievers, I do not worship what you worship, nor are you worshippers of what I worship, nor will I ever worship of what you worship, nor will you worship of what I worship. For you is your religion, for you is my religion. So they clearly knew, and then there was Surah Ikhlas, really clear.
I mean, guys, look, very simple. I think when I pointed out the idiocy of his position, he didn't want to deal with it. I said, okay, so let me get this straight. All the books, guys, this is what he's saying. He didn't want to own up to it because it sounds so idiotic. This is what he's saying. All the books of hadith somehow all missed out on this. And somehow, why so religious, why so arrogant, came along and he thinks they've all missed it, but he's got it. That is literally what he's saying. That is literally exactly what you're saying. You're saying, because guys, I put it out there. I think he agreed to it as well. There isn't a single authentic book of hadith that narrates the story. It doesn't exist. So that would mean that all of them either all missed out on it, or they all just conspired against each other, or whatever. Somehow they all collectively chose not to include it, all of them throughout the centuries. Somehow, luckily, thank God, why so arrogant here came along. That's not a red herring, why so religious. That's exactly what's happening here. I know it hurts to hear because it makes you sound so stupid, because it does. All right, it's a red herring. That's exactly what you're saying, whether you like it or not. Guys, if I come along and I say if we agree that it's not found in any book of authentic hadith, and yet it could still be authentic, well, what conclusion do we draw there? That means all of them, all the books of hadith are all wrong. All the scholars of hadith are all wrong. That's what you're saying. You're calling it a red herring because it hurts. It hurts how stupid that sounds. Right?
And the one attributed to Ibn Abbas is a daif isnad. The one he gave, the one he gave from Ibn Ishaq, he said it was narrated from Ibn Abbas. That is one of the weak asanid. And Al-Albani, whom that atheist used earlier, Al-Albani is the one who says that this is a weak isnad. And I think that Fawad's question, what are the conditions for a hadith to be sahih, was a great question. Because the guy is saying, because the atheist is saying that even though it was classified as weak, he doesn't accept that grading. So, okay, so you're arguing against the grading. So tell us on what conditions, why should it be sahih?
Exactly, because look, the basic question he couldn't answer. So why should I even take him seriously if he doesn't even know what a Sahih Hadith is?
Guys, we're talking about the whole topic was about whether or not this narration, this story, is authentic. And you think, oh, the topic of how we know something is authentic is not the topic. That goes to show you either don't like you either don't like. Hello, are you not hearing yourself? We're talking about whether a story is authentic. So we need to know the criteria of something that's authentic. How are you not understanding that? Can you even tie your own shoes?
Brother Ramzi, see, like if you guys, if any of these atheists and Christians, if they want to quote unauthentic hadith, I will give them the name of books. Go have a field day with those. But guess what? The moment you actually quote them over here or any Islamic circle that actually have even a little bit of knowledge, they will laugh at you. You'll be a laughing stock, because those are Muslims. They have always invented, just like how the Gospel of Thomas was invented by the earlier Christians. So many Gospels were invented in the earlier days. Similarly, you think Muslims didn't do that? Of course they did it. They did it for personal gains. They did it to justify their political gains, to justify chattel slavery, racism, all kinds of stuff.
We've had two non-Muslims on the stage. The first one, I don't know if he was Christian or Muslim. Sorry, not Muslim. Christian or atheist. The second guy, I think he's an atheist. Why so religious? From what I know, he's an atheist. People are saying he's a Christian. No, from what I know, guys, he's an atheist. Or maybe an agnostic. I don't know. In any case, they've both come up here. They've both basically, well, the first guy wouldn't admit it, but they're both like, how do I say this? Are like almost like begging the Muslims, like, please consider it authentic. Like, please, we know there's no book of authentic hadith that has the story, but please accept it. Like, please just consider it. Like, it's like they religiously want to hold on to it, right? It's almost like Christians holding on to the New Testament. Like, no matter what, how many odds are stacked against them, they want to keep it. No, but it could be. It's like, dude, hello. It's not found in any book of authentic hadith. No scholar of hadith in history, none of these books of hadith ever considered it authentic. You somehow come along and want to insist that it is. Or, sorry, you want to say that you don't know, but we don't know either. Well, apparently centuries and centuries of hadith books all knew that it wasn't authentic. But you want to come along and insist, no, they actually don't know. They're all just playing it low key. You know, it's well. You keep, he's like, oh, that's a red herring. That's a red herring. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's not a red herring. That's exactly what you're saying. Just it's just a little bit more blatant, right? Without the BS. All right. I don't know. Right. It's like, guys, like I said, if it looks like a duck and it's quacking, it's a duck. All right. If you say that all books of hadith have it, if no book of hadith, if you agree, no book of hadith has it, no book of authentic hadith has it, and it still could be correct, then that means you're saying that all of the hadith books are wrong and you're right. That's exactly what you're saying. Just no BS. That's exactly what you're saying. I don't know why a lot of these people, when they make arguments against Islam, when I put it, like, how do I say this? Without any fluff, when I just say it straight, they back up. Well, no, that's kind of a red herring. That's not really what, well, that's what you're saying, bro. I mean, whether you, as dumb and idiotic as it sounds, that's exactly what you're saying. Guys, it's very simple. It's not in any book. It's not in any book of authentic hadith. We don't accept it. That's it. You can beg us. You can get on your hands and knees and beg us to accept it. Sorry. Man. SubhanAllah. And by the way, guys, someone was saying my microphone was down. It was turned down. I hope you guys were able to hear me though. It seems like it. Maybe my voice was down a little bit, but you guys were able to hear me, right?
I have a headset, so I could hear you really well. So, yeah.
Were you able to hear me? Like, I'm sure I knew you were able to hear me, but was it?
I don't know if it was. I don't know if your volume was low or if Fawad was yelling too much.
sorry, it's the headset, man. I gotta take off the headset.
Nah, no worries. I get.
Sorry about that.
Just to be clear, guys, don't use all capital. I know you guys don't. Some of you are doing it without. Some of you guys aren't doing it with bad intention. But please, guys, don't use all capitals over and over in the comment section. It's not something we particularly like doing in the comment section. What do you call it? Yeah, if it's not in any book of the hundreds or thousands of books of authentic hadith, all of which went through these hadiths, they somehow none of them saw it were authentic.
But you want to come along and say, no, they're all wrong. Okay, man. All right. Well, again, we
They're
have all the
Give us the criteria.
balaghat.
Give
There's
us your
so many
criteria.
of them you can find.
Apparently hundreds of books of hadith science, experts in hadith science. None of them know what they're talking about. But why so religious here? Make way. Pull out the red carpet. All right. SubhanAllah.
Ramzi, Ramzi. In World War II, Adolf jumped on a black horse and then jumped back on it from it and then jumped on a red horse. Now prove that wrong. I say that is authentic. Prove that that is inauthentic. You cannot know that that is inauthentic.
Well, the thing is, we don't have any history book. We don't have a single history book that documents that happening. But it could have happened. I mean, sure, it's not found in any. No, guys, how about this? Adolf Hitler was Australian. Adolf Hitler was Australian. Yeah, we don't have a single book. We don't have a single history book that documents that. We have nothing. We have no history book that authentically documents that. Right? Nothing. But I mean, they could all be wrong. You guys don't have critical thinking. If you don't think that's a possibility, you guys lack critical thinking. Okay, man. All right.
The prostration part is so weak. It's like if a Christian person or an atheist goes with me to the mosque and they prostrate, does that prove Islam wrong? Like, what kind of stupid argument is that?
Why so religious? Akhi, Saifullah, Ibn Madagascar. You have a history book that claims that satanic verses happened. Question. Does this book give us a chain of transmission of the story?
He gives an isnad, but it's a weak isnad, the one that he gives.
Right. It gives us a weak isnad. So it gives us a weak. So we have guys. We know that this guys. Look, we know that the story didn't come out of a vacuum. We know that somebody was talking about the story. We know that the story was going around. I'll tell you what. How about this? We have history books. We have books that tell us about George Washington chopping down the cherry tree. Just because we have books of a story, that doesn't make the story true. That's not critical thinking. That's lacking critical thinking. We have a book that talks about it, so it could be true.
Ramzi, do you know why I wanted to ask him the conditions for a Sahih Hadith? Because you see, one of the very first criteria that all Muslims know, what is the first criteria for a Sahih? It cannot go against a verse of the Quran. Before the so-called satanic verses were revealed, before that, 112th chapter of the Quran, Surah Ikhlas, every single child even knows this. What does it say? Allah does not beget, nor is he begotten. And in the alleged Allat and Al-Uzza and Manat, they are called the daughters of God. So
by the way, there's a long list of people backstage, guys. So I can't tell.
Go ahead.
No. Keep going. I'm just saying. I can't tell how many of these people are Muslim and non-Muslim. Esther, I can see you. Calm down. There's like 4 people ahead of you. Calm down. Just be patient. All right.
Oh God.
SubhanAllah.
This guy.
I don't know why you people think so high of yourselves. It's just weird. Rais, I know you're Muslim, Akhi. If you don't mind, Akhi, just if you don't mind giving it some time. Elian Productions. I can't tell if you're Muslim or non-Muslim. Could you turn your camera on? Yeah. Right. Oh, Ram is your Muslim. Yeah. We're gonna get the non-Muslim. Yeah. You can wait, Rais. If the backstage gets full, I might ask you to leave. But right now it's not full, so you can sit tight if you want. Elian, could you turn your camera? Yeah. Could you turn your camera on for just a second? All right, that's cool. You can go ahead and that's cool. You can turn it off if you'd like. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Yeah. So I was reading the comments. So what do you call it? So let's just sum up really quickly, guys. The story of satanic verses, it's not found in any authentic book of hadith. I'll be honest, I misunderstood why so religious. I thought he was coming up to make an argument that this hadith is authentic. Turns out it was a complete non-argument. He doesn't know. Okay, I assumed he was making an argument. My bad, I was wrong. I assumed the best. Turns out he doesn't actually know if it's authentic, but he wants to argue that it could be authentic because it's written in a book and it's found in a book somewhere. It's found in a book somewhere. Therefore, because it's found in a book somewhere, that makes it that means it could potentially be reliable. So much for critical thinking. Okay, well, how's this for critical thinking? Hundreds and thousands and perhaps thousands of hadith books, somehow, all of them lacked critical thinking. All of them somehow, there's a couple options. Either hundreds of years of hadith scholars somehow all lacked critical thinking, and somehow
either they lacked critical thinking, or somehow they all didn't understand hadith sciences very well. And somehow, coincidentally, none of them ever found this hadith to be authentic. Somehow. And yet, we have why so arrogant here, who thinks, nope, he's got it, could be reliable. So much for critical thinking. Okay, well, all right. 1,400 years of scholarship, all wrong. But me, well, but you know what? It's found in a book. It's found in Ibn Ishaq, so it could be reliable. It should be. Sure, 1,400 years of scholars found it wrong. But it's in Ibn Ishaq, so it could be right, yeah. Okay, very, very critical-minded. Jazakallah khair, Allah Mexdi. How about this? Why so religious? When you actually know whether it's authentic or not, how about this? When you can actually make a positive claim, then come on. When you actually have an argument, and spoiler alert, I don't know does not equal an argument. All right. And by the way, this applies to everyone. All right. I don't know doesn't equal an argument. Elian, I'm gonna go ahead and bring you on right now. Elian, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Okay, guys, first thing first, I don't know anything about Islam. So if I happen to say something about Islam, please correct me if it's wrong.
Sure.
What I'm gonna do is, can I preach to you the word of God?
This platform is for. Do you have anything to say about the topic we've discussed? Any of the topics we've discussed?
No, I'm not gonna talk about Islam. I don't know about anything about Islam.
Okay, well, that's the topic of discussion today. So if you want to discuss anything we've discussed today, then feel free to come back. If you don't, then thank you, but no thank you. Ramez, I think you said you're a Muslim. Curiosity, I see you backstage. Could you turn your camera on? Are you Muslim or non-Muslim, firstly? Curiosity, could you turn your camera on? Okay, cool. You can turn off if you'd like. Curiosity, are you a Muslim, non-Muslim?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good.
Are you Muslim or non-Muslim?
I am not a Muslim. No.
Okay.
Cool. Okay,
cool.
So I'm a deist.
Okay, cool. Do you have any points you'd like to make on any of the arguments we refuted today?
No, unfortunately not. This was just a question that I've had in my mind for the last while about Islam.
Guys, do you think you should address it, or what do you think?
Well, it's about Islam, and the stream is about refuting arguments against Islam. So let's listen to them.
Yeah, all right, fine. Go ahead.
All right, so I mentioned this in chat earlier, and so I've been considering converting to Islam for the last while now, and so there's that famous challenge. There's that famous challenge in the Quran to make the surah like it. And I have a friend who speaks Arabic and left Islam, and he insists that a man named Baha'u'llah made a surah like it. He made writings like the Quran.
Who?
Baha'u'llah, Hussein Ali, founder of the Baha'i faith.
Oh, really? I thought the name sounded familiar. Okay, but subhanAllah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he demonstrate it? Did he demonstrate it, or did he just say that?
So he said it, and then he added, so he claimed that there's that part to bring the witnesses sorry, that's weird phrasing, to bring the witnesses who say, let me just check that. Yeah, so whenever I listen to it, although I don't speak Arabic, I have that same Quranic feeling, and it just, when I listen to Quran, I get this strange, this feeling, and it sounds so eloquent, even if I don't really know what it says.
So
and I get that
clear,
same feeling.
The Quran doesn't make the challenge that makes something that kind of sounds like me, that kind of gives you the same vibe as me. The Quran makes the challenge actually to make something actually like it. So, for example, right now, if I recited, I'll tell you right now, if I recited to you Arabic, the Quran, but I made mistakes, but I'm still reciting eloquently, you probably wouldn't notice. I mean, if you don't understand Arabic, or if you don't know the Quran, right? If I was to recite the Quran right now and start making mistakes, this, that, the other, but I'm still beautifying my voice, you probably wouldn't be able to tell, right? Right? Yeah.
That is likely correct.
Yeah, right. So the eloquent, or not eloquence, but the how do I say this? Beautifying of the voice. Oh, it's sounding nice. That on its own is not the test. It's not like you have to actually look at the content itself. It's a challenge of the content, not just as long as it has as long as it rhymes in Arabic, and as long as it has a flow, as long as it has a rhythm. That's not the challenge. That's not the challenge. Ibn Madagascar, do you want to comment on that?
Yes. So I googled Baha'u'llah.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you. I think your voice is very low.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Yeah. So I googled Baha'u'llah, this guy, the guy whom Curiosity is talking about, and I googled one of what he called surah that Baha'u'llah supposedly wrote down. And I'll be honest, I only read the first line, and it's already the opposite of eloquence. So it's called Al-Muluk. The chapter is called Al-Muluk, and this is what it says. And the people who can speak Arabic in the chat are going to laugh at this. هذا كتاب من هذا العبد الذي سمي بالحسين في ملكوت الأسماء إلى ملوك الأرض كلهم أجمعين. These are the first two lines. Like, there are two things here. First of all, or really it's one thing, there's like 10 words, there's like 5 words that were used that didn't have to be used. هذا كتاب من هذا العبد. The second هذا did not have to be used. الذي سمي بالحسين, you could have said من عبد سمي بالحسين. الذي did not have to be used. في ملكوت الأسماء, I don't know what that even means. That I don't know if that even has a meaning. إلى ملوك, I think he meant to say في ملكوت السماء. So the fact that he has a grammatical error in this as well, that is a second error. إلى ملوك الأرض كلهم أجمعين. Why كلهم أجمعين? They both mean the same thing. Use one of them. These are, so already in the first 2 lines, we have like 2 or 3 errors. لعل ينظرون إليه, this is not Arabic. لعل ينظرون إليه, this is grammatically false. I think he meant to say لعلهم ينظرون إليه. So again, this is a 4th error and only the 3rd line. بنظرة الشفقة ويطلعون بما فيه من أسرار القضاء ويكونن من العارفين. In this sentence, using ويكونن is wrong grammatically. He should have used ويكونوا من العارفين. This is like what, 5 errors? We're only in the 4th line. ولعل ينقطعون, again لعلهم, not لعل. لعلهم ينقطعون عما عندهم ويتوجهون إلى مواطن القدس ويقربون إلى الله العزيز الجميل. This is the first 5 lines and a half, and we already have, and the first verse, the first verse, 5 lines and a half, and you already have 5 or 6 errors. This is not like the Quran Curiosity. This is the opposite of eloquence.
Also, brother, do you know exactly what the Quranic challenge is? Like, what does it mean when it says that come up with a surah like it or 10 verses like it? What do you think it entails?
So the interpretation I have been told by one person I talked to that was a Muslim, and he said that it meant to make a surah, a fake surah, that if like you placed with the rest of the Quran surahs, would not be out of place. That was what he told me.
That's actually not true. So first of all, like, Quran, it did not contort to any of the forms of speech at the time. Okay, and each chapter uses a different word that was never heard of before, yet people were able to recognize it, right? I can go, like, there's a huge list, but in general, it's not as easy as they make it seem, okay? And it has to be done like right away. You got to remember that Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, when he was asked these different questions, like the certain verses or the surahs were revealed on the spot. He didn't have time to even think about them. Right, and this is an Arab Bedouin that never went to school. He did not know how to read or write. Okay, and as I said, it like there are 5 different types of speeches in Arabic in general, right? And Quran does not contort to any. You cannot categorize it in any of those types of speeches. It's got its own type of speech, right? And each chapter is very unique. It's completely distinct from another one. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do thank you, gentlemen. It appears that many Baha'is have been misrepresenting the eloquence of their founder.
Yeah, well, what do you expect? Do you have any other
Also, you got to
questions?
remember.
Go
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that. Just remember that, each chapter has a new word. So imagine me telling you in English that come up with a new word or a new grammatical construct, okay, and say a couple of verses or come up with something like Shakespeare, right? But make sure that the word that there's at least one word in there that has never been used before, yet people are able to recognize it. Do you realize what I'm saying? Because of the root word, people were able to recognize it. But the way it was used, it was never used like that in the entire history of the Arabic literature.
But they still understood it perfectly.
Yes, exactly.
I do suppose. I guess I do understand that. That is a very impressive.
Do you have any?
task.
Do you have any questions about it? More questions about Islam, curiosity, or do you want to? You said you're considering accepting Islam. Do you mind if I ask? Is there anything in particular stopping you?
So I suppose it's just in general. I've always had a very hard time just accepting the concept of hell. That is just something that's always been very difficult for me.
So the concept of hell, what about it? You think it's like, what about it exactly?
So it's just, I've always just, the concept of hell as in the eternal punishment for the finite life someone lived in sin. That is how Christians at least understand it, and I've always never been able to agree with it.
Okay. So, brothers, do you want to go at this, or do you want me to do it?
Sure. So what I would say to you, curiosity, first of all, do you know that there's a verse in the Quran that actually addresses, this is several verses, right? So one of the verses the Quran says is that all the creatures, and even like things that are non-living, everything was laid in front of Allah, okay, including stars, moons, whatever you see in the universe, everything that you see, all the creation was in front of God. And he asked us to go through this challenge. Okay, so you and I, we don't have the memory of this. We all of us, we actually accepted to go through this test. Okay, so imagine you actually applying for a particular test or something to be admitted into a university, right? Like Harvard University or something. And we know that you have to have perfect grades and perfect SAT score, right? So if you apply for it and you fail, you can't say that like you are the one that volunteered to apply for it, right? So first of all, you and I, we don't have the memory of it right now, and this memory will be given back to us on the day of judgment, right? That we actually decided to go through this test. That's point number one. Second point is anybody that is actually burned for eternity in hell. First of all, like the game is totally rigged in our favor, right? So, do you know the concept of like how sin and the recompense or the reward works in Islam?
I remember reading about that, but it's completely blanking my mind at the moment.
Okay, so for instance, if you intend to do something good, even that is even if you don't end up doing it, but you intend to do something good, like let's say if you actually think that I'm going to give charity to a poor person, right? And you don't end up doing it, even that is counted as a good deed for you, right? And if you end up doing it, it counts as tenfolds, okay? Versus, let's say if you intend to do something bad, right? Let's say if you intend to steal something and you don't end up actually stealing, that is not considered as a bad deed. On top of that, you actually gain a reward for it, right? So the game is totally rigged in your favor. And any bad deed that you end up doing, it is only counted as one deed. So it's 1 versus 10, okay? Now, in spite of that, if you still actually are so arrogant that the true, I'm not saying you as in you, but in general, right? So it, like Allah says repeatedly in the Quran, that it is, He punishes for eternity, those people that are so arrogant that a clear message comes to you and they still deny it, right? So the example that Allah gives repeatedly is of the Pharaoh, right? So even right before him dying, it was at the very last moment that he decided that he wanted to accept Islam, but Allah did not accept his prayers anymore. Why? Because we as Muslims, we believe that Allah has the knowledge of past, present, future, and all the possibilities, right? So for instance, if you're a type of person that Allah knows that, because like on the day of judgment, we know that every person that will be thrown into hellfire, they will complain and they will say, give me another chance, give me another chance. But why will God not give them another chance? Because Allah knows the possibility that if this person was put back into this world and he were to go through this test again, he would fail again and again and again and again. Hence the eternal damnation or eternal punishment, right? So it is because of the arrogance of that person. And that's why Allah, all the time, he says, turn back to me, and ask for forgiveness. Repeatedly, he says, turn back to me, right? So until the day we're alive, we can still turn back to him. And if we're sincere, he will forgive us, right? But if we die in the state of arrogance, when a true message of God comes to us and we still don't accept it, like, to be honest with you, that person actually deserves to be punished for eternity.
Okay, so you mentioned the
and by the way, just to be clear, just one last thing, by the way, curiosity, by the way, so you realize, so for example, put it this way, if you don't like something, now it's one thing to say if you don't like something, that doesn't make it false true, but on top of that, let's say there is a creator and you don't like something he does, or you don't like something he did, or you don't like something he's created, like hellfire. Intellectually, would that necessarily disprove the existence of God?
It would not, no.
Right. So now, don't get me wrong. It's a fair. It's a good question. It's a decent question. It's nothing wrong with it. But I'm glad you said that. I appreciate that. We may not, even for the sake of argument, let's say we have no idea why God created hell. We have no idea why God does anything. That obviously doesn't disprove God's existence. It's like, if you don't like, or you're not aware of the reasoning why someone did something, that doesn't disprove that person's existence. All that means is you don't know. That's just a point of ignorance on our end, right? Like, would you agree with that? Sorry, can you hear
Curiosity?
me? Yeah, curiosity. Can you hear
me? Yeah, things you cut out for a second.
Oh no, what I said. I don't know if you heard me. What I said was that we would agree that even if, let's say, we had no idea why God created hellfire, that on its own would not disprove God's existence, and so that shouldn't prevent us from seeking truth. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Right. Good. You wanted to comment on something Fuad said? Go ahead.
So, for what he mentioned, the story of how before we were born, we were asked by Allah if we wanted to take the test of life. And so, what would have happened if someone had actually said no to that? They had not wanted to.
Yeah. So we believe that everything that is not born with a conscience, like us humans, right, or the jinn, they were the ones that didn't want to go through the test, so they're not given the test. Like, for instance, the animals, or everything else that you see in creation, stars, moons, mountains, whatever, everything that you see around you, they decided not to go through the test.
And also, how is the stars and moons tested if they are not alive?
Because you see, life, like you and I were giving it this definition right now because of the state we're in, right? Because we believe that everything that is created, they are worshiping God, right? They're in obedience to God. So something that even doesn't have conscience, they're still, or they're conscious beings, they're still in obedience to God. Allah actually clearly says that in the Quran.
So they do indeed submit to God, even if they do not appear
Yes.
to submit to God to human understanding.
Correct.
I suppose that's unfalsifiable, but possible, I guess.
Yeah, it's a metaphysical claim. It's you can't physically tangibly prove the metaphysical. Like you can't prove or disprove the existence of angels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Or even the jinn, right? or spirit or any of these things. You can't, like even God himself, like you can't empirically prove it to be part of the creation. He's outside of the creation. Hence, it's a metaphysical claim, right? So all of these things, it has to do with faith, yes. Because you see, if I'm going to believe things only because it doesn't, only because it makes sense to me, that's like you worshiping basically your intellect. Does that make sense? Because one thing could make sense to me and it wouldn't make sense to you, hence you're not going to reject. And the word Muslim actually means total submission, right? Then you're not totally submitting. Does that make sense?
Could you repeat that last part you cut out near the very end?
Okay. I said the word Muslim actually means total submission to one God, right? So how would you be totally submitting if you are actually picking and choosing? You're saying, oh, I'm going to pick this, but I'm not going to pick the other one because my intellect, it doesn't go right with my intellect. This doesn't make sense to me. For instance, any of the points that we sometimes come up with, right? So as a Muslim, we just submit all the way, even if it doesn't make sense to us, because we believe that Allah, he's the all-wise, he's the all-just. Just because of his attributes, if we leave it up to him to do justice, we just do everything that he says. Because we believe he's all good, right? He's omniscient and he's omnipotent, right? So I actually submit myself all the way to him. Right? Now, that doesn't mean that I cannot make sense out of like why it is justifiable to believe in a creator, right? That's the first step. But, after I'm done with all of that, because these questions never stop coming, curiosity, you see?
Yeah.
Like tomorrow, there will be another question. The day after tomorrow, there'll be another question. The day after, there'll be another question. It just keeps going. That's how the human mind works, right?
It is indeed.
Do you mind if I ask curiosity? So I'm curious, curiosity. I like that. So do you believe there's only one God worthy of worship?
I will say that a monotheism seems far more plausible than monotheism seems more plausible than polytheism.
Right. And do you believe that Muhammad, peace be upon him, do you actually believe he's a true messenger of God, or you're not sure, or what are your thoughts on Muhammad, peace be upon him?
I am not certain about what I think about the Prophet.
Okay. Ikhwan, how you guys want to go about this? Do you want to, well, because the thing is, because it's not exactly the topic though, but I guess it is important. Do you want to go into the reasons, some simple reasons, a simple thought process of one of many you could take, but one simple thought process is to establish that Muhammad, peace be upon him, had to have been a prophet of God, a messenger of God?
Sure, we could do that, I guess.
Okay. So there's only a handful of options with the Prophet Muhammad, because Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a man in the 7th century who claimed prophethood. We can all agree on that, right?
Yes, he did exist. He did claim prophethood. That is all true.
Beautiful. So now there's only a handful of options to deal with that. Either A, he was lying. He was lying. He's purposely misleading people. That's option A. Option B, he was deceived, like by some entity, some other existence or entity, maybe a devil, maybe a demon, a spirit, whatever. 3, he's deluded, right? He's seeing things. He's going crazy. And option 4, he's telling the truth. Can you think of any other option? Really, is like those are all. That's kind of sum it all up. You think?
In general, those would be all the options that are available.
Anything you could think of would fall under one of those categories. So now let's go through some of them. Right. Let's start with deceived. The only people who make this claim, in my opinion, from my experience, are naive Christians. Right. they'll say the Prophet Muhammad was deceived by Satan, right? Okay, but if you look at it, does it make sense to say 7th century Arabia was a polygamous society? Does Satan want people to worship God, one God?
I think you mean polytheist.
Isn't that what I said? What did I say?
You said polygamous.
He's a polygamist.
Well, it was polygamous.
Well, they were polygamous too, yeah.
well, it was polygamous, but we don't have an issue with that. But what do you call it? Well, we do because it was more. Anyway, I said yeah, it was a what's the word? Pagan society.
Polytheist.
Yeah, pagans, a polytheistic pagan society. So 7th century Arabia was a pagan polytheistic society with hundreds of gods, right? Does it make sense for Satan or some evil spirit to come along and say, stop worshiping these hundreds of false gods, just worship one? Does that make sense?
You cut out near the end, but from what I understand, no, it wouldn't really make much sense for Satan to preach monotheism.
Right. It doesn't. Why would Satan or some evil demonic entity come along and say, you know what, I'm not really a fan of all this polytheism, of all these hundreds of false gods. Let's just worship one God. One God's good. Doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, I think, are you aware of, do you know how 7th century Arabia was before the Prophet Muhammad?
From the little I have ever heard, it does not seem to be a pleasant place to be.
Right.
It was
I'll tell you what, how about this?
polytheist and
Arabia
idolism.
was a better place after Islam than it was before Islam. We could probably agree, right?
Way better, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Right. I mean, maybe the Christian missionaries would prefer the pagan society previous. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But believe it or not, we've had a conversation. Some people actually have said that. In any case, we can all agree that 7th century, that Islam was a good thing for 7th century Arabia. It definitely was. Arabia was a better place after Islam came along than before. Definitely. Now, in terms of monotheism and everything. So deceived by a demonic spirit doesn't really make any sense. So we can kind of throw that out. Next thing is he was crazy.
Liar.
No, we'll get there.
Yeah.
But first, he was crazy. He was, seeing things, right? Was the Prophet Muhammad for 40 years of his life known to be schizophrenic, known to be seeing things, known to, have visions, this, that, the other, and was he known to be a madman for 40 years of his life? No, absolutely not. He was known, this was never known associated with him. He was never known to be, to be deluded, to be seeing visions, to see things, to be a daydreamer. He was not known to be any of these things. Would you agree?
I have never seen evidence that people associated that with him until after his.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. Because there's not. He was never known. There was no indication. He was never known to be someone who was seeing things, who was deluded, who would. In Madagascar, you want to say something?
Yeah, he only started being called crazy after he claimed to be a prophet, but before that, no one ever called him crazy.
Right. That's why I said for the 40 years of his life, right? For the first 40 years of his life, he was only called crazy as soon as he started claiming prophethood, right? He was only called because Jesus was called the same thing, right? In the New Testament, previous prophets were called crazy, deluded, right? It's a common accusation against prophets. Yeah. But for 40 years of his life, he was not known to be any of these things.
And remember, they were what was the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, asking them to do? Just to not worship the idols and worship one God. This was the reason why they called him crazy, right? Because they kept telling him, because the 7th century Arabia, we had chattel slavery, the orphans had no rights, prostitution, gambling, all of these. So he was actually stopping them from doing all of these things, right? And this is part of their culture, right? So whatever you actually, somebody from within your tribe or your city or your community tells you to stop doing something cultural that has commonly been done for decades and decades or probably centuries. So obviously there will be rebellion against that person, right? So think of it like that.
Right. So can we both agree that the whole schizophrenic or seeing things or kind of deluded doesn't really make any sense?
It does not.
Right. So now we've gone through deceived, we've gone through deluded. We've gone through what's the last option before?
Liar.
Exactly, liar. He was lying. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, for 40 years of his life, was he known to be a liar? No. Quite the opposite. He was known as as-sadiq al-amin, the honest and upright, right? He was the one, we have banks today. That's if you want to store your money, your wealth, you don't just leave it lying in your garage, right? You leave it in a bank, you leave it somewhere safe. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when people would travel, they would leave their wealth and their possessions and their provisions with him because they knew how honest he was, because he would return every last, they didn't have pennies, but every last, basically, every last penny, every last everything to them. Even when the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he asked them, "O people of Mecca, if I was to tell you there was an army coming from the other side of the mountain, coming to invade, would you believe me?" They said, "We will get our defenses ready, because we will believe anything from you, Muhammad. You've always spoken the truth," right? What do you call it? So one, he was not known to be a liar for his whole life. He was always known as a sadiq al-amin, the honest and upright. And on top of that, when people lie, usually people have a motive for lying, right? Usually.
Yes, that is how that works.
So now, I want you to be honest with me here. Be honest with me. I won't be offended. I want honesty here. What are some, how do I say this, motives one could lie? What are some of them? Just generally speaking, anyone.
For power, money, fame, things like that. Those are motives.
Right. Money, power, fame, women, provisions, success, whatever. You name it. Now, money. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, number one, he was not living a very poor life before Islam. He wasn't someone desperate for money. And then on top of that, when he was preaching his message in Mecca, do you know what he was offered?
From various Dawah channels, I was told that he was offered money and women if he would stop preaching Islam.
We will give you a mountain of gold. We'll give you any woman you ask. We'll give you keys to the Kaaba. Keys to the Kaaba, bro. That's like getting the keys to the White House or keys to the British Parliament, right? Like, that's a big deal. And he told them, if you were to put the sun in my right hand and the moon in my left, I will not renounce my message, which is from God. And then this is when he was in Mecca. And then when he went to Medina, let's backtrack a second, just for a second. When he was in Mecca for what? A year? 2 years? No. For 12 years, he was in Mecca. And what were those years like for him? Do you know what they were like for him?
So, from the limited understanding I have of his life, he and his community was very persecuted by the polytheists. And then he migrated to Medina. He migrated to Medina.
Absolutely. During those 12 years, just to backtrack a little bit, during those 12 years, his companions were beaten, tortured, executed, boycotted. His wife died because of the boycott. His pregnant daughter was attacked and she lost her child, right? She was stabbed and she later died a few months later, right? Sumayya, Yasir, and their son Ammar, they were all tortured. And Ammar, the son, he watched his mother and father both executed in front of his eyes. Bilal ibn Rabah, he was dragged by his neck until his skin would peel. You know why? Because he kept on saying, Ahadun Ahad, Ahadun Ahad, which basically means one God, one God, one God. The Quraysh themselves, they almost killed him many, many times. They almost killed him many, many times. They almost came so close to killing him and to basically, they came close to killing him many times, right? They would dump the internal organs of camels on his back while he would pray, right? They would do so many terrible things to him. They would, he was kicked around, beaten, tortured, spat on. All these terrible things happened, right? For 12 years, he was not benefiting at all from this message. This message was causing him a nightmare, him and his very small community of followers. And then eventually, and even to the point where when he left Mecca, he was forced to leave Mecca, to be clear, even then they followed him into the desert and tried to kill him and came close, right? Multiple of them, actually. And then eventually he reaches Medina, and this is where he's given power. He's given power. He has access to everything. He has access to the power, to the wealth, and everything. And how did he live? Do you know how he lived in those years? Like basically, how did he basically, like, how do you know how he lived in those years? Like, what was his life like? Was he living it up? What was it like? Do you know?
I am not aware. No.
Okay. So basically, he used to sleep on a straw mat that would leave marks on his side. He would go months at a time eating nothing but dates and water. His wives would literally complain to him about how little they had, about how, little provision they had, right? He didn't have access to, he had access. He had access. He had access to everything. Even Umar ibn Khattab, one of his companions, he came to the Prophet's house and he saw, like, basically no furniture, no food, no nothing in his house. And he said, Ya Rasulullah, O Messenger of God, the kings of Persia and Rome are living the most luxurious lives. You are the messenger of God, the best of creation. Look how you're living. Look at this. And the Prophet said, Ya Umar, do you think I prefer this world over the next? Do you think I prefer this world over the next? And he, corrected him for that. And basically, so the Prophet Muhammad, not for years and years and years, was tortured and persecuted. His family was killed. His friends were killed. All these things, bad things were happening to him. And then when he got the power, even then, he refrained from the wealth. He refrained from provision. He refrained from luxury. When he died, he had almost nothing to his name. Does this sound like someone who was motivated by money or power or anything of those sorts?
No, it doesn't.
Not at all. Not at all. Absolutely not. So then what's the only logical option? If he's not deceived, he's not, he's not deluded, he's not lying, what's the only option left? Logically.
That he was truthful.
That he was truthful. And of course, this is just one of many thought processes we can go through, right? We can go through prophecies, the prophecies he made of the future. We can go through the Quran, we've actually touched upon it a little bit, the miraculous nature of the Quran. We can talk about, all sorts of things, this, that, the other. We can talk about how he was the most influential person of all history. We can talk about all sorts of things. We can go through what non-Muslims have said about him. But ultimately, I think that thought process is one of many ways to logically come to the conclusion that he has to be a prophet of God. There's no other logical option.
So the one objection I would raise to this idea is that when we look to many religious leaders, say if we look to, say, Guru Nanak, for instance, they don't seem like Guru Nanak, he was the founder of Sikhism.
Okay, go on.
It doesn't seem like deranged, doesn't seem deceived, it doesn't seem like a liar. But in Islam, Guru Nanak could not have been a prophet of God because Muhammad was the final prophet.
Well, Guru Nanak actually praised the Prophet Muhammad, from what I know. But that's not the point. The problem is, that's why I mentioned before, you have to look at that's not the only thought process you have to go through. You have to look at, okay, could he have been, was Guru Nanak known to be, I'd have to go through his life. I'll be honest, I haven't done that. I'd have to go through all these things. Was he known to be a prophet? Was he known to be honest? Was he known his entire life as honest and truthful? Has he ever known to tell a lie once in his life? Has he ever, was he known to ever be deranged or be deluded, this, that, the other? Did he have any motivation? I don't know. I'd have to look at his life. And on top of that, did he show signs of his prophet? Did he make prophecies of the future? Did he come with a message, a book that wowed even the greatest poets of his time? Did he, this, that, did he create an empire that ultimately crushed the two biggest empires on the face of the earth at the time? Did he do all these things? Like, we would have to go through all of his life. I'll be honest, I haven't done that. I can't claim to be an expert on his life. But it's not just a matter of, okay, he's not crazy. Yeah, I agree. Not every person who claims to be, not every false prophet is going to be a crazy person. There's a number of explanations it could be. That's just one of them. But would you agree that it logically makes sense at this point to accept the Prophet Muhammad as a true messenger? Fella, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say, curiosity, brother. If you actually study Sikhism, it has combined elements from Hinduism and from Islam. Okay, so Guru Nanak himself, he never really came up with any per se new teachings. right? It's like any Sikh would tell you this. And also Sikhs, they will tell you that they're like whatever religion you're in, you can stay in that religion. In other words, even polytheism is fine. There are different ways to reach to that one creator, right? That is something that we as Muslims, we don't agree with. We believe in one objective truth, and as Sikhs, they don't believe in that. So for instance, like, you know, when we think about it, there's like an objective criteria for whether or not a revelation could be true, right? First, the scripture itself needs to claim it's from God, right? It has to be free from errors and contradictions, right? And I don't think their scriptures pass all of these criterion, right? Another thing, it has to be preserved from the source. It has to have a universal message. Sikhism, as we see, it never even left the Punjab province of India. You know, I'm originally from Pakistan. I know that there are some Sikh people over there as well, but they are Sikhs from back then, you know, from the since the time of their ancestors. Plus, the revelation should have a falsification test in there, which is what you asked earlier, right? That I think it was you, right, that actually said that guy actually came up with the you know, a chapter like Quran or a small surah like Quran, right? The scriptures of the Sikhs, they're said to be written by you know, just regular people. You know, they don't claim that divine inspiration per se. Does that make sense? Like the message itself, I don't find it to be, you know, passing all of this criterion that I gave you.
I suppose that is a fair criterion that Sikhism does indeed not pass. So.
And that's why, like, it never left the Indian subcontinent, you know.
Well, so thank you for this conversation. It was very helpful. I must go now, but
okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome back anytime, curiosity. And if you have any other questions about Islam, if you're ever interested in accepting some, even if you're not interested, just if you're ever interested in asking more, doing more research, feel free to email me, and I'll help. I'll get you any sources you need, any information you need, if you like.
Okay. Thank you, guys. God bless. I must go now.
No problem.
Take care, brother. But before you leave, real quick, just remember one thing. Keep in mind that if Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam is telling the truth, and if he really is a prophet, you have to follow him. You know that, right? So Ramzi gave you a thought process that you can use to show and to deduce that he could not have been a liar or a crazy man or a deceived person, that he has to have been a prophet. So if he has to have been a prophet, we have to follow him. We can't say no to that. We have to follow him. So it's not just a thing of, oh yeah, this is interesting. He was a prophet. That's interesting. No, we now have to follow him. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree.
Feel free. Like I said, Chris, you're always welcome back anytime you'd like to have questions. You said you have to, so I'm not going to hold you.
Okay. Thanks, gentlemen. Goodbye.
Take care.
Take care.
By the way, I see Ali the Stoic backstage. Ali, could you turn your camera on for just a second? Perfect. That's cool. All right, I'm going to turn it off. By the way, guys, I don't want to get too many Muslims on the stage, so I see some Muslims backstage who might want to get on. I understand you guys want to get on, brothers, but like I really don't want to have too many Muslims on the stage. It gets really overwhelming. May Allah bless you guys. All right, Adi, you showed up just in time. I'm gonna let you. I'll be honest, guys, because I'm really scared. I'm really terrified. I actually have to pray my asr. I'm gonna let you guys deal with Esther for the first 5 minutes or a few minutes. Esther, could you turn your camera on really quickly if you don't mind, just for a couple minutes, or for a couple seconds? Sorry. Okay, I can't. Okay, that's cool. All right, I see you. All right, that's cool. You can turn it off now if you'd like. All right. I'm really scared, so I just need 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go gather my thoughts, gather my bravery. All right, and by that I mean
do whatever you got to do, Ramzi.
I need to pray my Asr Salah. I'll be right back. So you guys take it away just for 5 minutes.
I hope this is not going to be needlessly hostile. I really don't have the energy for that. I'd rather have a normal conversation.
Yeah, sure. But on that point, the other atheist guy that was on here, why so religious or something to that effect, that was his name. He triggered you guys something severe. To be honest, the way you guys were acting is pretty embarrassing. I wouldn't do that in future.
Didn't I already say I don't want a needlessly hostile conversation?
Yeah, well, bring him. I don't want to repeat that here. So I'm just reminding you that that's how it looked to other audiences. All right, let's jump into it.
You're welcome. Look. I'm not
Let's jump into it.
If you want a normal, mature, respectful conversation, you're very welcome, and I would be happy. And
I'll be doing that. Let's keep it both ways.
You're walking to a
I had to come back to that. Listen, Esther, I get triggered by people who come on and argue just to say I don't know. Right. I think
we could talk about his argument. Ramsey, you threw a whole bunch. I'm not going to get into that. I don't want to sidetrack that. Run away with it. But I'm pretty sure you're aware of your own behavior. All right, let's go ahead. So the first point I want to bring up is one of the arguments you raised was Surah 9:29.
Just don't bring up things if you don't want to talk about them. Okay. All right.
We will talk about it. But that's not the crux of my argument when it comes to the Satanic verses. No, it's not about what that guy was saying and how you guys were getting triggered about it. So let's talk about Surah 9:29.
Maybe you'll have the authentic hadith. After all these years, I've been waiting for Christian missionaries to bring it. Maybe you have it. I can't wait. I'm gonna go pray my salah. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. The authentic, the hadith science, which started 300-400 years after the advent of Islam. All right, let's go ahead. So first one is Surah 9:29. Ramsey brought up this argument saying it's one of the bad arguments against Islam, when clearly this verse is inciting Muslims to fight Christians and subjugate them and Jews. So it's fight those who do not believe in Allah on the last day, nor comply with what Allah and his messengers have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who are given the scripture until they pay the tax, willingly submitting, fully humbled. So anyone who reads that, I think, is going to walk away and understand that that it's a pretty clear incitement, but yet somehow Christians are, we don't believe in Allah and the last day, but that's okay. We don't believe in Allah and the last day or his messenger on what they're forbidden and not forbidden, nor have we embraced Islam, but that's all okay provided we pay a tax. So I mean, I don't know if Allah is in the shyster business where you got to pay your way to get through.
That's all.
To me, I want you to explain that verse to me.
So do you want the choice?
Quick. If I can address what Asar is saying, and before we even begin, I just want to start off by saying, Asar, I don't like what you did there, because this is not our first time talking to you, and the reason why I'm saying this is because I remember some of us, when we would make claims about Bible verses, the one thing I know that you would say is you have to get the context, and one way that we get the context, and that's one thing you actually accused us of doing, is we would single out a verse on its own. But here you are, you're literally saying Surah 9:29, but yet why are you just singling out that one verse? In order to get the context, why aren't you reading verses before it to actually get the context of what it's actually talking about?
All right, so first of all, can I respond? First of all, if you start at Surah 9, go from Surah 9 ayat 1, this is there is a number of verses dealing with a number of issues. Surah 9:29 and some of the preceding verses, Surah 9:28, for example, and Surah 9:30, aren't necessarily all dealing with the same issues that you see across the surah. Now, even if you go to, and Ramsey brought this point up when I spoke about this in the past, where he said, well, have you read the Sirah of the Prophet? No. So what are you talking about? Firstly, I'd say the Sirah of your Prophet, the biography of Prophet, that's not inspired, but let's work with that anyways. Ramsey's defense of this surah, this ayat, was to say, well, the Battle of Tabuk was going to happen, and the Romans had mustered, and they were going to invade. I've read the Sirah, I've gone through it, and I've read the tafsirs that you can get on this subject. And what I said initially, I maintain, it's not sufficient. The Romans mustering an army, which never actually ended up invading into Arabia, and then Muhammad mustering an army of 30,000 men to go fight them and go north and fight them, does not explain why you have something that's so broad, so ambiguous in terms of its application, and even the tafsirs. Go into Ibn Kathir, read what Ibn Kathir is saying about it. He is accusing clearly the Christians. He's not singling out the Romans. He's using the word Christian. It's broad to say we are disbelievers. We don't believe in Islam. We don't believe in God. You know, therefore you can fight us. You can try and subjugate us, and we need to pay you a tax. Now, there's
before you go over there, that's actually something that's actually your interpretation, because again, if you actually know the concept, if you know the context of what something is talking about, then you by then have to go along with what the context is saying about who the context is referring to. You cannot generalize something that's talking about specifics, because again, this verse alone is talking about within a specific people. These people are people that do X, Y, and Z. You cannot say because, oh, wait a minute, I know it's talking about a particular group of people at a particular battle at a particular moment, but this says something broad. So even though it's talking about something particular and it's referring to those people who just so happen to fit those particular criteria, I'm going to refer to what it's saying because it's broad. I'm going to interpret it not the way the Quran and Muslims are interpreting it. I'm going to interpret it in a broad way because it's talking about Christian. That's actually literal. That's really being insincere right there, because again, you would not stand for the same thing. You would not stand for the same thing if you're talking about a particular context. Refer to everything it's talking about within that context. You can't then say because the Quran is talking about something within a group of people. Well, it does say Christians. That must mean it's talking about all Christians, which is your insincerity, and you're misrepresenting it literally on purpose.
So the source, the seerah that I've read, is from the Sealed Nectar. You can read about that where that verse is revealed, okay, where it comes in. However, just because the Romans, there's this anticipation that the Romans are going to invade. Either the Quran isn't clear, or you're trying to hide behind an explanation that's just not satisfactory. It's not sufficient. And I'm not saying that because I personally view it that way. Read what it's talking about. The Romans are expected to invade. They don't. So why is this now revelation come to Muhammad saying, go and fight the Christians and Jews, subjugate them, until they're fully humbled, until they pay you a tax. And then if you go to the tafsirs, even Ibn Kathir, which is a very early tafsir, he's not saying, yes, he mentions, okay, yes, he gives you what's happening in the biography, but look what he says about, look at the group he talks about. He's talking about Christians. He uses the word Christian. That's very broad. He doesn't say the Roman. And then he accuses us
just to make sense,
all sorts of wrongs, and says, for those reasons, just to make sense. And he
just
even
to make sense,
I'll just finish my point. 3 more seconds. If you look at what's in the tafsir, they even refer to the Pact of Umar, which is what happened when the Muslims invaded and conquered Syria, and what they were asking their Christians to do. Not dress like them, not build their churches, not restore them, feel embarrassed, feel humbled, feel subjugated. It all flows. So referring to the Battle of Tabuk, it's a get out of jail free card that you're trying to pull. I don't accept it.
Well,
do you want me to address that?
We're not here to beg. We're not here to beg you to accept how to interpret the Quran. If you want to insist on one interpretation of the Quran, you can do that if you like. We're not here like on our hands and knees begging you, please, Esther, accept our interpretation. Please do it. Please don't. Okay. It's like, okay, we're not here to.
It's not unequivocal then. It's not clear. Okay.
It is clear if you actually.
So just to be clear, Esther, your claim is that the Quran isn't clear because it says Christians, and you think that's broad, and so that can be interpreted to mean any Christian. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if you read that surah and that ayat, yes.
Okay, good. So just to be clear, because it says Christians, that can be applied to any Christian. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it can be applied to any Christian. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Any Christian, any Jew.
Beautiful. When the Quran says the polytheists, is that talking about the Hindus of India?
Yeah, potentially.
No, but not potentially, is it?
Yeah. They would be considered polytheists. Yeah, of course.
So when the Quran says the polytheists broke their treaty, the Hindus in India broke their treaty.
If they were to break that treaty, it's obviously dealing with. So hear me out. Don't jump.
Yeah, I'll hear you.
Polytheists. There are polytheists. Any polytheist in that time of Muhammad who he's interacting with would be caught by that definition, just like the Jew and the Christian, which would be the same beliefs which we hold today. However, no, hear me out, Ramsey. Hear me out. Now you're saying, well, what about the Indians? Well, he's not interacting with the Indians. However, It's in those Muslims applied that same reading of Surah 929 when they did conquer India.
Beautiful. So now apply that consistently. The Muslims weren't in, although it says the polytheists, they're not interacting with the Hindus of India. So why would it apply to them? Beautiful. This right here, the Muslims were interacting with the polytheists. There was a threat of the Romans and what do you call it? Setting up. They were getting an army ready to send into the Arabian Peninsula. So there was an interaction with them. So therefore, this wouldn't apply to the Christians of Australia or the Christians of England or the Christians of Russia. Agreed? Same logic. Same exact logic.
No, because the fact is, with this one, with Surah 929, it's attacking the Christians for their beliefs. It's dealing with their belief system. It's saying to them, you are disbelievers for X, Y, Z reason. That same belief applies today. So that same belief applies today.
So just to be clear, the previous logic, good. So the previous logic you used before about, well, it's not interacting, that you've now just thrown that into the bin. It's rubbish.
No, I'm not. I haven't thrown it out the window.
Well,
I'm telling you.
So do you agree that logic?
The Quran is attacking the very beliefs of the Christians. It's saying you're not believers for X, Y, Z reasons. We are the same thing today. So arguably, that there is it could apply today.
Okay.
And if you read the tafsir, it supports that.
Okay, Esther, 1 second. So now I'm going to go back to the logic. First, it seemed like you took it back, and now you're saying no. I don't want to take it back.
I didn't take it back, Ramzi. You asked me a question, I answered it.
Okay, well, it seems like you're taking back what you said a second ago. That's the problem. So just to be clear, the Quran says the pagans or the polytheists broke their treaty. Now, yes, the Quran can go on to describe what the polytheists believe. They're polytheists, so it can go on and describe maybe what they believe. That's fine. Does that mean this is an order to fight all the polytheists in the world? If it says the polytheists broke their treaty, is it talking about all the polytheists in the world?
Sorry, please repeat that. Is it talking about who? All the polytheists in the world?
Okay. The Quran talks about polytheists, right? It mentions polytheists, right?
Yes, it does.
Good. When the Quran says, for example, the polytheists have broken their treaty, which polytheists is that talking about? Is that talking about the polytheists of India or the polytheists of, I don't know, of Byzantium, whatever? Well, those are the Christians. Is it talking about, is it talking about all polytheists in the world, or is it talking about a specific group?
I mean, yeah, using his criteria, it must be talking about all polytheists in the world breaking their treaty.
The polytheists of China must have been the Chinese broke their peace treaty with the Prophet Muhammad. Yeah.
No, it's the context in this instance. The context in this instance will talk. I'd say comfortably it's referring to polytheists that Muhammad's interacting with.
The what?
Yes.
What was that word used?
It's the polytheists that Muhammad's interacting with. Yes, that's clear.
So the polytheists he's interacting with, not the polytheists all over not every polytheist in the world, correct?
No, just the polytheists he's interacting with.
Good.
That's not to say this isn't used as a basis to then subjugate further polytheists later on.
We're getting there, brother, but you gotta listen.
This is usually the step, Esther. I mean this with respect. This is the part where we usually slip up a little bit. Let's apply that logic consistently. Now, when the Quran says the Christians, does that mean all Christians, or does it mean the Christians that they're interacting with?
See, the difference is, and this is my point that I'm trying to make, the difference, Ramzi, is if you look at the claims that are being brought against the Christians, it's not for breaking of oaths. It's not limiting it to a specific group for a specific action. It is talking about a belief system. It is saying, go to Surah 929, it is saying, and go to Surah 930, I'll just bring it up here. It is saying that they do not believe in Allah on the last day. We do not believe in the messenger, what's been forbidden by Allah and the messenger, and we don't embrace the religion of truth. So subjugate them. And then it goes on to say, the Jews say that Ezra is the son of Allah, the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. So it's not about, it's attacking a belief. And what I'm saying to you is that belief system is here today.
Where does
it's the same thing.
Esther, where does it say that they're being attacked because of those beliefs? The Quran is listing out what they believe. They do. Christians believe those things. I'll tell you what. If the Quran was to say the polytheists and the people you guys believe in multiple gods, it's like, okay, that's a description of who these people are. That's something wrong that they do. Where does the Quran say that that's the reason they're being attacked? Where does it say that? Or is that something you want to insist on the text?
Sorry, repeat that bit.
Okay.
Would you repeat that bit?
Fine.
That last one you just said.
Okay, fine. All right, is that something you're insisting on the text? Does the Quran say they're being attacked for that reason?
Does it say?
No, it doesn't. That's the interpretation you make.
No, but it doesn't say it lists out reasons and then asks you to fight them. It doesn't explicitly say fight them for these reasons, but it lists out reasons.
It tells you
But
their
the tafsir says it's those reasons. So
the tafsir doesn't say that these people should be attacked. You know why? Because these people believe X, Y, and Z. Because that directly contradicts what the Quran says in a number of different places. A number of different places. The Quran literally. How about this? The Quran literally gives us a long list of things, a long list of blasphemies and wrong things that you Christians believe. You and the pagans and a number of people, right? That doesn't mean, I'll give you an example. Chapter 60, verse 8 of the Quran. It literally says Allah doesn't forbid you for being just and kind to those who don't fight you because of your faith. Guys, sorry, 1 second. Someone's calling me. How about this, Esther? Simple question. Are we allowed to marry Christians and Jews?
Yeah, hello?
Can you hear me? Sorry, I got a
yeah, sorry, what'd you say? Cut out there a bit on mine. What'd you say?
Esther, so, okay, let me just show you how ridiculous this point is, Esther. You're saying, you know what? Although the Quran doesn't actually say that they should be fought because of their beliefs, they should be fought because of because the Quran lists out their beliefs. Therefore, that has to be the reason. Esther, are we allowed to marry Christians and Jews? Fawad here. I'm sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot, Fawad. Fawad, is your wife Muslim?
No, she's a Christian.
I'm sorry for calling. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. It's all right, brother.
Question. Islamically, are we allowed to marry Christians and Jews? The pious Christians and Jews?
Of course. Yeah.
Dude, that's a red herring. There's all sorts of reprieves.
It's not a red herring.
Let me finish. There are all sorts of reprieves. There are all sorts of reprieves that are given to polytheists and Muslim and Christians and whoever else, non-Muslims.
Okay, Esther.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my. It'll take 10 seconds.
Just 1 sec. I need to go get something. I'm leaving. Guys, can you guys just explain to Esther why it's not a red herring? If we're supposed to fight all Christians and Jews because of their beliefs, then we can't marry. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, Esther, brother.
Can I just finish? Can I just finish my point? I was going to make
Go ahead.
What I was going to say simply is this: there are all sorts of reprieves, even in Surah 9:29, where if the polytheists come to you or something like that, then yes, Muslims will not do them harm, and it gives reasons, for example, so you can give them the word of Allah, and you can do all sorts of whatever that But there's a clear interest within the Muslims that the Muslims have to allow that reprieve. I see the same thing in marriage. Well, yes, marry a Christian girl. The fact is, you'll marry a Christian girl, you'll have Muslim kids, whatever the case may be. Put that point aside. Back to Surah 9:29. The fact is, what I'm saying is, it lists out the beliefs, and if you read the tafsir, you can just go to Ibn Kathir on it. He says to them that these Christians, that they follow their religion because they conform, so that they conform their ideas, lust, and their ways of their forefathers, not because they are Allah's law and religion. Had they been true believers in the religion, they would have come to directed them to believe in Muhammad, because all prophets gave good news of Muhammad and blah 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 blah. So it's
wait. Can you repeat it? Can you repeat it? Can you repeat it?
Go to
Can you repeat it? Can you repeat it? The first two words.
Therefore, when the people of the scripture disbelieved in Muhammad, they had no beneficial faith in any messenger or what the messengers brought. Rather, they followed their religions because they conformed to their ideas, lusts, and their ways of their forefathers, not because of their Allah's law, religion, true beliefs in their religion, blah, 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 blah. And it goes on and goes on. Yet when he was sent, they disbelieved in him, even though he's the mightiest of all messengers. Therefore, they do not follow the religion of earlier prophets, because these religions came from Allah, but because they suit their desires and lusts, therefore they claimed faith in an earlier prophet, and will not benefit them because they disbelieved in the Master, the mightiest, the last, and the most perfect of all prophets, hence Allah's statement.
So does it say in the Ibn Kathir that this is why they were attacked?
Yeah, they say this is the basis.
No, it does not say
why
that.
they're attacking.
It does not. Okay, Esther, we're not going to play any games, brother. Okay,
the people of scriptures, blah blah
brother,
blah.
Brother, listen to me. Listen to me. I will get to that. It is. Look, with all due respect, I listened to you. Now it's our turn to talk. Okay.
Yeah.
First, you made many claims over there that are completely wrong. First, you said that because I want to start from the beginning, because you did make those claims, so I will address them. If not for you, for anybody else that might be listening. So you said that the science of hadith came into existence after several hundred years. That's not true at all. Okay. If you have any primary source material, please provide. That's point number one, debunked. Second,
what is it, sorry? So 700 years.
You said a couple of hundred years after Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, was gone, that the Quranic science, the jurisprudence of hadith came into existence, right? That's not true at all. Okay, we've had this criteria from the very beginning. So,
From the very beginning. Okay, have you heard of the book of Al-Kitab al-Baghdadi?
I've heard of it. I don't own a copy of it.
Abu Bakr Ahmad ibn Ali ibn Thabit ibn Ahmad blah 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 blah. He's known as Al-Kitab al-Baghdadi. He was a lecturer from Baghdad. He's one of your foremost leading hadith scholars. He's from the 11th century. Okay. And you find others, they're all late. They're not. I can't find one who's either contemporary with the companions or something like that. I just can't find one. So if you've got one, send it to me. But I can't find one. Which leads me to think that you are looking backwards, retrospectively, in carrying out a hadith science after someone has collated these narrations and blah 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 and done all this stuff. It's looking backwards, and it ties later on to my point around that Satanic verses stuff that the other guy had brought up. But if you want to finish up with Surah 929, we can jump.
Sure, I will. But I have to address this first because you actually made this blunder. I have to clarify. So when was Bukhari actually? So Bukhari, Muslim, Abu Hanifa, Ibn Masud, all of these, they're from which time period? Let's start from one of them. Abu Hanifa. What century was he from? Your silence says everything. In case you're Googling, you don't need to Google it. He's from the 1st century. Okay. Shafi, what century is he from? Because these are all jurisprudence scholars. Maliki, what century is he from?
Shafi is that al-Baghdadi guy.
Shafi, yeah, but I quoted the other ones as well. Hanbali, what century is he from?
You told me.
Shafi'i is not from the 11th century.
No.
That's why I actually was saying that Bukhari is from the 8th century, and he said he couldn't find anything from the 11th century. Debunked. Okay, let's move on. Okay. Now you talked about brother, please don't embarrass yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Okay. Let's you are embarrassing yourself because you said you couldn't find anybody from before 11th century. I just proved you right there. I don't even have to go through a list of scholars. Just with one I debunked you. I said Bukhari. When is he from?
Yeah, I know when Bukhari's from. Bukhari's from when? He's about 150 years, 200 years after your prophet. So he's about the 8th
correct.
Century.
And what did you say? What was your earlier statement?
I said to you on the point of hadith science, in terms of how that
and you think these people didn't go through hadith science when collecting the ahadith? Who do you think came up with the science of the jurisprudence? Who do you think? Who is the first person that came up with the science of the jurisprudence? Come on, Asher. Don't embarrass yourself, man.
No. Give me your earliest texts that lay out hadith science.
That lay out hadith science. I told you. I just named you that all of these scholars that I named, Hanafi, Hanbali, Shafi, Maliki, all of these were students of each other. They passed on from generation to generation to generation. Okay, it was from the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, his first cousin. He actually, the tafasir that you actually read from them, how do you think they actually came up with all of these tafasir? They were taught by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, himself. Anything that actually goes against the Quran, all of those basic criterion that I was trying to explain to the atheist guy, who do you think that came up with those criterion? You think
you said Hanafi.
We came up with.
Who are you referring to specifically?
I'm referring to all the scholars. You will not find a single scholar, even from the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, after he passed away, not a single one of them actually would go against, look, the chain has to be corrected to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This was known. Like the first collector was Bukhari. Okay, one of the first collectors, not the first. He was one of the first collectors.
I think, can you guys correct me? I think based on what's been happening, look, I got it back 10 seconds ago. I got my head out of guys here. I got like 15 minutes before I then. The funny thing is, I think since you guys are talking about hadith science, something tells me you guys brought something that directly contradicts Esther's narrative. And then Esther
Yeah.
now.
No,
and now
it was just
and
he
something
made a
tells me
claim in the
Esther,
beginning.
instead of actually being unable to refute that, now wants to try to refute all of Hadith science. Quite
No, I mean, no. He actually in the beginning he made a claim. He made a claim in the beginning about the Hadith, that the Hadith science came into existence like centuries later, and then when I asked him about that, he said that before 11th century he hasn't found a single scholar, and I gave him like a list of big scholars. So it's actually, anyways. Now coming back to the topic. Okay, you said that the Sirah of so when Brother Ramzi told you to study the Sirah, which is the biography of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, you said it is not inspired by it's not inspired. Those were your exact words. Is that correct?
Yes, I said it's not. The Sirahs are
debunk again. Inspired. No, every single thing that you see in the Sirah, it actually is based out of the Ahadith. Okay, point number 2 debunked as well. Okay, and you don't have to apologize because we know you're not going to do that. You never do, even when you're proved wrong. Okay, now coming to Quran 9:29. So in the beginning, when it says
there's hadith, yes, there are hadith quoted, but there is also the general just writing in the text. If you read it here, the one I quoted, it's not all hadith.
Guy. Listen, please. Let's come back to the topic.
The claim that it's inspired because it's quoting hadith. So did the person who compiled that? So are you saying every Sirah that's been compiled is inspired because it quotes hadith?
If I make a Sirah, okay, so which Sirah are you referring to? In general, all the Sirahs.
You make a Sirah right now and you quote hadith. Is it inspired?
All of the Sirahs that personally, for instance, every Sirah that I have read, I make sure that I go to the correct source. I'm not going to read a Sirah written by, a nobody living in the United States or something.
Okay, so it's not inspired.
I'm not going to do that.
Sirah itself is not inspired.
You can't say that it's not inspired. You got to then be more specific. If you write a Sirah about the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, I'm going to discredit that anyway. I'm not going to read that.
Okay, so then
but
it's not
the
inspired.
Muslims,
the Sirah on in of itself is not inspired. It may quote from so-called inspired work, but it's not inspired.
Which
itself.
Sirahs are normally recommended for Muslims to read? Come on, man! Like, you're embarrassing yourself. I just hate
silly ad hominem nonsense.
Okay.
It seems like
you said Sirahs are inspired because they quote hadith. I just said to you, okay, and then now you've also backtracked and said, well, you can't say that.
I don't think Fawad said
that. Are they
that.
inspired or not inspired?
So I think. Sorry, Saifullah, you want to say something, Saifullah?
I'm just saying Fawad did not say that the Sirah is divinely inspired.
Yeah, I just said that they are based out of the. No, I said.
But I still don't get what the point.
Brother,
I don't get what the point Assad is trying to make.
Yeah, he was just saying that the Sirahs are not inspired, and I said that the Sirahs are based out of the Ahadith for the Muslims. Of course, you will come up with some Sirahs written by. But which Sirah are you then referring to? You specifically said the sealed nectar. Did you not?
I've got the sealed nectar. I've got Ibn Ashaq's one as well.
Okay, so tell me something in there that is not based out of the Ahadith. Like,
okay, from the seal of the nectar on the here, I'll read it right now to you.
You're telling me that
it says the army of Islam. This is page 276 of that book. Arriving at Tabuk and camping there, the Muslim army was ready to face the enemy. There, the Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, delivered an eloquent speech that included the most inclusive words. In that speech, he urged Muslims to seek the welfare of this world and the world to come. He warned them, blah, 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 blah. So all of this is not hadith. This is just the actual author narrating or writing.
Dude, you just went through so much. Like, you got to be specific. What are you talking about? Which incident are you talking about?
Go to page 276 of the Seal of the Nectar.
Okay, I gotta check it out, man. I gotta check it out. You can't just go through.
That it is simply the words of the author himself. Does he refer to hadith? Yes. But does he include his own words? Absolutely.
He refers to a hadith. Thank you for accepting that.
One second, guys. Okay, Esther, one second.
So is it inspired or is it not inspired?
One second.
It was debunked. My claim that it wasn't is debunked.
Guys, hold on 1 second, Esther. Esther, I don't know what's going on here. I haven't been here the whhole time, but I didn't hear Fawad say the Sirah is inspired. That might be your typical Christian eisegesis, which is not surprising. What I heard him say was it's based off of a hadith. Does that mean it's word for word, verbatim, going to be, what do you call it, from hadith? Not
inspired?
necessarily word for word. Hold on a second. Now, Esther, can someone please explain it? Because this is typical with Esther. We go from one topic to another, to another.
Dude, don't stop, man. You want to keep
Esther,
this. You want to keep this
Esther,
nice.
Excuse me, Esther. First, we started with chapter 9, verse 29, and then then you started questioning hadith science. And now
your mate brought it in, not me. Your friend jumped to this topic.
Of course, because you started with this.
You got Ramsey, man. You got no idea sometimes. Your mate, your friend brought this up.
Because you made a claim that had nothing to do with the topic, and he corrected you.
So you admit that you brought it up. So then Ramsey's claim
no,
is
you brought it up.
silly.
You made the claim. He corrected you. You made the claim, and then you. Sorry, Ramsey. I'm really sorry.
Oh, what a clown show.
Ramsey, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
The clown show you keep coming back to.
With
So
children,
I mean, you seem to like it.
Children, you have to treat children like children. You can't treat them like
I'll keep coming back. Okay.
Esther over here came on stream and made a claim that had nothing to do with the topic, and then jumped to Surah 929, and then jumped to Shubat al-Gharaniq, and then jumped back to 929. And Fawad came and corrected him wanted to correct him on the initial claim. So Esther actually jumped from topic to topic, and then Fawad tried to address the first topic that he addressed, which had nothing to do with it.
Are you done?
Okay,
I don't want to be petty and argue about petty things. We can move on. There's a couple of arguments Ramsey raised that I want to deal with. We've spoken about Surah 929. I want to go to the next one. I want to go to the next one for substance. Can we do that?
Okay.
Can I jump to the next one? Next argument Ramsey raised out of the 10?
No. We haven't addressed your
Can you
initial
stop
argument.
acting like an overactive child? Can you let Ramsey talk and say what he had to say and stop acting like an overactive child?
Yeah.
All right.
So just to be clear, Esther,
Yeah.
just to be clear, just to be clear, Esther, you want to keep insisting that no, chapter 9, verse 29, no, Muslims, you have to fight all the Christians and Jews. You have to fight all the Christians and Jews. Somehow, when we tried, we gave you I tried to use your logic on the polytheists. It makes sense there, but then when I try to apply it back to 929, you obviously conveniently, constantly, as this is history repeating itself. Somehow refuse to apply the same logic there. When the Quran talks about polytheists, it's obviously, there's no way it's talking about all polytheists around the world. When it comes to the Christians, no, it has to talk about all the Christians around the world. It has to. No, it has to. We want to insist on that. Despite the fact that Muslims are literally allowed to marry Christians and Jews. Yemiskian. Esther. Not sure. We need to address this.
Finish up.
Just to be clear, Esther, question. Do you believe that Muslims are supposed to fight all Christians and Jews because of their faith?
I think it's an interpretation that's acceptable based on what you're saying. That's my answer, though.
Okay. Well,
it's an interpretation. It's an acceptable interpretation.
Okay, great. So now, according to this accepted interpretation, which you seem to love conveniently, okay, beautiful. You and ISIS, that's something you and ISIS have in common. It's something all the Muslims on one side. Well, yeah, the only people in the world who interpret it this way. You have all the Muslims. I know it's sure that's reality. All the Muslims are on one side, and you missionaries and ISIS are on the other end. You guys have a lot in common. You should get together and have a chat. You guys seem to have a lot in common. Seems to me according to this quote unquote
me and the Rashidun Caliphate and ISIS.
Wait. Let me finish. According to this valid interpretation, we're supposed to fight Christians and Jews by their faith and also marry them according to marry them.
You can try. So, anyways, I explained why I thought that's acceptable interpretation. I referred to the tafsir. I went to the sirah.
So Esther, let me ask you this: Is that the interpretation?
Am I going to be able to respond, or are you just going to talk over me?
No, don't say anyway. Actually, respond to what I'm saying. Don't jump away.
Say it, and I'll respond.
Okay, beautiful. Are you saying it's a valid interpretation to fight all Christians and Jews, but also you can marry Christians and Jews?
Yeah, I think that's an acceptable interpretation of those separate surahs and ayahs.
Guys,
based on the fact that, let me just back it up from 2 seconds.
One second. Forward, marry your wife, but be sure to fight her and kill her. Alhamdulillah, thank God.
Good on you. You're a genius. Yeah, just distort what I'm saying. We're talking about Surah 929.
Wait, stop, guys.
We're talking about Surah 929.
Guys, I'm sorry, I'm not letting him off the hook. Esther,
you're talking about Surah 929.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, the tafsir is accusing Christians of disbelief. There's nothing in there that says that it's the Romans. Limits it purely to the Romans.
Esther,
but once you use that language, it should have used that language. It doesn't.
Esther, again. So let me just get this straight. Stop You said I'm twisting your words. This is exactly what you said. Stop falsely accusing me. Muslims are supposed to fight all Christians and Jews, but they can also marry them.
Yeah, these are acceptable interpretations. I've said
All right,
why I think that's okay.
So guys, alhamdulillah, I think honestly, guys, we're gonna put that verse honestly to the side now. We're gonna leave it to the audience and all the.
Wait, or Rumsey. I have a question. I have a question. Rumsey, real quick.
Let's do the Islamic revision.
SR, can I ask you a question?
Guys,
SR, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, but I have to ask you because I really don't understand your frame of thinking. By any chance, do you play sports? Do you play any sport?
Yes, I play sports.
What sport? Basketball, football, American football. What sport?
A few. All team sports.
You said what? Okay, so let's say
you probably wouldn't know about them.
Okay. Let's say football, right? The real football, the real football. So let's say I play for a team and you play for another team, right? And both of our teams are scheduled to play one another. And the day of the game, my team is huddling. We're coming up together for pregame speeches and stuff like that. And my coach tells me, because he's saying, "Hey guys, this game is going to be tough. These players are not that good. These players." Literally, you look at over there. These guys, these players, what they represent, their team. These players are not that good. These players, you can beat these players. You can fight these players on the field. These players are not that good. Now, am I talking about every player in the entire league? Am I just talking about those players in your team? If my coach constantly says, these players, these guys, they're not good. They don't represent. They play dirty. So guys, challenge them. Be physical with them. These guys, they're not, etc., etc. Now, what's my coach talking about? What's my coach referring to? Is he referring to you and your team, or is he referring to every single player in our league?
Yes, sir.
To be honest, I kind of walked out halfway on that. I just had to deal with something. It's not intentional. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But I see your point. I understand what you're trying to say with respect to the context and everything like that.
No, I would just like you to answer. I just want you to answer.
I'll keep it very brief. I'll keep it very brief because I really want to get into this Uthman thing, and then you got other guests. I don't want to take it. Can't do this all day. So, all I really want to say on this point is that we're dealing with the Quran's making claims about the Christian faith.
You didn't answer. You didn't answer my question, bro. Can you answer my question?
Not so fast. Just answer it, just real quick.
Dude, I told you I walked out halfway. All I heard was the last bit around team and coach and something like that.
Okay, so let me for one sentence. I'm literally gonna. You can just ask me to rephrase it. I have no problem doing that. So
sure.
let's say
this very deep
no problem. So let's say I play for a football team, you play for another football team. Our teams, both of our teams are scheduled to play one another, right? Sure. And before our team plays, my coach, the coach on my team, is coming up for pregame speeches, and he's trying to pump us up. He's saying, "Hey guys, these players are not that good. These players are bad. These players, I don't like what they represent. These players you got to be physical with them. These players got to go and play smash mouth football. These players, yada yada yada." Now, what's my coach referring to when he says these players? Is he referring to your team, or is he referring to every player in the league?
Okay. Yeah, he refers to that.
Wait. I'm not done. So what you're telling me is because of the fact that the context is in a particular football game, every time my coach says, dude, wait, can you let me finish? SR.
No, man, there's no.
After some time, I actually do have to ask you, where'd you learn how to talk to people like that? Because you would not know how to keep a conversation. Because every single time you don't show people the decency of respect to let them finish.
Respect. When I deal with people who are disrespectful, then I treat them how they.
Okay. How did I disrespect you?
I don't want to get into that. It's a red herring. We're going off.
So yeah. So yeah. If you're going to talk,
let's deal with.
You want to finish, but you haven't let me finish that. That's not.
Dude,
you have not let me finish.
Okay, cool.
Did you let me finish? Did you let me finish? Did you let me finish? Yeah, he's not gonna help you right now. He was really not.
Yeah,
Anyway,
he's gonna spare me from
no,
this.
no, it's not, because again, he's worshiping the same God we worship. But anyways, so yeah. Anyway, so if it seems as if because the coach is referring to these players, so it must mean he's talking about our team. So wait a minute, using that same context, how on earth, if he's using broad statement like these players, how on earth could he not be? Why is it not reasonable? Is it also reasonable? Now, my other question to you: is it reasonable to interpret what my coach is saying? Someone who's not on the game, someone who to interpret what my coach is saying, could they interpret it? Is it reasonable for them to interpret it as if he's talking about every player in the league? Is that reasonable or not?
Okay, thank you.
It's a yes or no, bro.
The analogy is a straw man.
It's a yes or no, bro. It's a yes or no, bro. It's a yes or no, bro. It's a yes or no, bro.
The Jews believe Ezra's the son of Allah. The Christians believe in the Messiah is the son of Allah. It's attacking our beliefs. Okay, can we move on? Because
so you're not gonna answer.
The analogy is silly and it makes no sense. And please don't.
It makes no sense.
Forget it. Look, we tried. Guys, look. If it looks like
it makes no sense.
If it looks like a
thanks,
duck,
Ramzi. If it looks like a duck, quack like a duck. You're a duck. Can we move on, please?
It makes no sense. You know what?
Esther, look. To be honest, Esther, if
you
you can't.
painful sometimes. Can we go to Uthman? Can we deal with Uthman?
رمزي ما فيش سبب لنبدا نحكي معه. شو طول السبب؟ ما فيش سبب لنبدا نحكي معه.
شو صار يا سيف الله؟
عم بقول هذا الصبا وجعة راس على الفاضي، هذا جدال خارجي.
اما خلف الطنجره. Forget about that. I know. Forget about that. Look, Esther, to be honest, Esther, it seems like, with all due respect, Esther, from what I've examined of you over the past, I don't know how long I've known you, you are very, very selective in which questions you like answering, and very, very selective in which logic you want to use and when you want to apply logic.
Oh, dude. Okay? According to
you can laugh. You can laugh. I know it's funny. It is funny, right? When a very
dude,
simple...
I've watched you, and I'm telling you now, you're no peach. So settle down, all right? You jump. Your logic is messed up as well. So, yeah, good. I've told you, I've already said, look at the tafsirs and what it's saying about Christians. If it wanted to use more precise language, it could have. It doesn't. So I said it's an acceptable interpretation for Surah 929.
Esther.
Not even to mention the silly accusation of the Jews thinking Ezra's the son of Allah.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's move on then. I want to deal with Uthman.
And this is what Esther, this is what we said many, many times. The tafsir, that verse of the Quran, are not in a vacuum. You want the Quran to be in a vacuum because that's how you want.
I'm telling you.
Excuse me. The Quran, that verse of the Quran was not revealed in a vacuum. The tafsir are not talking about any random verse in a vacuum.
I understand that.
Is talking about. No, you don't understand. Stop lying. You don't understand that. Well, then you're lying to yourself right now, because if either you're lying to yourself when you say understand it, or you're lying to yourself when we ask you about the verse. The verse was not revealed in a vacuum. Something was going on when that happened, and whether you like it or not, that's reality. These tafsirs, which we don't disagree with, are not talking about the verse of the Quran in outer space or in a vacuum. They're talking about the verse of the Quran when something was happening. You probably think, it wouldn't surprise me if you believe the Prophet Muhammad was binging Netflix when the verse came down. By the way, go fight the Christians and Jews, the people you're allowed to marry. All right. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly, Esther, if you actually thought that. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. But whether you like it or not, stuff was happening when this verse was revealed. These tafsirs, they talk about this verse in the context it was revealed in, not in just any puppy rainbow context. This was revealed in a context of war. So yes, the tafsir is going to address it as the concept of war. You're welcome. You're very welcome. So now,
so when the Umayyad conquered Spain and they imposed the jizya on the non-Muslims there, they were misinterpreting this verse.
What's wrong with jizya? What's wrong with jizya? Tell me what's wrong with jizya.
Well, isn't it limited to a context? Isn't it limited to a context? Why are Muslims still doing it hundreds of years later?
Esther, 1 second.
Isn't it limited to a context?
Esther, 1 second.
This is why I want.
Esther, wait, stop. 1 second. Guys, 1 second. Esther, if I say to you right now, 1 second, it says the Christians and Jews don't believe in Allah. Does that apply to one context or all Christians?
No, that statement's very broad. I'd accept that it implies for everyone.
Esther, stop answering a question I didn't ask you. If I say those Christians over there, what do you call it? The polytheist. Is that a broad phrase? Is that a specific phrase?
There are two different claims being made to two different groups. I'm playing my position on that. Don't repeat. Deal with what I just said. You told me it's context specific.
Esther,
you told me it's context specific. I'm telling you, the Umayyad were imposing jizya. So it's not context specific. It's for all time.
Questions I didn't ask you. The word polytheist, is that a broad term or is that a specific term?
I dealt with that.
No, you did not. Is that
talking about treaties being broken by polytheists? It's obviously context specific in that instance.
I'm not listening to you.
It's talking about a
broad term or
treaty
specific
being
term?
broken. It's
Is that
even
a
the
broad
Quran itself
term
is
or a
context
specific
specific.
term? I'm waiting.
In isolation,
Is
it
that a
was-
broad? Is the word polytheist the polytheist? Is that a
defines
broad
a
term or
group
a
of
specific
people
term?
who believe in multiple gods. That's what it believes. That's what it says. You want to call that broad? It's broad.
Good. When the Quran mentions polytheists, is it talking about all polytheists or polytheists in a specific case?
Yeah.
No,
It's
not
using
yet.
the word polytheist. It is defined as a group of people who believe in multiple gods. But the
When the
context
Quran
narrows it down.
mentions
I'm with you on that,
when the
Ramsey. I'm not
Quran
fighting you
mentions
on that. I'm with you on
so
that.
when the
It
Quran
narrows
says
it down to the
excuse
polytheists
me,
of Mecca.
hold
I
on.
get that.
No,
It
you
doesn't happen
don't
with the
get that
Christians.
because you're not applying. You want to
Not
apply
happening
the
with the
logic
Christians or the
consistently
Jews.
because you don't want to be consistent. You say I get it, but then you don't want to be consistent. So stop lying. When the Quran says the polytheists, you somehow want to use your brain cells and say, okay, yeah, that's obviously not talking about all Christians in the world, all polytheists in the world. It's talking about specific polytheists. But you conveniently, I wonder why, conveniently don't want to apply that consistently. When the Quran says the Christians, it has to talk about all Christians. When it says the polytheists, nah, that can't apply to all polytheists. Are you like trying to defend the polytheists? It seems weird.
I don't care about the polytheists.
Well, you seem to care about them very deeply. All right. When the Quran says the polytheists,
I'm telling you now.
When the
You're trying
Quran
to tell
says
me
the
it's context
polytheists,
specific. I'm showing you that they were applying that Muslims of history are taking this context and applying
when
it.
the Quran says the
Applying it to all time.
that's understood
Okay.
as not
So why
being
were they
broad.
only collecting
It's a broad
jizya
term.
of the non-Muslims?
I'm going to meet you
Why
right
were
now.
they?
When the Quran says the polytheists, that's understood by all people with functioning brain cells to not refer to every polytheist on earth, including yourself. It's talking about the polytheists of that time, in that place. When the Quran says the Christians, somehow, all of a sudden in your head, no, it's not talking about all. It's not talking about a specific group of Christians. It has to refer. You seem very. It's like you religiously want to adhere to this. It has to refer to all Christians around the world, not the ones that were at the time conveniently massing an army against the Prophet Muhammad. That is a very childish and selective reasoning. Not the first time I've seen it.
You're done with your lame ad hominems. You've made your point.
It's not an ad hominem.
That's
it's an
fine.
observation.
We disagree. Yeah, it is. Cool.
It's an observation.
Yeah. All right.
Quacks like a duck. It's a duck.
We've made our separate arguments. Now, you want to deal with Uthman, or what do you want to do?
Why would I deal with Uthman? He's a companion of the Prophet Muhammad. Why would I want to deal with him?
Okay. He revised the
No,
Quran.
I'll deal with that too.
I'm sure
It was the early Quran was distorted in violation of Surah 15:9. It was distorted.
Beautiful.
It was
Beautiful. Esther, do you have?
And then-
Okay, beautiful. The Quran was
and
distorted.
your companion had to burn everything else and make one single version, which has still been lost.
Guys, I'm not even going to deal with this argument. I just want to be sure I understand what he's saying right now. So, Esther, all of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, all of them collectively who memorized the Quran, basically took their memory, threw that out the door, and all of them collectively came together and basically coerced with each other to be sure to corrupt the Quran. They all memorized from the Prophet Muhammad, but they decided, you know what, we don't need that. Let's throw that out. We're all going to come together, write a different Quran. That's what happened, right?
Were there different Qurans very early on in Islamic history?
Excuse me.
Did Ibn Masud have a different Quran? Did he have a different Mus'haf to say Hafsa and others?
Excuse me, Esther. This is exactly what was happening with Why So Religious, the guy you wanted to defend. This is exactly what was happening. When I pointed out the idiocy of his position, he didn't want to deal with it. What you're saying is that all the companions of the Prophet
I don't care about your claim that the companions got together.
This isn't my
and they
claim.
all
This is your
memorized it.
claim.
Name the companions. Give me a full list of the companions and give me extrinsic evidence to say they existed.
Esther, this is your claim, not mine.
Yeah, you won't meet that burden.
According to you, all the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, who all had memorized the Quran, all decided, you know what? We're going to throw all that out. We're going to all collectively come up with a new Quran. That's exactly
Is it a fact or is it not a fact that early variant reading existed very early in Islamic history? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I asked you a question. You're asking me a question in return. Answer this question.
What's your question?
According to, okay, good. If you're finally listening, good.
If we're going to have to do this silly way, what's your question?
All of the companions, I know it's silly. It's showing how silly your argument is. All of the companions, all of them, the thousands of companions who memorized the Quran, all of them collectively decided, you know what? Although we memorized the Quran directly from the Prophet, we don't need that. Let's take all that and throw it out. We're all going to come together and write our own Quran, a different Quran that we know is different, but we don't care. We're just going to write a different Quran. That's what you're saying, right?
dude, I can't believe you're actually serious. Do you actually frame your arguments? Like you're a
That really
university
is
student,
that does sound
Is this
stupid.
how you frame arguments?
That does sound
Pathetic.
stupid, doesn't it, Esther?
No,
Does
because you're
sound
trying to sit there and create
Esther,
this
it
straw
sounds
man
stupid.
and then
No
attack
one
it.
has
It's
complained
lame,
about
Rumsey. Grow up. It's
Esther,
a
that's
fallacious
stupid.
argument.
That sounds stupid.
Learn
Esther, that
logic.
sounds pretty stupid, doesn't
Listen,
it?
I'm not saying they all.
That
I'm
sounds
not going
pretty
to answer that
stupid,
silly
doesn't
question
it?
because of the way you framed it. The
Esther,
fact
that's a
is,
pretty stupid.
yes
That's
or
a pretty
no,
stupid
give
position. Would you agree?
variant readings.
You guys see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying,
I
guys?
told
When
you.
guys, what about this? When I explicitly lay out their position and it sounds so stupid, they get embarrassed by it. They get embarrassed by
Ramsey,
it. Come on, man.
okay, you with all due respect, would you mind if I made a request?
No. Okay, fine, go ahead.
So
With you. I'm not sharing my
it's
food.
all right. I understand that it is your stream. Alhamdulillah for it. But one thing I believe that to take into mind is that as always, we have no problem speaking, debating, or discussing with people who have alternating views or different views than us.
Alternating logic.
Logic, views, beliefs, etc. But the one thing that has to be there, and today I've always, it happens it happens like every week, basically, every stream, basically. But today it was taken to another limit because when it comes to the disrespect, the insincerity, and that's something I don't think we should stand for. I really don't, because somebody can make their point, no matter, even if they're coming across as very, very illogical and literally idiotic. The respect has to be there, because the arrogance of it all, from not only Esar or even the atheists before that. That's something that it will be foolish for all of us to try to waste our time speaking with someone who's clearly letting us know that they have no respect for us to even let us finish what we're saying. They just want to be heard, and they just want to quote unquote win. And at that point in time, we're literally wasting our own time, because so I would say, if to respect anybody else from now on, I would ask that anybody else from now on, if they come onto the stream, they have to respect the platform. And that includes respecting the host, and literally not coming across as arrogant, or just that respect has to be there in the discussion, because we're all adults here. That adult conversation has to be there. If it's not there, then I believe it's a waste of all of our valuable time, from the ones that are on here to you, Ramsey, to even to the ones that are listening. The views are not the problem. It's the respect that has to be there. And earlier today, it really made, because I was listening earlier today, the arrogancy of it all, I don't think that's something you should stand for. I really don't.
I totally agree.
No, you're right. Honestly,
agree.
you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, it's just like, look, you guys notice something I did consistently with both of those speakers? All I did was point out the ridiculous, preposterous conclusions of their claims. And they both started, well, that's a straw man. I didn't say that, or that's not what I meant. I'm not going to answer. That's a stupid question. It's like, well, man, I mean, you said yourself that Uthman revised the Quran. If Uthman revised the Quran and he had the Quran memorized, that means he took what he had memorized, threw it out the window, and changed it. Like, why are you embarrassed by your own claim? If you're embarrassed by your own claim, just take it back. Just say, okay, yeah, that's a dumb claim. I was being dumb. I just really don't like Islam. Just say that. Honestly, just say that. I'll have more respect for you if you just say it that way.
Yeah, just to address that point, he made so many points, but it was during the time of Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu. Okay, it was the Battle of Yamama, where the 70 Hufaz. So we do know that there were a lot of companions that had memorized it. So it was at the request of Umar radiallahu anhu that suggested to Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu that a lot of these Hufaz, they're dying. And even though both of them, they themselves were Hufaz, and Uthman was Hafiz, and Ali radiallahu anhu was all of these four caliphs, they were Hufaz. So he asked him that, why don't you make it a mushaf, right? So the first mushaf was created it was collected at the time of Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, right? And remember that all of these companions, these caliphs, they were trained directly by the Prophet, right? So it was during the time of the Prophet that he actually, had them memorize all of these verses, and it was like authenticated, compiled at the time of Prophet Muhammad, but it was compiled in the form of a mushaf during the time of Abu Bakr. Now, when they talk about the Uthman, the Mus'haf Uthmani, what happened was during the time of, this Mus'haf that was made during the time of Abu Bakr at the request of Umar radiallahu anhu, this was passed on from Abu Bakr when he passed away. He passed it on to Umar radiallahu anhu. And then from Umar radiallahu anhu, it was passed on to Hafsa, who was his daughter and also the wife of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him. And then from her, it was passed on to Uthman radiallahu anhu, right? So it was supposed to be in the protection, is that the correct word in English, of the caliph at the time, right? So during the time of Uthman, when he realized that so many ashab, they actually had their own personal notes on their mushafs. So when he realized this, he called all of those people, because remember, more and more people are coming into the folds of Islam, so they don't know that this is not part of the mushaf. So he actually collected all those mushaf that did not have, that had actually these other notes from these, or some of them even had these abrogated verses that during the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, he said that they were abrogated, right? Because we have to remember that, it's like multiple cities we're talking about. There are people constantly going in and out of Mecca, Medina, back and forth. These people were not there all the time. People accepting there were far off skirt areas. There was no internet. There was no one centralized library where they could learn, right? So it was the time of Uthman radiallahu anhu when it was then compiled into one standardized, the Mus'haf that we find in the Topkapi Museum.
I mean, barakallah fik, akhi, that was beautiful. What do you call it? Sorry, just maybe I should have offered him some halal guys. You want some halal guys? Here, you want some? Here, go ahead, take it. No? Okay, all right. You know what? I offered. For some reason, they felt the need to give me 3 sets of either. Sometimes they forget to give me utensils. Sometimes they give me 3. I guess I'll just save 2 of these for later.
Wait,
that's from the university. Yeah, sorry.
Did Saifullah really just change his name? Oh my God, I just noticed it.
Bro, he didn't just change it. It's been that way the whole time.
Really?
Yeah. Where you been, man? Come on.
I've been breaking my fast, bro.
I'm about to break my fast, right? Actually, I already did technically. Oh snap! I need a date.
Yeah, I'm Ibn Madagascar now. Ramzi, there's an important. There's an important clarification that should be made though about Surah 9, verse 29, about Jihad al-Talab. About Jihad al-Talab. Because what you said, the answer that you all said, but the answer that you all said may give the impression that offensive jihad is not a thing, and expansion is not a thing in Islam, which it is.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, which is why I tried to interrupt a little but I couldn't. I wanted to say that when you say fighting the disbelievers, we should be clear about what we mean by fighting. Do we mean military expansion of a state, or do we mean just a group going around killing people? And it seems like Ramzi was talking about the second one when he said that it wasn't the case, because he said, Fawad, go kill your wife. And I didn't say,
no, I didn't say go do it. I was asking.
No, I know. I'm saying that was the one you were refuting. But with the first one, military expansion of a state, of the Muslim state, no, that is a thing. You go and the Sahaba did it. The Sahaba did it to the Persian Empire and the Roman Empire. And then and whatnot.
Hey, brother Fawad, with all due respect, I hope your wife is not listening to this, because she may start looking at you funny.
She doesn't understand English, so you guys are good.
Mashallah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the first subtitles I'm gonna get for this shit are Portuguese, just for that.
Your wife is Portuguese?
She's Brazilian.
Not well, yeah.
Oh wow, nice.
Well, they
So,
speak Portuguese in
but
Brazil.
she comes, yeah, she comes from a Christian background. She's like a very devout Christian. But
Okay.
sometimes I do tell her stories, of like how these Christians act and everything, and she
So does
feels
that
like really ashamed.
mean?
Like literally, I translated for her word to word some of the Christians that were saying certain things,
Does that
and she
mean
goes, "Oh my God."
she's not subscribed to Dawah over there?
Well, I'm subscribed, so we're like the Bible says, we're one flesh.
You know what? I kid you. I kid you not. For what? I kid you not. For what? I kid you not. When I was younger, literally around like until I turned. When I say younger, I mean until I was 16 years old. I thought Brazilian was an actual language. So I would literally refer to people from Brazil speaking. Oh, you speak Brazilian, and they'll be like, "What?" No, I speak Portuguese. I'm like, "What? But you're from Brazil, though."
At one point, my little sister thought we spoke Palestinian, not Arabic, but it does happen.
I hear that till this day over here. When I tell people I'm from Pakistan, they're like, "Hey, so tell me something in Pakistani." I'm like, "Well, I would if there were a language called Pakistani, but there isn't."
Honestly, almost every day people think I speak African, so it's all right.
Yeah, oh yeah, I actually have seen those. I've seen those, like capital of Africa, like from the capital. They speak it in the They only speak African in the capital of Africa, but not in the rest. Just
yeah, I know, right?
Like they
Real
speak
quickly.
You know how they speak Californian in the capital of Sacramento.
Well, wait a minute. On that one, I haven't been to California, but I've heard stories. That one I kind of believe.
Yeah, honestly, you should. All right. Well, that wasn't too dramatic. Anyway. I see someone backstage named Connor. I think I've seen you before. You're not Muslim, if I remember.
Before you bring him on, if I may expand on the military expansion.
Sure.
Someone in the chat is.
Wait, hold on, one second. Okay, go.
Okay. So military expansion is actually a thing to the person in the chat who was surprised, but it's not. This is the way it's done. The Muslim Caliphate goes to a non-Muslim country, it tries to communicate with it, is what I mean. They invite them to Islam. If they accept, alhamdulillah, they are Muslim. If they don't accept, if they are Christian or Jewish, they can pay the jizya. If they refuse to pay the jizya, then it's war. Now, someone may be thinking, why don't you just leave them alone? Well, simply because we don't want to think like Disney princesses. We live in the real world. Imagine this. The Prophet ﷺ is in Arabia. He dies. Now the Muslim Caliphate under the rule of Abu Bakr is in Arabia. Let's say they send Muslims to the Persian Empire to call people to Islam. Persian Empire refuses. Maybe they even kill them. They don't allow them to spread Islam there. They send Muslims to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire refuses. They don't allow them to get in there. They Christians. They are Christians. They will not allow Islam, the religion of God, to take over there. They don't want to allow that. So now, what are the Muslims supposed to do? Are the Muslims supposed to stay in Arabia and act like Islam is a religion for the Arabs only? That makes no sense. In fact, let's take it at an even smaller scale. The Prophet ﷺ is in Medina. He's the ruler of Medina, a city. The Jews of Khaybar don't want to accept Islam. The Kuffar of Mecca don't want to accept Islam. The Kuffar of At-Ta'if don't want to accept Islam. What is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to just stay in Medina and keep Islam confined into the inside of Medina and die in Medina? And that's it? Islam just stayed for a few decades and disappeared? That's not how the religion of God is supposed to work.
Also, brother, just to add something in there, like back then, we have to remember that either, you would be part of the enemy's expansionist war, like you would basically be conquered by them, or you would have to conquer them. Because back then, like even at the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, we know that when our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, sent them an emissary, which is what I wanted to point out to Esther, that the emissary of Muslims was killed, and they were approaching. They came to the border of Syria, right? And the Syrian Christians, they actually conspired against Muslims. So we know that they were allowing them to eventually come towards Arabia and attack them. So you couldn't just sit, and just wait for your enemy to attack you, right? It's not like nowadays where everybody is like respecting their borders and everything, right? So we can actually evangelize peacefully, but back then it was not like that.
Not everyone. I'm Palestinian, so not everyone, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in general, I'm talking in general, right? Compared to back then, it was like till this day we have expansionist wars, right? But they're not done necessarily in the name of religion. They're done more in the name of politics and like United States going to Iraq. Sorry.
Yes, and to address something that someone said in the chat, not all the prophets only fought defensive wars. Sulaiman alayhi salam in Surah Al-Naml, it tells the story of Sulaiman alayhi salam and the bird. When the bird came to him and told him that in Sheba the people are worshipping the sun, Sulaiman alayhi salam told the bird, and that was one of his miracles. He could speak to birds. He told the bird to take a message from Sulaiman to the Queen of Sheba, inviting her to the worship of Allah. She tried to negotiate. No problem. She tried to negotiate by sending him a gift. Sulaiman alayhi salam was like, "You're sending me." Sulaiman alayhi salam says that what Allah has given him is better than what He has given them, and he says, actually, I will try to read the translation of the meaning of the verse instead of paraphrasing, because what he says is honestly amazing. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
Now remember, these are people who did not attack him. He just found out that they are not worshiping Allah. Okay. So Surah Al-Naml, verses 36 and 37. The translation of the meaning of the verses. So when they came to Solomon, he said, "Do you provide me with wealth? But what Allah has given me is better than what He has given you. Rather, it is you who rejoice in your gift. Return to them, for we will surely come to them with soldiers that they will be powerless to encounter, and we will surely expel them therefrom in humiliation, and they will be debased." These are people who did not attack him. These are people whom he found out were worshipping the sun. But he invited them to Islam. They refused, and so he went to attack them and to establish the rule of Islam there. Now, alhamdulillah, the Queen of Sheba became Muslim later on. But you get the idea that is an example of offensive jihad.
And even during the time of Syria.
And it's very important. No problem, Habibi, I'm almost done. And this is it's very important to have this. It's very important to have offensive jihad, because if all our wars are only defensive, the Muslim state will be confined into set limits, and that is assuming it doesn't lose some of these borders. At best case, if all our wars are defensive, best case scenario, the Muslim state will be confined into the same set of borders. Islam will be confined into the same set of borders. Worst case scenario is
sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like even during the time of Uthman, right? Abu Bakr and Uthman, when they finally went to, was it time of Abu Bakr or was it time of Umar when Muslims finally conquered Jerusalem? It was time of Umar. Yeah. So when they actually finally captured, I think it was time of Abu Bakr when they captured a part of Syria, when they got really close to the border of Syria, and they even went inside, if I'm not mistaken, right? You guys can correct me. But the point is that when they went over there, the Syrians, they were Christians, and they welcomed Muslims because they were not being treated good by the Romans. So they actually were glad that Muslims came over there, and because they had theological differences with the Romans. So the Christians of Syria, they had theological differences with the Romans. So they actually were glad that Muslims came in, and they actually, and same thing with even Jews. We see clearly this is why they left with Muslims when Muslims were leaving Spain and Morocco and all of these areas, because they knew Muslims to be just, you know, that they were kind people, they were just people, and they would not force you. So they would not force you to accept Islam, right? So jizya, as we know, like, you know, jizya literally back then was 1 dinar. And it was like, you know, it was exempted on jobless people, children, women, aged, disabled, religious leaders, you know, anybody that would serve in the military along with Muslims. So pretty much like more than half the population is already exempted. And it's just once a year, only 1 dinar. That's nothing as compared to what Muslims were supposed to pay. So these guys keep talking about jizya all the time, but look at the list of how many people are exempted from jizya. Like literally only men with jobs, they're allowed to pay. Because look, women are not paying, children are not paying, disabled people are not paying, jobless people are not paying, no matter what race, gender, whatever they are, right? Religious leaders are not paying. So come on, like literally who is paying? Just men with jobs, that's it.
You know what, Aki? That's actually what it could have been beneficial to tell Asar, the fact that, because even in the verse, until they pay the jizya, I think it would have been, that right there would have been very beneficial, because again, the jizya, for one, not only as far as the price, but who was required to pay it? Men who are fighting, meaning fight them until they pay the jizya, meaning the ones who are fighting. It's literally telling, it's literally keying in on a particular type and a particular group of people, on a particular type of people. Even by saying jizya, okay, who's required to pay the jizya? Men who are in the military, men who are fighting. Fight them until they pay the jizya. So it's literally like, that's something that would have been very, very beneficial to mention earlier. Like even for me, I'm actually upset that I didn't even think about that earlier.
Yeah, and also like, you know, all of them they keep talking about. So chapter 9, I do agree that it's one of the most misunderstood chapters of the Quran. This as Muslims we have to agree this,
I think
right?
it's intentional.
Because we take it out of.
I'll be honest. I think it's intentional for a lot of these people.
Yeah. I do agree, but I'm saying like anybody sincere, like let's say if I give it to my wife to read right now, right? So I know that you know, if she, because I have given her a you know, Quran to read. I don't like how much of it she read, like if she got to even this part or not, to be honest with you, I don't know. I'll ask her. But if anybody were to give it a read, in general, it comes across like that. But that's why we have the Asbab al-Nuzul. We tell people to ask the people, because it's a fair question to ask. But you have to listen. Once you ask a question, you have to listen. You have to have an open mind that, hey, buddy, is this like a general ruling? Is this within the context, right? So we clearly know there are 2 treaties that were breaking. One was like from the beginning of the verse to the first 9 or 11 verses are referring to the polytheists. And then it is talking about the Christians. So the Christians, when it is saying that, if in case Esther and any of these guys are listening to this, so Esther, basically what it's referring to when it's talking about the polytheists in the beginning, it was the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. You can actually Google that, right? So the polytheists, they actually killed some of the guys that had, it was actually pagan Meccans right outside the outskirts of Mecca, from the tribe of Khuzza, if I'm not mistaken. So they killed certain people from there, and some, you know, one guy or a couple of guys, they actually ran to Kaaba, and they even killed them inside of the Kaaba. And this was like a big no-no. Right? It's like literally, and this was a treaty that was supposed to be for 10 years. And it was against Muslims, right? This treaty. But like so many points were against Muslims to the extent that some of the closest companions of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, they did not agree to this treaty. Like Umar Radiallahu anhu, he's said to be the one that was totally against this treaty, because he said this is totally against us, right? But even then, you know, the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, he signed that treaty. So in spite of that, despite of that, they broke that treaty, and they killed some of the people that were, they had a covenant or a pact with the Muslims, right? Now it's like NATO, right? What are there, like 30 or 31 members in NATO? So it's like if you attack one country, it's like you attack everyone. And even then, it's not that the Prophet, peace upon him, he attacked them overnight or something. No, Abu Sufyan, he actually realized that, how much of a big blunder they made, and he came to Medina to meet Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, and apologize to him about this treaty being broken, right? But the Prophet did not entertain him at all. He didn't meet him. So this was an indication back then that, no more talking. We have done enough talking. You guys have literally killed so many of our people back to back. And this is what Allah is referring to in the beginning, that, okay, you guys are not bound by this treaty anymore, right? Even then, Muslims had to wait. Like, Muslims knew that this treaty was broken. Even then, they had to wait for a command from God, and God had to tell them that you're not bound by this treaty anymore, right? So this is how respectful they were of the treaty. Now, from verse, I don't know which verse, is it from verse 27 onwards or something? It refers to the people of the book, the Jews and the Christians. Now, you have to remember, Esther, that Jews, they also broke the treaties back to back. It was like Banu Nadir, that there were basically 3 tribes, Jewish tribes in Medina. And I think only, if I'm not mistaken, only one tribe actually honored the treaty, right? And 2 of them, they broke the treaty. And then there were the Christians.
There were more than one that honored the treaty, as far as I'm aware, I think.
I mean, the big tribes. The big tribes were 3 tribes: Banu Nadir, Banu Qurayza, and I forget the name of the third one. Right? So and then so these guys, they were constantly conspiring against Muslims. So the last 9 to 10 years, all of these guys, like, you're surrounded. Oops.
You good, Akhi? Maybe his wife didn't understand English.
I told him to watch his back.
Yeah. I look behind me. Fawad, are you there, Akhi? Oof. The halal guys went quick. SubhanAllah.
Is Connor still there?
No, I'm saying that my food went quick, like, just like that. Shafatto. Barakallah feek. There's someone backstage named Connor. He's actually been waiting a very long time. Connor, can you turn your camera on for just a second? I'm sorry if you've been waiting so long. That's cool. That's cool. You can turn it off now if you'd like. Or leave it on. Turn it off. All right. Connor.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. So I wanted to ask, I've been reading about Islam for a while, right? I've caught on to this stream like once or twice. And there's a lot of arguments I've heard against Islam that I've never really looked into.
Uh-huh.
And I want to, look more into them. So I'm not really sure if they're good or not. And so I wanted to ask like a ton of arguments that I've heard and then get like a brief response to some of them so I can then look into your responses more on my own.
Sure.
Okay, so one thing I wanted to ask about is in Surah Ash-Shams.
So the Shams, all right.
It talks about like from my reading, it seems to seem like geocentrism, like the moon is following the sun.
Are you talking about where it talks about the sun and the moon and the earth each floating in an orbit?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What about that makes you think it's not heliocentric? Geocentric? Was that the word, geocentric?
Yeah.
Well, what about that sounds geocentric?
It says by the sun and its brightness and the moon as it follows it. And so that seems to say that should I just disconnect?
Yeah. No, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. By the sun and its brightness and the moon as it follows it. So that seems to say that the moon is following the sun, no?
No. That's not what it's saying.
I mean, are you talking about look, I'll give you an example. The Quran talks about the sun setting, right?
Right.
Yeah. When the Quran says the sun sets, does that mean the sun is the Quran making a scientific claim that the sun literally sets into the earth? I don't think anyone would read that and say when the Quran says the sun is setting, I don't think anyone understands that as a scientific claim of the Quran. Because look, I'll tell you what, the sun doesn't set. So when the Quran says the sun is setting, is that like would you consider that a scientific blunder of the Quran?
No. Okay, so you're saying that the Quran is pointing out that it appears as though the moon is following.
Well, no, yeah. So for example, when the Quran describes it describes the sun as a lamp, for example. Is the sun a lamp? No, it's not. When the Quran says the sun and the moon follow each other in the sky, okay, yeah, obviously the sun doesn't literally follow the moon. The moon doesn't literally follow the sun, right? But the sun and the moon both orbit the earth. They both go, from our view, go around, right? The sun and the moon both go around. So linguistically, describing what one sees, it wouldn't be incorrect. It'd be like it would be to say that that's incorrect, or to say that that's a scientific error would be like saying, oh, you just said the sun is setting, but the sun doesn't actually set. The sun goes, the earth goes around the sun. So the sun doesn't technically set. So therefore it's a scientific error. Say, no, that's obviously just the way we speak. It's describing what we see. Likewise, the sun and the moon, both from our perspective, set and rise and go around the sky. You know what I'm saying?
So it's like an expression.
And Connor, yeah, Connor, and let's understand when this says follow. Well, what does the word follow mean? Because one thing I do think we get misconstrued is the actual definition of the word follow. The word follow just means to come after. It literally now how we use it colloquially, we'll say, well, just because you came behind me, that means I'm here because of you, type stuff. So it's like, oh, just because B came after A, that does not mean B came because of A. So when it says the word follow, it just means like what Rom was just talking about earlier, and it just means, okay, well, this is talking about the sun first, and then the moon follow, meaning the same topic of which God is talking about, which is literally them having the orbit. So it's saying, okay, the sun has its own orbit, and then following after what I'm talking about, the sun, the moon also has its own orbit too.
It's figurative language. It's figurative, just like when we say the
exactly.
Sun is setting, when we say the sun is setting, right? Or for example, when the Quran describes the sun as a lamp, is the sun actually a lamp? No, it's not. The sun is comprised of helium and hydrogen, right? And it's made of plasma and this, that, the other. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like if someone said that, I'd be like, okay, bro, I know that, but there's obviously a meaning behind the sentence. The sun is
exactly.
A lamp, right? There's a meaning behind that.
Right.
And even so, yeah, in a sense, it's not saying the moon it's not following the sun. It's following the literally within a textual language. It's following, meaning it came after, meaning it's saying, okay, the sun has its own orbit, and then the following that, meaning next up, coming after that, not within what's actually the moon following the sun. It's literally used within the linguistic language. Following that is just saying after. It's like how we say, well, following. We even use that in the way we speak English, in the way we speak when we try to redirect, or when we try to transition to something else. So we're literally saying coming after this. So it's not saying the moon is following the sun. It's saying following, meaning in a linguistic perspective of it. And actually, right. if I could just add, you actually unknowingly you actually recited a verse or picked a verse that actually proves, or in this case, proves the authenticity of the Quran being the word from God, because the Quran was revealed in the 7th century. In the 7th century, at that time, when it comes to what people thought about space and everything like that, unfortunately, the one thing called the telescope was not invented yet, because the telescope was what led to a lot of advancements as far as what's out there. It was using the invention of the telescope. At that time, the main theory was the geocentric theory, which was commonly spread. However, in certain areas, one of those areas included Greece. In the Greco-Roman culture, scholars, astronomers, like, I don't know if Aristotle is one of them, but I do know that Ptolemy was one of them, who theorized that the sun, the idea of the heliocentric theory, that the sun was in the middle of the solar system, and everything was moving, orbiting around the sun. Now the problem with that is, until literally even after the invention of the telescope, the common belief, the worldwide belief when it comes to science, was that the sun was stationary.
Right, but it actually orbits around.
Exactly.
It orbits around. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the sun has its own orbit, and the funny thing, and that's the miracle of it, because again, the Quran came in the 7th century. Science did not catch up with the sun's orbit literally until the last 400 years. But it literally says in the Quran verbatim, the sun has a fixed motion. That's an orbit. Imagine at that time
By the way, guys, I
You said what?
I need to prepare my maghrib, so can you guys just go ahead, continue?
Oh, no problem, okay. So yeah, go ahead, Connor.
You said the sun is in a fixed orbit. Could you give me the verse?
So it said, so it's actually there's a
Shams. So chapter 91. Chapter 21, verse 33. You guys can hear me fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So the verse actually says, and it is he who created the night and the day and the sun and the moon, all heavenly bodies, like in parentheses, in some translation it says parentheses, heavenly bodies in an orbit are swimming. In another translation it says each floating in an orbit.
Or the commonly used language is each floating in a fixed motion, which is another word, another way of saying orbit. So saying a fixed motion.
Yeah. Yeah. The moment you actually make it an orbit, it has to be a fixed, sort of circular motion, right?
Yeah. I'm with you.
So yeah. So if anything, even for me, that's actually one of the when I read that, the fact that the Quran is claiming something like that, which again, that could not have been known in the 7th century at that time, because again, why couldn't it not have been known? Because science was only able to realize that after the invention of the telescope, after advancements was made through the invention of the telescope, which did not exist in the 7th century. And even if you look at the 7th century, where was the Quran revealed? In Arabia, in the desert. How on earth is a man living in the desert in the 7th century? How did he get it explicitly by even saying the sun and the moon are in a fixed motion? I mean, would you call that a coincidence, really?
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. Okay. So a different one I wanted to ask about.
Go ahead.
Is the 80? It's also an alleged scientific error. The 86. Verse 6 through 7, which talks about sperm proceeding from between the ribs and the backbone.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, what's our thoughts about that one?
Yeah, no problem. So let me go to it first, because when you say what is it called? When you say sperm, English is not my native language, but when you say sperm, you mean the little things that have tails, right? The things that have tails that get into the egg, correct?
Yes.
Yes, because this is not what the verse actually says. So it says, خُلِقَ مِن مَاءٍ دَافِقٍ. He was created from a fluid ejected. It's talking about the fluid. It's not talking about the tail objects. I don't know what to call them. The sperms. It's talking about the fluid. Now, the fluid, where is it made? It's made in 3 areas, if I'm not wrong, the prostate, some vesicle thingies. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah,
I'm not a biologist.
The 3 areas. So the 3 areas the sperm is made, and this is the common misconception. A sperm is so I do apologize if I'm getting a little too technical, but a sperm is made in what's called our testicles. But however, just because it's made there, that does not mean it stays there. After it's made, it then travels up the vas deferens, and then it goes to what's called the seminal vesicles.
Yes.
So yeah, and it's the seminal vesicles, and that's where we get the fluid, the fluid, and that the seminal vesicles and the prostate. They're right next to one another. That's where we get the fluid, which we call seminal fluid. That's where ultimately when semen, because again, semen is like more than 90% fluid, and then that's when because we need that, because you need a safe travel for the sperm to travel. So yeah, without getting too technical. So it's basically the testicles, the seminal vesicles, the vas deferens, which it travels through, and the prostate.
Right. Okay. So the 2 responses that I've jotted down in my notes, would this be accurate? Arabic. The Arabic mentions a fluid that is not necessarily sperm. And then the second response that I got was that the entire process of creating sperm could go up into the chest to spine.
That's one explanation. Sorry, go ahead.
Right,
No, go.
that's the only. Just like these are the two explanations I've got.
Okay, so there's one other explanation. Sorry, go ahead, Akhi. Sorry.
Yeah, I think those two are more like one explanation, because at the end of the day, what Ali and I are saying is that the place where the fluid is made, where it's created, and where it gets out from, that prostate, that area is, as the Quran says, between the backbone and the ribs.
So
it's in between there.
Just to be clear, so I mean, to make it simple, one, the verse doesn't mention sperm; it says ma, which means fluid, right, or water or fluid. So one, the sperm is not mentioned in that verse in particular. And even if it was, it still actually wouldn't be linguistically incorrect, because sperm does actually emerge from between the backbone and the ribs. It's not necessarily created there, but it does emerge from there, because that's not where it's. Even though it's made in the testicles, that's not where it doesn't remain there. It actually is, if I'm not mistaken, in the vesicles in the process. I forget exactly where. This is not biology. Anatomy is not really my thing, but basically, in human anatomy, the testicles is not where sperm. It's where they're created, but it's not where they remain. They actually do. What do you call it? They move into a different organ. I honestly, I don't know these things very well. But in any case, what do you call it? It does actually emerge from between the backbone and the ribs. And also another thing, so that's pretty much it. It doesn't. Now, don't get me wrong. It is sometimes translated as sperm, because the way you read it, it does sound like sperm, right? Created from something, right? But if you actually go to the Arabic, the word sperm, I think, is nutfa. If I'm not mistaken, Ibn Madagascar, I think, isn't it nutfa? Is it what was the word for sperm? Was it
Believe it or not, I'm actually not sure. I'll check real quick and then I'll tell you.
But anyway, but the word used is mat, which means fluid. It doesn't mean sperm. It means fluid. And the fluid, yeah.
So even when it says from what's between, and the word there is not necessarily what's common misconception is the ribs. The word there is not necessarily mean. It's also a mistranslation. And if you need more emphasis on it, there's a brother on EF Dawah. You can go to EF Dawah and actually, because he's an actual doctor, he goes in depth with this when it comes to that in depth. So. And I can only be from what I remember. So from the verse there, the word that's translated as the ribs or the breast or the breastplate or the breastbone, it does not actually translate as that. What the word is looking for is, it's talking about something that's only exclusive. That's only I hear a loud sound. Where's that coming from?
I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything either.
Is that just me? Oh wow, never mind then. So yeah, it's talking about something that's only exclusive to females. So we have to ask, what is it? What could it be talking about? Men have ribs. What could it be talking about that's only exclusive to females? Well, one of the I can't remember what he said.
I made a short about this. So there's two explanations for this. One is the one that we just gave you. It's the one about it's the word is simply fluid, and this could be referred. So what does the verse say that we can't deny? That there is a fluid, that man is created from a fluid that's emerges from between the backbone and the ribs. Now, can that be understood to be seminal fluid? Yes, that's one interpretation, because seminal fluid does emerge from between the backbone and the ribs from the seminal vesicles, is that the other. The other interpretation, I think it's a slightly less common interpretation, but it is accepted. It's actually, I think, held by Maududi and a few other mufassirin, well-known mufassirin, that this is referring to the child, the debate that
exactly.
It depends which, because there's a particular word that says, so the word used is emerging from. Now, the word emerging from, some interpret it as referring to the fluid that's emerging, and some think it's referring to the child that's emerging. Most commonly, it's translated as the fluid that's emerging, but some translate it as the baby or the child that's being created. The child is emerging.
Exactly.
And if you say,
even if we'd mention, like Ramsey said, that's what I was trying to get to in a very, very long-winded way. But when it says emerging from between the backbone and the ribs that it's talking about, again, it has to be something that's only exclusive to women. And that's why we'll go to the idea of a womb. Because if you look at where a woman's womb is placed, it's literally placed in between between the backbone and the rib cage, something that's only exclusive to we, so, something that only can't get my words right, something that's only exclusive to women. And that's where I was gonna lead into. Even when it comes to the first one, we'll talk about the seminal vesicles. It's literally the position there too. It's still between, because our seminal vesicles and our prostate, it's literally right above our
They're
coccyx.
in the abdomen, the abdomen of the male, that abdomen.
Yeah, the
In front of your
tailbone.
spine, below your rib cages. So, you know.
Yeah, it's right above the tailbone, and right. So literally, either both ways, it still concludes. Now, the more commonly one is the one with the fluid. However, even whichever one you would see it still persists, because even the vesicles, like Ramsey said, it's between the spine and the rib cage. A woman's womb between the spine and the rib cage, something that's will be only exclusive to females. So either way, it still persists on male and females.
So is your first explanation, just to make sure I understand it?
Both are accepted. Both are considered valid. They're both held by authoritative mufassirin. So either one, they're both linguistically justifiable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I want to get both because I want to look more into these on my own. So if I find
okay, no problem.
One makes sense, maybe the other one does.
Okay, so the first one is when it says from the fluid ejected. Now, the fluid that's ejected, I can't remember what I told you before.
Yeah, wait,
sperms.
Are you saying?
Are you good?
Yeah, I just want to clarify because I think I understand it, so I don't want to spend too long on it. But just to make sure, your explanation was, or one of them was that the word ribs refers to an organ only in females.
So we'll first the exclusivity of females. Yes, it's mistranslated as ribs, but it's not really. It shouldn't really be translated as ribs. It's something that does not translate as ribs.
Okay.
And that was for the second one. So I'm gonna give you in a very quick summary. I'm gonna give you the two. Okay. The first one is when it says from a fluid ejected. That fluid ejected comes from when the sperm is being made from the testicles. It goes all the way up to to the vas deferens, to the seminal vesicles. The seminal vesicles and the prostate, that's what gives it its fluid. That's where we get semen from. The location of the seminal vesicles, the prostate, and the prostate are located right on top of the tailbone, right in between. So literally right in between the backbone, which is the tailbone, it's right on top of the tailbone, and it goes to and between the rib cage too. So it's literally right, the position of it, it's right there. That will be the first interpretation of it. Okay, you got that?
Yeah, I'm with you.
And the second one, is the one I told you about, what the word that means. It's talking about something exclusive that happens to exclusivity when it comes to women. And that when it says emerging from between the backbone and the ribs, that's where a woman's womb is. When a woman gets pregnant, we can see where the baby bump is and stuff like that. It's literally between her ribs and her backbone. And even the idea of when it goes to a pelvis too. So when a baby emerges, when man emerges, what does man come out of? A womb. So either way persists on. It's actually very, very you can use either one. So yeah, that's
like I said, they're both linguistically justifiable. It's not like I'll be honest with you, which one do I subscribe to? I'll be honest with you, I couldn't decide at this moment exactly. They both seem to make sense to me. But I don't know, to be honest. But either way, they're both considered valid.
Can I ask? This is not a rhetorical question. Are y'all aware of any classical tafsirs that would also take those explanations?
Yeah. I told you, Al-Mawdudi. He's the one. He's one of the most well known. He holds the view of the excuse me, that's referring to the woman's anatomy that's flowing from that's the baby that's emerging from between the woman's backbone and ribs between, you know.
And also, if you could remind me, I do know a reference that you can go to. He's an actual doctor. I can give you the link to it if you'd remind me, because unfortunately I'm unable to do so right now. But if you remind me, I could give you the link so you can get more information about that. Okay.
Cool.
And for a tafsir that talks about the pain that is referring to the fluid, you can check Tafsir ibn Kathir, which in general is a great tafsir for a layman, really. Tafsir ibn Kathir.
Okay. So another one I wanted to ask about is the two, like the chapter 2, verse 282. You know, the two women witnesses equaling one male witness. I wanted to hear, you know, an explanation for that.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I'm multitasking right now. Something important just messaged me. Could you repeat that? So sorry.
I wanted to hear what y'all thought about the chapter 2, verse 282. The like two women equaling one man in court.
Ah, good. So what do you call it? So good question. So it doesn't actually say that two women equal one man in court. It says basically it's talking about financial contracts, right? If you have a financial contract, you should either bring two men or one man and one. Sorry, two men or one man and two women, right? Now the verse actually tells you why to bring two women. It tells you why, right? It doesn't say because one is worth less than the other, one is worth more than the other. It explicitly says so that if one forgets, the other can remind her. Right. You got to remember that. You got to remember that in an Islamic society, the Quran isn't meant to be implemented piecemeal. It's meant to be implemented as a whole. And Islamically, we believe in an Islamic society where men are primarily going to be the breadwinners of the families, which means that men are generally going to be more financially aware, which means that generally men are, well, that's it right there. Men will be more financially aware. So generally speaking, like for example, if I told you, for example, if you wanted to get a surgery, either get two doctors or a doctor and two nurses. That doesn't mean nurses are dumb and stupid or that nurses are, you know, this, that, the other. It simply means, well, generally speaking, a doctor is going to have more knowledge in this topic. So it makes sense why you wouldn't just want one nurse. You want two nurses, right? And also, and by the way, it doesn't say, what do you call it? It says if one, it explicitly says, like I said, if one forgets, the other can remind her. Does that make sense? And by the way, this is specifically about contracts. This is specifically about financial contracts. This isn't about generally in a court of law, one man's testimony is two women's. This isn't about that at all. This is just specifically for financial contracts. If you read the verse itself, explicitly for financial contracts.
Also, don't forget that it says there that sorry, brother, just want to add one more point in there. Both women, they don't have to testify. The other one could be her, like sort of like her accomplice and sort of like remind her. Right? Because you got to remember that, like Brother Ramzi mentioned, that it's supposed to be, like Quran is supposed to be universal. So till this day, there are many areas in the world where women, they don't travel alone. They're shy, right? Or they could be easily influenced, right? So if she has at least one other woman, so even though the second one would not be testifying, only that one is testifying, she'll be there sort of like kind of helping her out, like a, I don't know what to call it in English, like an accomplice, I guess. I don't know what
like a wingman or something.
Yeah, wingman. There you go.
Yeah,
exactly.
So okay, so the basic response is Islam supports I suppose a hierarchical family. So in an ideal Islamic society, men would be in charge of finance, and therefore their testimony and contracts is more.
That's one.
So,
that's one.
I mean, also remember. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. I mean, also remember that. Sorry, you can go ahead, Aki.
Fight me. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was just gonna say that. I'll just very quickly. That's one commonly understood wisdom behind it. I mean, there might be more wisdom behind it. Like I said, this isn't talking generally about all court cases. No, this is just talking specifically about financial contracts, right? And it's an understandable wisdom. But then on top of that, like I said, the what do you call it? It doesn't say both of them have to come and both of them have to come and speak at the same time. It just says bring a second one just in case the first one forgets. It's that simple, right? It's not that they both need to testify and that'll equal a man. One of them only has to testify. The other one's there just in case she forgets. That's simple.
Like I can literally give you an example. Sorry to cut you off there, brother, but just like like have you traveled to? I suppose you're from the U.S.
Yes.
Okay. Have you traveled to like the Indian subcontinent, like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, any of those countries?
I have not been to those countries.
Okay, they're literally, like I can tell you, like in my country, I'm from Pakistan. There are literally like villages in my country. Like of course I'm not comparing the city people to the villages, right? Because there are people in the villages that the women are so shy to speak to you, literally, that even when they talk, they wouldn't talk like with a loud enough voice. I've literally come across women like that, where they're afraid to talk to men, right? Just even if it's one guy. Now imagine if it's like a court, right? Now if she has to testify in front of like the judge and so many people, she might be hesitant. You know what I mean? So it's
she might get intimidated.
Exactly. And sorry?
You're saying it's like it's a law to keep her from being intimidated in a nutshell.
Exactly.
You got to think of it this
that
way.
too.
Court of law is not courts. Things get messy in court. You know what I'm saying? Testimonies. Like, have you ever seen like videos of people testifying in court? It can get emotional. It can get it's a very tense environment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also, Connor, I mean, if I could just add, the one thing I would to understand about Islam, there's two things actually. One, like what Brother Fawad was talking about, inclusivity. Because I'm in the States too, and one thing that we can get we can misunderstand about the world is that we would think that everything just that goes on with the States, that goes on in the States, how people are in the States, is how everyone else is across the world. That is definitely not true. That's why so a lot of stuff for what it's talking about, because again, I'm an immigrant too. Even in my country, it happens. So that's the one thing. Islam is inclusive. It literally talks about, it includes everyone from everywhere throughout history. Literally, it could be the same thing now, 500 years ago, 600 years ago. That's what's best. That's one. And two, in Islam, we are all about not necessarily equality, but when it comes to our everyday life, it's about equity. So literally, on one hand, because I remember I was not happy the day I found out too. So you know how in the States we have this whole idea when it comes to a woman saying, my man's money, my money's my money, his money is my money, his money is our money type stuff.
I have heard that, yes.
Yes, in Islam, that's actually the case. With the wife's husband, and this is where the equity comes into play. With the husband, the money that he makes, he has to spend it on his wife and his children. If he has any children, he has to.
And
however,
and his parents and his elderly parents.
Exactly. He has, so his money is not just his, he has, because again, he's the breadwinner, which is a lot more responsibility.
How much of that money? Let's get real here. How much of that money is actually his? Let's be real. Come on. Like if you want to, look, it's one thing to be married, it's another thing to be happily married. Come on.
Oh my God, let's not open that can of worms, man.
I'm just kidding.
Brother Fawad,
all the sisters are gonna unsubscribe right now as soon as they heard that. All right.
Brother Fawad, please take it easy on Ramsey, man. But anyways, so in Islam, a husband has to, the man of the house, you have to literally spend your money on everybody. You have to provide for everybody. However, with the wife, it's up to her. If she doesn't want to, if she wants to keep it for herself, that's completely within her decision to do so. If she wants to, that's good. But if she chooses not to, it's all on her. However, when it comes to that's one side. When it comes to inheritance, let's say my sister, I have an older sister. If my father, God forbid, something happened to my father, I would inherit more money than she. Because why? I would inherit more money than my sister would. Because why? Because when I get married, I need that money for my family. My sister, for the most part, she's going to be provided for. So she doesn't need the inheritance as much as I do. And that's where the equity comes into play when it comes to everyday life, including transactions. Because one thing we do have to understand about, like with women, what the Fawad said, is women, I would say they're more social than men are for the most part. Meaning, a lot of the times, and if you could say without making a lot of the ladies mad, you could say a woman are a lot more open to influence, without making anybody mad, compared to men. They're more agreeable.
We're canceled, bro. We're canceled.
Sorry. So compared to men,
we're demonetized. We're losing. I'm losing.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. That's on me. But I would say for the most part, generally, women would be more agreeable compared to men, because men, we have the leadership. We have the role of a leader. Leaders have to be stick to the guns more often than someone who's not a leader, really. So because of that, that's why God sets ways, and God sets these ways to ensure that both parties have a fair share, because it's all about equity. He knows, okay, wait a minute, female, well, there's a chance that a woman, she might get intimidated. A woman may have a soft voice. She may not want to speak for herself. She may be influenced. So in this case, for her, it will be equitable for her to need backup because of all these things that could happen, and more often than not, in a lot of countries, does happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I suppose you could argue that if the choice were open to come in without a backup woman, then perhaps that would create opportunities for men to coerce, intimidate.
Exactly.
Right. Okay, I'm with you.
And there have been many occasions where men they have tried to. So it's like more of a cultural thing. That's why I asked you if you ever travel. Like anybody that's from India and Pakistan, they know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Where, like if you're testifying against, does not necessarily share the views of honest panelists, right? Sorry about that. I just saw a comment.
That's from the Sharia. I gotta be clear.
But anyway, so there have been occasions that I personally know of, actually, a case where a woman, she was supposed to testify in court in my country. It was like, not a city woman. She was more from the from the village, right? She was not a literate lady. And the man that she was supposed to testify against, like, he was trying to first bribe her and then also intimidate her, right? So if it's a woman, we know in general women, they get intimidated easily, especially if they're from the third world countries, right? Maybe a woman from the United States or Europe may not be easily intimidated by, but and there are so many countries out there, poor countries, third world countries, where women, they get intimidated very easily, right? So this is why it just says to have an accomplice, it's better, right?
Right. Okay.
It just makes sure that there are no errors during the judgment, right? The whole purpose is to ensure that the matter gets resolved without any error. That's all.
I'm with you. Okay, so another one I wanted to ask about, a fourth one, is there is a hadith in Bukhari which says...
Can you guys believe I was planning on being done an hour and a half ago?
My bad.
No, it's not your fault at all. Are you kidding me?
Connor,
it's not your fault at all.
trust me, it is not your fault. Ramsey set himself up. He knew what was going to happen. It is not your fault at all.
Yeah, man. I have never, since when have schedules actually gone as planned here on Dawah Dunya? Like I can't ever expect that. Go on, Connor. Go on.
May I ask how many questions do you have exactly?
I don't have a count, but enough where I would not be offended if I was cut off and he ended the stream. Like,
no problem.
No worries. Go ahead.
At least 10.
Listen, it's Ramadan. I'm up till Suhoor. Okay, that's a lie, actually. But I could stay up till Suhoor. I got time.
Connor, okay. You've been a gentleman. You have been, so respectful.
Honestly, Connor, don't let this get to your head. But you're honestly, you've been like a breath of fresh air for us as comparison to previous.
Exactly. So ask as many, man.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
So, okay, here's one.
Yeah.
I read in Bukhari that it said that I believe the hadith number was 7099, but I could be wrong. But in a nutshell, Muhammad said that a nation that has a female leader cannot be successful. And so, to me, that doesn't necessarily even have to be a moral error, but in my mind, I can think of successful female leaders in the past. So, how would we handle that potential difficulty?
How many, since you're from the United States, how many female presidents does the United States it has had in the entire history?
0 in America, for sure.
Exactly. And in Islam, and we're not ashamed of it. We believe in a patriarchal society. We believe that men are leaders because as men, you have to remember that, as I said, like Quran is supposed to be it's like a universal religion, right? It has to apply in every single time.
So back then, especially, men, they were leaders, not just by title, but also they were military leaders, right? So whenever Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or any of the caliphs that came after him, they used to fight battles. They used to be the first one in the line leading, right? You can't expect a woman to do that, right? And then we know that women leading a nation, it's not an easy task. It's like literally, like, just look at how Bush used to look like just within the first 4 years of, like, I was watching, actually, I think it was on CNN or it was BBC, they were showing, like, when Bush was the president, how much he aged just within the 4 years, right? And then they were showing Obama. They were showing all these different
look at
presidents.
Obama.
Exactly. That how much they aged just within, the first 4 years, not even like the entire 8
You know
years,
something
right?
funny? Something funny, actually. Isn't Trump going to be like in his 80s when next time he tries to run for president? If he does,
Man, Biden is in his 80s right now.
Oh, wait, Joe Biden is Joe Biden in his 80s? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's in his 80s.
Oh, he's in his 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Imagine if he runs
nine.
again in 5 years or 4 years or whatever. Snap.
Right. So kind of like summarizing it, in Islam, we believe in a patriarchal society. So leading a nation, it's not an easy task. There might be a lot of women. There's always that exception to the rule, right? They might be able to pull it off, like especially nowadays that they don't have to go on military expeditions themselves, right? They just, are sitting, chilling in their White House and whatnot, right? And they're like, oh, go attack this nation or whatever, right? But back then, you got to remember that, the leaders, they themselves had to be the first in line to fight.
Yeah, can I say I don't really dispute a hierarchy in marriage. I think that is, or at least it should be, a Christian value as well. But I guess the dispute is not a moral one; it's more of a historical one, if that makes sense.
So sorry to interrupt you. If we're going to go historical, because as Muslims, again, we do believe in a patriarchal society. And this is one thing I actually got from a podcast, because I would ask you historically, how many matriarchies do you know throughout history? How many matriarchal societies do you know throughout history?
I could do a good Andrew Tate voice if you guys want to fit the context.
Oh, that one. Don't do it. You want to get demonetized, bro? Don't do it.
All right, fair enough. I don't want to get falsely accused and put under house arrest. I definitely don't want that. All right. Never mind.
Oh yeah. So, yeah, how many matriarchal societies, civilizations, do we know throughout? Because I love history myself. So, yeah, how many matriarchal societies do we know?
Well, excluding prehistory, because a lot of archaeologists think that a lot of nomadic tribes were matriarchal. There's very few outside of.
Exactly. So I would agree. Sorry about that, Akhi. So I would agree to that because even if you look at history, imagine the age of empires, the age of warlords. Because again, if I'm a warlord and I see this, first, when it comes to physical strength, for the most part, men are physically, we're physically superior when it comes to our muscle tone and everything like that. So if I'm a man and I run my own empire and I'm trying to expand, who am I going? Not saying I'll always win, but who am I going to be more likely to want to go after? An empire that's ran by females who I see as physically inferior to me, or another empire run by a male, typically because of that. And that's why a lot of the times when it comes to those patriarchal societies, even if there was a matriarchy, they wouldn't necessarily survive because those other patriarchal societies will see them as fresh meat, if that makes sense. And that's one way to look at it. And two, even you look at what Brother Fawad was talking about earlier when it comes to being a leader, because being a leader, and this is the thing about men and women, men have to be masculine, females have to be feminine, because again, it's in the name. So when it comes to being a leader, a lot of what it takes to be a leader, a lot of it to be a sustainable leader, unfortunately, even when it comes to female leaders, like I know there's some female leaders around, but even when it comes to being a leadership involves a lot of masculine attributes. Meaning, you have to be, for domineering, you have to be someone who's. You said what?
strong, authoritative, like
exactly. And those things involve a lot of masculine qualities. Now, masculinity comes more natural. It's a natural, not saying other women cannot be leaders. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's naturally a more male mindset. Yeah, a male skill, because as males, God designed us with certain attributes, and those attributes more better equipped to be able to handle a leadership position. I'm not saying every man is a leader. I'm saying if it's easier for a male to use those masculine attributes much more than a female would. So again, even to this day, as even when it comes to attraction wise, not necessarily a feminine male is not necessarily valued within society. For the most part, when it comes to the idea of leadership, because again, being submissive as a leader, you're not necessarily going to be respected by that, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay. So another one I wanted to ask about, which is very similar in nature, admittedly, is, and I don't mean to bring up like one of the most commonly debated controversial issues, but the hijab. To me, it doesn't seem problematic for the Quran to say you ought to wear a hijab, but it does strike me as problematic to say that it ought to be governmentally mandated. Would Islam hold that the hijab needs to be a mandate?
So we do believe that that God, the creator of the heavens and earth, has told. So just to be clear, I mean, I don't know if do you mind? Are you a Christian? I forget.
I am a Christian. I'm a Catholic.
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to talk about that right now, but so you would generally agree that the creator of the heavens and earth knows what's best for people, for society, for humanity in general. I'm sure you do agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So now I'll be honest with you. I would honestly be full. I'm going to say this, and people can go ahead and say whatever they want. Sisters, you can be mad at me. Guys, you can be mad at me. I don't care. Liberal Christians, you can be mad at me. I would not be upset if a country was to enforce the hijab in a society, a Muslim dress code on men and women. I would have no issue with that whatsoever. Now, to be honest, I can't think of a theological reason as to why a Muslim country wouldn't do that, but I don't want to speak out of ignorance because I don't want to do that. But in any case, let's say a Muslim country did enforce that. Let's speak let's just be direct. Let's not avoid that. Let's say a Muslim country did enforce that. Why would you not want a country to enforce God's laws, right? If God says, oh, people should dress this way, who are we to say, there should be a different dress code, or we should, basically, who are we to say that, although God tells us that we should dress like this, we don't feel bothered to tell people to dress this way and that they should dress this way. Well, who are we to do that? What do you think of that?
I think where my mind jumps to when you say that is that I think that rhetoric makes sense if we grant Islam from the jump. But I suppose
obviously that's assuming Islam is true. Obviously, we have to prove that first. But if Islam is true, then of course, yeah. But we gotta prove Islam is true first. I mean, even if Islam was to be completely liberal, this, that, the other, before we look at the laws of Islam and the I guess you could say the Sharia, you could say, right? Before we look at the whole how to live your life in terms of what you can't eat, what you can't wear, what you can't look at. Before we get into that, we have to establish, is Islam true or not? Is it true? Okay, great. Now we take its guidance. If it's not true, well, who cares what it says, right?
I mean, even if you want to take it away, even if just playing devil's advocate, you want to take it away out of the idea of religion. If we go to, again, establishing a proper and the most stable society, for one, and I'll be perfectly honest with you, society, for the most part, it's all about taking care of females. It really is. Because it's the same way how literally a man can buy a house, but a woman makes it a home. And if you look at even within a societal infrastructure, men build a societal infrastructure, and women are the biggest consumers of it. That's why if you go to clothing stores, you see a lot of clothing stores. I used to work at a clothing store, literally, 80% of the store, like 90% of the store, right in front of your face, off of the woman. The men's side is in the corner somewhere, literally. So, and that's the thing. And even earlier, I actually watched someone who's a public speaker. He said if someone really wanted to control a society, all he would have to do is control the woman, because for the most part, yeah. So how do we see that? For one, look at what the West is. Hello, you can hear me?
Go ahead. I can hear
So
you.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So yeah, look at what the countries in the Western are doing when they tell women this idea of feminism, telling women to wear less and less clothing, trying to feed them the idea of, oh well, you're more empowered when you're wearing less and less. Unfortunately, when you have a treasure, because women are treasures. When something's more valuable, women are very valuable and they're treasures. Anything that's a treasure, the most precious treasures are the ones you keep guarded, and the ones that you keep clothed, guarded, and the ones you keep protected. And that's where we'll have to, because that's what we will have to do. So if you tell a woman to say, you know what, don't wear less and less clothing, what do? You'll say, you'll tell her, hey, be less of who you are, be less modest, get her to spend more money, etc., etc. You literally control society by literally just trying to make women feel empowered. Now, on the flip side, what happens if you tell a woman, if you keep a woman modest? Well, for one, unfortunately, a lot of less crimes. I'm not going to say exactly what crime, but a lot less crimes, of those particular crimes will take place. That's one. Two, this idea of female insecurities and anxieties will go down. Three, now you're going to line of teenage pregnancies and stuff like that out of wedlock. So you're literally fixing the infrastructure of society when a woman is dressed, because why she keeps her value, because as men, and let's be perfectly honest, men, we have to earn our value, because a man in society that is not able to work, that is not literally able to provide anything, does not really have much benefit within or much value within a society. However, with a woman, she's naturally precious, and she has to protect her value. She has to maintain, because why? Unfortunately, when it comes to men, there are certain things physically that, since we're men, we're physical creatures, there are certain things that we look for. Now, women will be without, I'm trying not to be inappropriate here. It will be within a woman's best self-interest and within a society to keep her clothed and guarded, because that will literally fix for the most part, the infrastructure and how a society is ran. A lot less crimes will take place. A lot of things, even when it comes to the future generations, because what happens typically, what happens when you enforce the liberal values on women, you get a lot of adultery being born out of wedlock, a lot of abortions being taken place. Literally, by telling a woman to stay clothed and enforce a more modest approach, you're literally fixing the next generation. You're literally fixing an entire infrastructure of society. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Could
And
I
it's
ask?
like objectifying women, right? Like when you ask them to wear less and less clothes, it's so funny. We're in times where, like, just 50 years ago, or 60 years ago, if you ask your mother, your grandmother, they will tell you that they used to dress so modestly back then as compared to these days, right? Just about 10 years ago, until 10 years ago, I think, or just 15 years ago, in the United States, the Brazilian style bikini, it was considered immodest, right? Nowadays, you see, like, because of these Kim Kardashians and everybody's using those types of bikinis. I remember literally that those types of bikinis were only worn here in Brazil, right? Because I live in Brazil. So literally in the US, it was considered immodest. Now it has, like, things are changing, right? Where it gets to an extent where like the lesser the clothes you wear, and if you logically think about it, one day
you ever seen them? You know the newest Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
I haven't seen the newest one.
Okay, well, basically at one point, this one guy, so one of the main characters, she's a female, and at one point, one of the guys, I swear to God, he one time says, "I saw her ankles." Like, he says it with a smile on his face. Like, he says it with like he's like, "I saw her ankles." Like, he says it like that. I remember seeing that and being like, "Oh my God!" man.
What was
Back in the
that
good
one?
old days.
What was that one picture that was making the rounds, like on social media back then, where in Italy, I think there's a cop. It was like a black and white photo, right? And he's writing a ticket to this woman for wearing a bikini. And it was on a beach in Italy, literally, right? And look at the bikini that she's wearing in that photo. It's like so much more covered as compared to any bikini that you see nowadays, right? So it was like part of the Western culture as well. It only changed just recently, right? And it's so ironic, like the people that actually are less clothed, they criticize the people that are more clothed. And it was back then, it was completely the opposite.
And the funny thing is, and the funny thing is, even living in the West, we all talk about how the West has gone to hell. It's gone to we don't have no values anymore. It's not a coincidence that it's literally related to the message given to women.
Everything stand for nothing.
Exactly. Like it's given to the woman this message. It's correlated to the message of, hey, women, wear less and less clothing. And actually the idea that they're actually brainwashing a lot of women to say if you wear less and less clothing, the more empowered you should feel. But look at what the results have been. When it comes to divorce rates, abortions, when it comes to adults, when it comes to crime, it's like a domino effect when it comes to that. Much less like what we talk about, not even 100 years ago. Look at this country, in the 1950s and 40s. When the marriage rates were, when the marriage was very high, like when it comes to those values, it's not even within this quick time. There's got to be something that says, you know what, this is a cliff. What happened in between? Part of this is the idea of quote unquote, and I like how they call it too, liberation of women. Well, this quote unquote liberation of women is not making women more depressed than ever, and it's not making society more corrupt than ever too.
I wonder who really benefited more from the liberation of women. I wonder who really liked that more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the ones who are selling the products.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, not just that, but the ones who visually appealed to that, who visually benefited more from that. You get what I'm saying? Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like who? Let's be honest here. When a woman takes off her clothes, who do you think is going to like that more, the woman herself or the guy? Who's next?
That's another thing. I hope you're not getting overwhelmed, Connor, but a huge benefit of hijab is that it protects the family, and by that eventually protects the safety of the country and protects it from being potentially invaded. What do I mean by that? Imagine a married man. He goes outside and he sees the woman. Imagine the woman do not wear hijab. He goes outside, he sees all kinds of different women, some beautiful, some average looking, some ugly, whatever. He sees them around. Every time he goes out, each time one or two women catch his eye. He looks at them, no problem. He comes back. Over time, what happens? What we call desensitization. He gets desensitized to who? To his wife.
Exactly.
Because he has seen so many beautiful women over time that now his wife, he's not that attracted to her anymore. On the other hand, a married man if he goes outside and he literally cannot see a woman because all of them are wearing hijab, he can't see. The only woman he's seeing, aside from his sister, his mother, but the only woman whom he's having sexual relationship with, whom he's seeing, is his wife.
In a nutshell,
that's what it protects him from. And eventually, what that does is it strengthens their bond. It strengthens their family bond. It protects it. And when the family is protected, and you don't have a bunch of lonely men and lonely women, that also helps create a strong army. Why? Because put a man in a battlefield and ask him to defend your country. If his parents are dead and he doesn't talk to his siblings and he's not married, or he's divorced and he can't see his children, basically if he's lonely and the only thing he has to take pleasure from is fast food and pornography
and vegan
gum, what does he have to fight for? What does he have to fight? He probably wants to die. What does he have to fight for? On the other hand, if another man is married, maybe he has 3 women, and they're the only woman he can see, they're the only woman he can have sexual relationship with, and he maybe has 10 children, that guy is gonna fight like a beast because he wants to protect them.
Exactly. And in a nutshell, really.
I swear, I remember this. I keep relating it to movies. You guys ever see the movie Mulan?
Oh yeah, one of my favorite movies.
Times.
A girl worth fighting for.
A girl was fighting for. But yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, and even when we look at even scientifically, when we look at the quote unquote the testosterone the rates, they've been going down. Literally, less the percentage of testosterone generally within men have been going down because again, like what brother even Madagascar is talking about, because a woman safeguarding her chastity, a woman being modest, not only protects her, but it protects us men too, literally. Right. So you look at both parties, because again, men are not. We see today men are not really being men anymore. The ambition of them, because again, what drives men? Testosterone. Imagine men were wasting our testosterone doing something that we should not be doing, and that's why we see the internet has been, without trying to get demonetized, the internet, we all know what it's being used for, $1 billion industry. What effect does that play on men? Men being less and less ambitious, men being less and less focused, men being less and less, men. So that's a killer when it comes to men too. So we see on both ends two people suffering, men and women, because of this one thing. Because again, I will always repeat this: if you want to control a society, control a woman. If you want to destroy a society, destroy women. If you want to build and safeguard a society, protect and safeguard women, because they are the backbone. They're literally the heart of it.
It's true. That's how what is it? Mao Zedong pretty much conquered all of China using that strategy.
Oh, dude, you're getting me so excited right now. Oh my gosh, I'm nerding out right now.
I'm studying history and religion in college. That's what I'm trying to major in. So I really like it too. Okay. If I could clarify, it seems I've gleaned 3 main points, right? The first one, the obvious one, God's sense of morality is stronger than mine. So even if no explanation makes sense, God knows better than me, right? Okay, the second response that I've gotten is that it desensitizes men and drops their testosterone, which ultimately harms his wife. And so in some sense, it's beneficial to women to mandate hijabs. And then the third major response I've heard is that it just in general causes a lot of other problems for society. It increases crime and divorce and anxiety and so on and so forth.
And also, like the brother said, like we view in Islam, we view women as treasures, right? So even throughout the history, if you see the biggest wars, they've either been fought for money, power, or women, right? Genghis Khan, like he fought his own blood brother because of a woman, right? One of the biggest conquerors out there. And a couple of other examples that I can't really think of at the moment.
Beef. I didn't mean literally for what.
But yeah, so that's another point to add in there, that we view women as a treasure, right?
Right. Yeah.
So we don't like to objectify them.
Could I ask real quick?
I'm trying to stay awake here. You guys know I don't drink coffee. But what I do, I eat coffee crisps.
Trademark.
Go on.
I actually drank a large cup of coffee before I got on here, and my stomach's starting to hurt from it. So it's funny you say that.
Connor, if I may ask real quick, you don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable. But by any chance, what college did you go to? You don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable.
What? What caused me to come to what?
Sorry, I can speak fast sometimes. If you don't mind me asking, what college do you go to? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, if you don't feel comfortable. But I'm just curious, what college did you go to? It's okay.
Given that there's 200 people watching, is it?
Yeah, it's okay. Never mind. Sorry about that.
No, it's. I am going to a college, just to give you the feel for it, right? Because it's some random college. You wouldn't recognize the name anyway. It is a school that is famous for its skill in music and in history and in law. It creates a lot of musicians and a lot of lawyers.
That's very specific.
Say less. I got it. Say less.
Also, another thing about
is
this.
that obvious? Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
It also it used to be a Christian university, but then it recently changed, and now it calls itself a Christ-centered university, because when they say they're a Christ-centered university, they can both do public prayers and do religious things like that, and then at the same time they can
teach
put up
evolution.
LGBT flags, so they can play both sides as much as they want.
Honestly, that's actually smart. Not gonna lie, that's pretty sneaky. That's pretty like
financially that is very. It seems.
Yeah, that's financially like that. That's how you keep the money flowing.
Exactly. I was just about to say that.
Church,
Yeah.
You get the church's tax dollars. You also get the high tuition from.
You don't get canceled.
It's actually kind of sad on a side note. Like I went into the
definitely
I was going because one of the degrees I'm trying to get is biblical languages, and I was going into the office of like the main person behind the New Testament Greek stuff, and both her and the office across from her both had like gay pride, trends, like everything, all of it.
Bro, I kid you not. My sister, I have an older sister.
Is why the world needs Islam.
So, like, I have an older sister, and she is absolutely livid that she can't wear a rainbow. When we were younger, she loved she loved the rainbow. Like she always loved rainbow when she was raining. When it's raining outside, she always had a thing for rainbow. Now she's saying, you know what? I can't wear rainbows anymore. And the funny thing is,
I might have to. What if I just call this channel Muslim centered channel, bro? How much, bro? Like I can get you know. I'm telling you, man. Like the audience would just grow, like would quadruple instantly. We get all the atheists, we get all the liberals, we get all the Muslims, we get all the I'm telling you, man. I'd be like the smart, like from a capitalistic perspective, it'd be the smartest thing in the world. I'm not gonna lie. Whoever came up with that is a capitalistic genius. Like theologically, that person's Dajjal. Let's be real. But anyways, the title.
I was
go ahead, Connor.
On like one of our first weeks of school, when I first came to this school, they were doing a fair, and I sat outside, and I was just sitting there like playing these like timed games of chess, because I was in the chess club and I've played a lot of chess in the past, and we were just sitting there playing chess outside, and then like this guy came walking past me, and like one of my first times ever at this school, and he had a bra on, a rainbow colored bra, and he had pants, and he had an enormous rainbow cape, and it was a guy.
Something funny, actually. You guys want to know something funny that actually happened on my college campus? Not this one I'm at right now because I transferred, but on my college campus, I was 17 at the time, or maybe 18. I think I was 17 though. I was 17 years old. It was the end of my first semester of college, and I remember I was at a table, like I forget what I was signing something. I don't remember what I was doing. And then some people behind me, it was close to Christmas time, and some people came behind me. They were dressed in Santa costumes. They had LGBTQ like flags, like just like going down their Santa coats, and they were handing out condoms. No, I kid you not, bro. I kid you not. That was the most terrified. Okay, maybe not the most terrified, but I had never been caught off guard so bad. I pulled a Prophet Yusuf and just ran for my life. I didn't physically run, but I speed walked. I speed walked, borderline ran. Just like, I'm late for class. Bye. Like it was bad, bro. I was like, dude. What the, it was just in my, I felt so violated. I was just signing I was just sitting with my buddy at a table, or standing, just signing something, just minding my business out of nowhere. That's in my face. It literally in my face. I'm like, run for it. Get out of here. Oh man, I still cringe so bad when I think about it. And I was like, oh, like I need ruqya. I need like that was bad. That was bad. It still
If you think
hurts.
that's bad. If you think that's bad, and again, I remember one time.
Man,
I remember one time speaking. I was in class, right, and I had a partner. One thing about me, because I was an IT major, I don't do partners. I don't know what it is with me and partners, but I like to be creative on my own. I like creativity and to get the juices flowing. One of my partner, his name was Tony. Let's just say I had to ask for a new partner because as soon as I heard Tony's voice, I'm saying, you know what? Hey, can I have a new partner?
Hey,
Or
Ollie,
can I work
what's up, man? How you doing? You're Ollie, my friend. Like that.
Sure. Let's just say it's more feminine than
Well,
that.
yeah, man. I'm a dude. I talk like yeah. Anyway, all right. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. One time, I was actually talking with some people of a certain background. I'm just gonna say that on Clubhouse. And the funny thing is, when me and a buddy of mine, we were talking about we were reading some statistics about how certain physical acts are not healthy. If you guys get what I'm talking about, some certain physical acts are not healthy. And the thing, and my buddy, he was with me. He was giving like raw facts, like CDC facts, statistics, like it was raw statistics. And then the funny thing is, one of the people who disagreed with us, who was of a certain background, came along. He was like, "Oh my God, it's not fair. You guys came here with all your references, all your research. We didn't come prepared." Like, forget the fact, like what he was saying was so funny, but the voice he was using was even worse. I'm like, dude, my 11-year-old sister has a manlier voice than you. Just stop. Oh, it was painful just listening to him. I was like,
so, Connor, if you haven't realized by now, but the West, imagine if we fixed this one.
Sucks. Put it that way.
Imagine if we fixed all this issue going on with the West by just men like telling women, "Hey, put some clothes on." Imagine how much problems would be solved by that. Just imagine.
Yeah, it's yeah. For me, it's like it's not even like LGBT individuals don't just bother me in themselves. It only bothers me whenever they
try to shove it down our throats.
That's not what I'm thinking is it's not them being LGBT or even if they're apologists of it, because I also talk a lot about things that I'm passionate about. What bothers me is whenever they pretend like they're Christians while they do it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Oh yeah, honestly.
Look,
yes.
I'll say this though. For us, like, guys, if you're LGBTQ, I don't care. I really don't care. There's a lot of the kuffar around me do things that are haram. That's just one of them. Okay, right? I have roommates who do things that are haram. I have, you know what I'm saying? The kuffar around us, all of them, most of them do things that are haram. So LGBTQ is just one of the many haram things we see them do. So it's almost like another flavor of ice cream. I mean, not to insult ice cream. Ice cream's amazing, but it's like it's just like another, like, you're all doing the same thing in our eyes. You're all just disobeying Allah in some form of another. That's one thing. Like, okay, whatever. But then for you to try to shove it down our throats and tell us that we have to accept it, we have to like it, we have to
even in the faith
with it, that's where I draw the line. Look, how about this? You want to commit zina, you want to commit adultery, go ahead, not my problem. That's between you and God. But if you're going to come and tell me that I should be okay with adultery, I should support it. If you ask me, do you support adultery? I say, no, I don't. You want to do it, not my business, but I don't support it. But then to come at me, but then to come after me and say you have to support it, you have to be okay with it, you have to accept it, I'm like, dude, I'm not stopping you from doing it. I don't support it. I'm not stopping you from doing it, but you can't expect me to support it, right?
Bro, I kid you not. I remember there's this guy, I forgot who he was. He tried to literally make a point and say homosexuality is not actually a sin in Islam.
Honestly, man,
literally,
like in today's day and age,
and that's why I agree with Connor, because again, for some strange reason, I've spoken to a dude who identifies as not a dude, and he claims still be a sincere worship. I'm like, I see Bible verse, I'm like, oh my God. Okay,
Bro,
and it's
on
at
my way to
at the same at the same.
when I go to the dining hall, there's multiple dining halls on campus. One of them in particular, on my way there on my bike every single day, in one of the windows, one of the dorm windows, like it's not like it's a public it's a public building, dorm building, whatever. It's a public building. The rainbow flag is draped right outside the window. It's big. It's out and open every day. And when I was just riding my bike the other day, I look over and I'm like, just what the hell we need. Just what the hell I needed to see. It's like, look, man.
All right. I think it's time. I think it's time we came back to reality, and we kind of deviated a lot. So yeah, sorry about that, Connor, because we're literally you don't understand how deep this runs for us, man. Seriously.
No.
To be fair,
the point
I
that
also
Connor brought up was, and it's connected to this, about enforcing God's law in society. Are we in support of that? And in a short nutshell, Connor, the answer is yes. We do support God's law. If we had a society run by Islam, we would not mind that at all. We would love that. I would love nothing more if we had a society run by Islam. 100%, dress code, penal code, laws of marriage, and everything. There's no stone not turned over. Everything.
I agree.
Run by Islam, love it.
I agree. My wife can have all my money.
Really quick.
Maybe not minus that part, but we'll get there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. What do you call it? Sisters are joking down.
I desperately have to use the bathroom. I will be back in a few minutes.
You could have just told us you just need a couple of minutes, man. You wouldn't have to give an explanation. That's cool.
Well, just the explanation.
Like, I need a recess.
It's all good, bro.
To take a recess, it's okay.
I like that.
Bro, Ramsey. By the way, again, I'm like the same person who decided to put Bible verses. I really wanted to have a discussion with that person, and I said, "Hey, what's your name?"
Who's posting Bible verses?
No, there was this one dude. It was some time ago, not so long ago, but it was some time ago. I met a dude who was not a dude at the same time as a dude. Which, anyway, let's just keep it at that. And he is saying that he's a
he
biologically he.
Oh, okay, go on.
Yeah, biologically he's saying that he's a Christian. He's a still worshiper of Christianity. I'm like, really? So what does the Bible say about Sodom and Gomorrah? And then he's like, well, only God can judge me. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, he showed you what he does to people like that. He has judged you. He's like, well, that was the difference. I'm like, no, it's not. You're still
listen, man, Sodom and Gomorrah. They were all like homosexuals, but there's no way that that had anything to do with their destruction, right? By the flood and everything. Obviously, they were just they were doing something else wrong. Something else wrong that no one ever mentioned. That God didn't feel bothered to tell us in the Bible or in the Quran, obviously. Maybe they were like putting too much salt in their food. Maybe I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe they were just wearing the wrong colored clothes every day. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they were just wearing. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe they were just. Maybe they were putting pineapple on their pizza. I don't know, man. Whatever the hell it was.
Well, first of all, pineapple on pizza is delicious, and I'll fight anybody that says otherwise.
It is. I agree, but I'm just saying, whatever. It's whatever the hell of a sin you think they were committing, other than the quite obvious one. It's just silly, man.
I mean, yeah, it's like what you said, really. So you go like literally. So you go your religion, because that's a belief, literally. So you go yours, to me go mine. Just don't try to come at me to say I have to accept it. Like, people actually get canceled because actually my sister actually told me something that happened recently where this one Muslim, she's a hijabi, and there's this one transgender. I'm not gonna say the name. There's one transgender person online that's actually making a he's famous, right? So what the person is doing, he's trying to teach kids about LGBT, about being transgender. He's trying to put it down to the kids. And the hijabi, she's a mother, by the way. She contacted the person, and then she said, "Don't do that to the kids. Don't do that." Not. Go ahead.
Somebody's asking. Sorry, it's just a little change of paste here. Saifullah, Fawad, or you guys want me to do it? I can do it if you guys want. Who wants to take it?
Actually, I know this guy. So personally, no, I don't.
You know Jay?
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to answer that? That's very simple.
I can go ahead and do it. So Jesus is called kalimatuhu, his word. It's not the logos of John 1:1. Okay, I know you'd want to assume that conveniently, but no. What do you call it? Jesus is called kalimatuhu. Why? Because Allah said be and he was. Just like with Adam. The Quran says that the likeness of Jesus was made unto Adam. Or wait, was the likeness of Adam unto Jesus? No. The likeness of Jesus, wait. Which one is it? Is the likeness of Jesus unto Adam or Adam unto Jesus? It doesn't matter, but I forget which one it was. But basically, Jesus and Adam, Jesus is like Adam, according to the Quran. Allah said, be and he was. All right? Very simple. Allah did that with Adam and Allah did that with Jesus. If that makes Jesus some more than a man, that would make Adam more than a man. Obviously, we don't believe that Jesus is the excuse me, the coffee crisp. We don't believe that Jesus is the word of Allah, the word of God, the way you believe in the logos of John 1:1. It's not the same. We believe Jesus is kalimatuhu, his word, because Allah said, be and he was.
Yeah, the title, like each prophet is given a title in Islam. So, for instance, Abraham, peace upon him, he's called Khalilullah. That does not mean that the other Khalil means friend. That doesn't mean that the other prophets weren't God's friends, right? But certain prophets, they're given these specific titles for a reason. For instance, Habibullah was a title for Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, which means the beloved of God in a way, right? So
hold up, brother. I need to.
Just
I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Just even using the title of prophet, just because we say Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, that does not mean he's the only prophet. Just calling someone a prophet does not necessitate he's the only prophet. So it's not someone being called. It's like even when, even in the Bible, it says when Jesus allegedly said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." As a Muslim, if I'm reading something like that, I would have no problem with that. Yes, because one of the common arguments I hear is, well, no other person called themselves the way, the truth, and the life. I'm like, did they have to? Just because someone says, I am the way, that does not mean they're the only way or the only truth. Literally, it's the idea of you're just implying an exclusivity. Because at the same time, you actually, well, one thing you would say, well, during Prophet Moses, peace and blessings be upon him, during his time, could you have gotten to God without going through Prophet Moses? During Prophet Nuh alayhi salatu salam, Noah, would you have gotten to God? Could you get to God without following the message, about listening to the message of Noah, peace and blessings be upon him? No. But just because you can, and first of all, you don't even know if he did say that or not. But implying exclusivity by saying, oh, well, he's this, that's, for one, I don't know why that's really just stretching it, really. And two, when it comes to this particular verse alone, that's how you know some people don't do their research. Some people do not do their research, and they just want to go to like some anti-Muslim website or listen to someone who is definitely not Muslim, because it's a very, very easy argument. When literally said the word of, and the word from. The word of can use synonymously with the word from. The same way how right now as I'm talking using my phone. I'm on my phone right now. If someone would say, oh, this is the phone of Ali, does that mean I am that phone? No. That means it's a phone that belongs to me. It's ownership. It belongs to me. That's what we use from. It's the idea of ownership. It's really easy. And if people could just literally start researching instead of just taking every fallacious in non-arguments, it would just, the whole world will literally be a much easier place to live in. Because I'm really tired of the ignorance. I'm tired of the arrogance, and I'm tired of the ignorance, really.
Yeah. They try to shove. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
I was just saying, I'd add, if we're talking about the New Testament, for sure, biblical Greek, actually, the word of and the word from are the same word.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Like Connor, did you hear the argument that the Christian guy came up with? Like, you know what we were referring to, right?
What he said, the Bible says Jesus is God. The Quran also says that.
Yeah. So according to him,
when the Quran says kalimatuhu, his word, he's equating that to John 1:1, the logos. You know.
Right. Yeah.
Which is a false equivocation I was pointing out.
Obviously, I think Jesus is divine, right? I would disagree with y'all overall, but I don't think that's a good way to demonstrate it. I mean, the Quran, you can't say that the Quran says Jesus is divine. You just have to say the Quran is wrong.
Believe it or not, I've had people try to do that. It's just silly. I mean, it's as weird as it might sound. By the way, Connor, do you have any other questions or points, or you want to bring regarding Islam?
Oh yeah, I had a handful more actually.
Oh, all right, guys. How many more you guys want to do? I'm chilling here, man. You guys want to do more? It's
I'm good. I'm good. And again, this
I
is
have
what
time.
this is what happens when you have someone a respectful adult conversation, because literally this is someone who comes in with respect. Even though we have different views, the respect is there. So I'm perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You know what,
Yeah,
Connor?
this is exactly what we were saying, Connor, earlier. Like literally, brother, it's a breath of fresh air to have somebody like you. Like you literally can disagree with every single point that we're making, as long as it's done with respect. You know, where I hear you and you hear me. You know, that's all we want. Like we don't have these streams to have a kumbaya party over here or something, right? But it's just to have an adult conversation between two people. We know there will be people that will refute our arguments and we will refute it back. But as long as at the end of the day we shake hands and we're like, all right, good, like in the Quran, it clearly says, like the brother was saying right before you came, that that we have a verse. Clearly, Allah says, "Lakum tell them lakum dinukum waliyad-din." To you be your religion, to me be my religion, right? You will never worship what I worship. I will never worship what you worship, and that's it. We leave it at that with respect. We don't have to cuss each other out. We don't have to yell at each other. It's not pleasant when conversation is just carried out that way.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I certainly think that. How do I put it? I mean, first of all, I'm not arguing for this particular time. I'm asking questions, but even when I am arguing, like, I think Christianity is true, so I don't think I need to do anything extravagant to justify it. I think I can be calm and it can justify itself, a lot of my arguments. Anyway, that's a whole other conversation. Okay. What I want to ask is about Quran preservation. That's another one I have. So would it be okay? Would you claim that we have the original verbatim exact Quran that existed during the time of Muhammad? Or is it possible for a Muslim to say we don't?
Absolutely, 100%, unchanged, unaltered.
If I were a Muslim, could I take a legitimate position saying that it is altered, but only slightly?
No, because that contradicts directly what the Quran says.
Are we okay? We're referring to 15:9, I assume.
I believe that's
yes.
Okay. Yeah. So how do we? Okay. So I assume you would say that there's no.
By the way, you're free to challenge that. By the way, we're not saying that you're not allowed to challenge that. You're free to challenge it. We're just saying that, like, how do I say this? If you were to deny that, you'd be contradicting what the Quran says, which means the Quran would be wrong, which means it's not from God. So it's
So I think I don't know the textual history of the Quran well enough to go that route. I do know, though, that I've read some portions of Ibn Kathir, and I know that the Tafsir on 2:106 talks about how there are two kinds of abrogation. He said one is moral commandments lose their authority in light of new commandments in a new context. But he said there's another kind that is Allah allows verses to be forgotten entirely. And it seems that the Quran repeats that in chapter 87, verse 6 and 7.
So the verse doesn't say, so you're correct in saying the verse does say that Allah doesn't cause, this is what the verse does say. Allah doesn't cause anything to be forgotten except that he brings something better than it. That makes sense? So he doesn't just cause something to be forgotten and then boom, it's forgotten. No. Allah will only cause something to be forgotten he will not cause something to be forgotten unless he brings something better than it. Does that make sense?
Right. And okay, and so I would assume, obviously the word of God is always perfect.
And there's different types of abrogation. So this is the concept of naskh, abrogation. We have multiple different kinds. Are you aware of them? There's 3, I think, 3 or 4. Do you know them? If you don't, it's fine.
In a certain way, there is 3.
3, okay.
Abrogation, but the point is this: abrogation is not the same as corruption. Abrogation is not the same as corruption. Abrogation, so a Muslim cannot, for example, or anyone really cannot say, cannot use abrogation as an excuse to say, this verse was lost, for example, in the 15th century, but it's no problem, it was abrogated. No, that's not how it works. Abrogation happened only during the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ. After he died, no more abrogation. So from the moment he died until now, the Quran is the same.
So a Muslim could say that there are chapters or verses that are missing, but they could not say that they went missing after the death.
Not missing. Missing would imply. See, the problem is missing implies that we don't know where they are. They just disappeared, and we've lost track of them. No, abrogated and missing are 2 different things. Abrogated is something that's actually ordained by God. That's something God Himself did, right? So, for example, if I tell you that a verse was abrogated, yes, 100%. Verses that God revealed were abrogated. They were once considered part of the Quran, but by God's decree, not by man's decree, not because we lost track of them or we just can't find them. No, God Himself, through His messenger, of course, ordained that these are no longer scripture. It's not, we lost track of it, we can't find it, we're not sure. It's not man's inassurance. It's God's command. Does that make sense?
So you think that there were verses of the Quran that God demoted?
What do you mean by demoted? Do you mean like
they were once God and then He?
Yeah. No. So they're from God. It's not like they were from God and all of a sudden they're not from God. It's God reveals it.
Yeah.
God reveals it, but it's no longer considered something to be revelation for humanity to follow until the day of judgment. You get what I'm saying?
And there are, by the way, some abrogated verses that we're still still supposed to follow, but they're not supposed to be read as part of the Quranic scripture.
So this is where it gets into different types of abrogation. So there's different types. There's abrogation where the text is abrogated, like it's no longer considered part of the Quran, but the ruling and the belief about and the actual belief about it still remains. So, for example, we believe there was a verse of the Quran about stoning adulterers. Now, we Muslims still do believe that is a law of Islam. That's still the companions of the Prophet still taught that. That's still something we believe in. But that verse is no longer considered part of the Quran. Now, why? I couldn't tell you. That's God's decree, not mine. But the decree is still there. The belief that was the information, you could say, is still there. It's believed, but the actual verse textually is not considered part of the Quran anymore. Again, not our decree, God's decree. That's one type. Second type is when the verse is still there, but the ruling is then different. The ruling at that point becomes slightly different. So I'll give you an example. The Quran talks about alcohol. There's a verse that says, "Don't come near prayer drunk," right? Now, at this time, alcohol had not been completely forbidden, not yet. So at this point, when the verse says, "Don't come near prayer drunk," alcohol has not been completely forbidden. It simply says, quite simply, what it says: "Don't come near alcohol. Don't come near prayer while you're drunk." So if you have alcohol, it's not considered a sin, but just don't come near prayer while you're drunk, right? And then later on, the verse came down that said, just to avoid alcohol, cut it completely. So now the meaning behind the first one slightly changes now, slightly. Before it was, okay, you can drink other times, just not when you come to prayer. And now it's, don't drink alcohol at all. And by definition, by following one, you'd be following the other one. Because if you don't drink alcohol, then you'll be staying away from prayer drunk. You're following both. Yeah. So in that case, the verses are the same, but the meaning then changes. Does that make sense? And there's also there's the third one is when the meaning and also the verse itself, like textually, the verse is no longer considered part of the Quran, and also the ruling, the guidance, the belief, the information in that verse is also done away with. Does that make sense? So those are the 3 types.
Okay, so my question here is, the Quran is on a preserved tablet in heaven, correct? Eternally existing in the past. So would we say then that
not eternally existing? It was the tablet was created by Allah, but go on, yeah.
Oh, okay. So would we say that tablet includes the verse of stoning an adulterer, but just we don't have access to it on earth?
The preserved tablet includes everything that has ever happened and will ever happen.
Oh, okay.
Everything is written in. So even what is currently happening, us talking, that is written on the tablet. The preserved tablet, that's what it is.
I actually didn't know that. SubhanAllah, I didn't know that.
The divine decree.
Yeah.
So everything that happened was written. If any Muslim recited an abrogated verse, that was written.
Yeah.
Does that apply to what's it called? It's like Bayt al-Mahmur or something like that, like the
Al-Bayt al-Ma'mur. Al-Bayt al-Ma'mur it's a different thing. Of course, the fact that it was
it's like how on earth we have Kaaba, in the heavens we have got
the angels have their own kind of Kaaba. It's the angelic Kaaba for the angels.
So the question that leaves me is, I read in Ibn Kathir, he said that on the night that Muhammad got his first revelation, the entire Quran was moved to the House of Power, and then progressively it was moved to Earth. So would it be the case then that, like, in the House of Power, the verse of stoning an adulterer still exists, or did God like pull it out, or is that something we don't have an answer to?
Sorry, I don't know if I fully understood the question. Maybe someone else did.
I understood the question, like unless Brother Saifullah, he has an answer for it. I don't know. I can't comment on it 100%. We just know that the preserved tablet, it's supposed to be, like the brother said, it's like we believe in divine decree. Basically, it's just God's knowledge we're referring to, right? That he's omniscient. He knows everything from the beginning till the end. So everything is written on there. So that would be on there. However, the part of the Quran that was supposed to be revealed, we don't know, because, for instance, like you can make the same case for Hadith al-Qudsi, right? Do you know what Hadith al-Qudsi are?
I have no idea.
Okay, so Hadith al-Qudsi, they're supposed to be attributed to God, just like, how Quran is directly attributed to God, right? But we don't consider Hadith al-Qudsi as part of the Quran, right? But they have a high status, right? They even have a higher status as compared to Mutawatir Hadith, right? So how we have the authentic, the Sahih Hadith, right? And then after, above that, we've got the Mutawatir, right? And then above that, we've got the Hadith al-Qudsi. So the same case could be made for that. Like, was that supposed to be part of that? Like, as far as I know, I haven't heard any details on it, but probably Brother Saifullah might know.
I actually don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if the Quran was really came down to Bayt al-Ma'mur or not. So I couldn't tell you. Yeah. But I will say something though, that if the Quran came down to, if the Quran was revealed to Al-Bayt al-Ma'mur, and then the abrogated verses were later abrogated or removed, I don't really know what word to use there, but from Al-Bayt al-Ma'mur, they're no longer there. That's not really a problem. And whether they're still, again, I don't know what word to use or not, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really cause a problem.
Okay, so I suppose my last question on this point would be, is there like, I suppose, a good Islamic resource that like goes into depth on how abrogation really works?
So basically, we believe that during the lifetime of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, the entire Quran was authenticated, compiled, and finalized, right? So during the last year of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him's life, Angel Gabriel had him recited twice. Normally, he would have him recited once during Ramadan, the current month that we're in, right? So he would have him recite it once every year. The last year he had him recite it twice just to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes, right? And then at the same time, simultaneously, Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, under his watch, a lot of companions, they memorized it too. So he actually, the last year when Angel Gabriel had him memorize it, he also gave him the exact order that it was supposed to be in, right? So I don't know if you know this, but the chronological order of the Quran, the way we see it now, that's not how it was revealed, right?
Yeah.
So this order was changed later, and it was, it was also told to the Prophet, peace upon him, by God through Angel Gabriel exactly what that order is supposed to be, and that's how it was finalized. So the abrogated verses were taken out while he was still alive. So the last year when he had him recite the Quran twice, right, he already told him that these verses are not supposed to be part of them. Because you have to remember that this was like a reformation of the society of the Meccan society as well, right? So it's supposed to take care of the reformation of that society, right? And then within that society, there were pagans, and there were the people of the book, like the Christians, Catholics, Jews, whatever, that were living in Abyssinia and Medina and all those areas, right? And at the same time, it was supposed to be a book preserved for the, universally till the day of judgment, right? So it has to apply to today and for that time. So when it was applied for that time, there were many cultural things, like Brother Ramzi gave you the example of alcohol, right? So the Quran actually had him stop using alcohol like in 3 different steps. It didn't say right away that, okay, that's it, banned, throw alcohol away. So certain things had to be, progressively sort of, it has to die down progressively. Same thing with slavery, right? It had to progressively sort of, like, by the end of Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him's prophetic career, he made sure that before he passed away, that it was a reformed society with all of the commandments and everything sort of completed and handed over to the companions.
I'm with you here. Like, the idea is that had Muhammad just popped out and said no alcohol, that would have been too hard on them to accept. So they had to be like, slowly.
And it wouldn't have worked. Simple as that, right? Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else. Okay, I wanted to ask about
like just one more thing I'll add in there. Like, for instance, in the beginning, even Muslims, they were allowed to marry polytheists, right? But towards the end, then I forget exactly what verse it is. They were not allowed to marry the polytheists anymore, right? So many things like these.
Yeah. Okay. So another thing I want to ask about, I've asked about this before, but I didn't really like the answer I got on a different Dawah stream. So my understanding is that any non-Muslim who dies upon their non-Islam after having heard about Islam will go to hell, right? They've rejected Islam. So I asked somebody, is it not unjust for a well-meaning non-Muslim who simply makes an error in their reasoning to go to hell? And his response was basically, well, if you are well-meaning, you will become a Muslim. A well-meaning non-Muslim.
Here's the thing. So we believe each person is judged by their own capability and their own intellect. So, for example, let's say somebody, it depends on us. I'll just give you an example. Let's say somebody is given Islam, but they're given kind of a misrepresented Islam. So let's say, for example, somebody just saw Islam on Fox News. You know what I'm saying? Would that mean that, okay, well, they received the message of Islam. It's like, okay, kind of, but not. Like, you know what I'm saying? Really. Kind of, but like, meh. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we believe that each person is going to be judged according to their knowledge and their capability on the day of judgment. If somebody in their full knowledge and capability was fully, how do I say it? Islam was explained to them adequately, and they had the adequate mind to understand it, but they chose out of arrogance to reject it, that person's not going to be in a good place with God. If somebody, some people may never hear about Islam at all. Some people might never hear about Islam at all. Obviously, this person's going to be judged differently. Some people might hear about Islam to an extent, maybe. Okay, I've heard there's a religion called Islam somewhere. Oh, I've heard, they believe in one God and a prophet named Muhammad. It's like, okay, but that's it. That's like, each person will be judged by what they know and what they're capable of. That's the most generic and theologically correct answer we can give you. Okay, so you say, oh, someone's heard about Islam or someone's learned Islam. It's like, okay, learned Islam, but what do you mean by, did they learn the true message of Islam? Did they quote unquote learn Islam from something else, from someone else? Were they given adequate information? It depends. Maybe the Muslim who was teaching was demonstrating to them didn't have the right character, didn't give Islam the right rep. God knows, but that's the key though. God knows whether or not you had the capability and whether or not Islam was truly presented to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And the funny. So sorry, and just to add on real quick, I'm not gonna take too long. For those, it's our duty to be able to be the correct on us Muslims to be able to be the correct representations, because as Muslims, we will never say that we guided you. We will say that Allah used us to guide you, meaning Allah guided you by using us as a tool. However, if we did not represent Islam correctly or we gave you some wrong information, then on the day of judgment, God's going to question us about it too. He's going to say, hey, let's say, for example, I did not represent Islam correctly with somebody, and because of that, this person's like, well, if that's how Islam makes people, if that's how what Islam is, that I don't want to be Muslim. At the day of judgment, God's going to say, look what you did. Why'd you do that? He's going to literally test me. That's going to be part of the test, so to speak, because it was my duty to do so. So that's how when we talk about how just God is, it's literally coming upon us to be the correct representatives. And if we're not, then we'll be in trouble as well.
Right. Okay. So clarifying question. If I, as a shirk-committing Trinitarian, had a heart attack right now, just to be clear, none of you could say with certainty that I am going to hell. It is possible that I was simply too stupid to understand the truth of Islam or something.
No,
I've certainly heard that.
We would say with certain, depending on, we would say with certainty fully. With certainty fully based upon what you are, because God tells us, like what Ramji just said. God tells us if you received Islam, then if you receive the true message of Islam, but you reject it, then this will happen. So we know where each group of people are going to go. However, do we know which group you fit in fully? Since we just met you, unfortunately, right now we don't. So we know which group goes to hell and which group, etc., etc. However, based upon our little knowledge of you, yeah, we would not. If you were to tell us, hey, even if you were to tell us, hey, well, I know a lot about somebody tried to tell me Islam, and I understood Islam, and I still choose to reject it, we can just take you by your word. Because even right now, you come to us and you say, hey, I'm learning about Islam. Meaning you're in the process. There's some things that you don't know yet. You're still in that process. So, according to us, God would know best which category you fit in.
Right. Because I suppose it's possible that it's theoretically possible that I'm right now on the path where 4 years from now I'll be a Muslim. So if I died in that process, I would be counted among the righteous, I suppose, for the sake.
Well, I mean, if you've been studying Islam for 3 months to a year and you're still not a Muslim, I would say what's it called in English? The evidence has been shown. The message has been given and the evidence has been shown.
Yeah, you're just dragging your feet.
So I think the meat I'm trying to get at is I understand the message of Islam, but in the true honest depths of my heart, I don't see it as true. So if Islam is true, then that means that I.
Well, what kind of see? It's obviously not that simple. We'd have to go into detail. Okay, why don't you see that? Do you see that because you believe something else is true instead? Okay, why do you believe that is true? Are you consistent in your reasoning for accepting that and rejecting Islam? Do you have good reasons to accept that and to reject? It's much more complicated than that. We wouldn't be able to. Honestly, only God would know if you're truly being sincere when you say. I'm not saying you're not being sincere. Don't get me wrong, but truly only God can know whether or not you have the knowledge, you've received the knowledge, you don't have the knowledge, whether you're mentally capable. I'm not saying you're not, but whether you're truly mentally capable or not mentally capable, whether you've accurately been represented to you, whether it's not been accurately represented to you. There's like, God knows how many factors that can be taken into consideration when deciding, okay, is this person worthy of hellfire? Not worthy of hellfire? Are they worthy of their own separate test? There's just, it's too much for the human mind, honestly, to calculate all at once. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of like chaos theory, you know? Kind of.
But however, if like, just so to speak, if you do fit in the category of, well, you've got an accurate representation, you know the crux of the foundation of Islam, you've read the Quran, you know about the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, about his life and everything, you're literally aware of it, and you still choose to reject it. If you're someone who literally to those who reject, if you're one of those who reject faith, literally after you know it, everything has been checked, and you still choose to reject, then unfortunately, yeah, it's not a good place.
And that includes people who are.
Yeah, even if you're genuinely just not convinced that it is the truth. I mean, think about it like this. And before I say what I'm about to say, keep in mind that I don't know if Christians agree with this, but in Islam, disbelief is the worst sin that anyone can commit. Worse than murder, worse than rape, worse than adultery, fornication, gambling, drink out, worse than every sin you can think of. Okay? And this is important because think about it like this. Let's say if someone for some reason believed that murder is good, and someone else had a conversation with him trying to convince him that murder is actually bad, and the guy at the end of the conversation was not convinced. He was genuinely not convinced. He still believed that murder is good, and he goes and kills someone. Should that person not be punished by the law just because he thinks that murder is good?
Yeah. Okay. So
they would still be punished.
Yeah.
Now, and this is murder. Now, when it comes to disbelief, which is even worse than murder, you can see where I'm going with this.
I can, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, even I believe it's also when it comes to the Ten Commandments, because the first commandment and the first commandment that's the most important one is thou shalt take no gods but me. So it doesn't matter if I follow all the other 9, but I believe I worship another god besides God, that I'm even with that alone, it's a problem. As much as I can try my best to follow all the other 9 commandments. If I don't follow the very first one, then everything else is for naught. It's the same way how as much good as I can do in this, world, if I openly choose to worship, openly choose to reject Allah and choose to worship another god or worship myself as God, as much good as I can do, unfortunately, my fate is sealed. Really,
it doesn't compensate.
Yeah, because like the among the 10 commandments, like what is the very the one that brother mentioned right after that? It says, "You shall have no other gods before me." Right. So the idol worship and everything else comes after, but just considering that's what we refer to as shirk in Islam, right? Considering somebody else. So like the pagan Arabs, they used to believe in Allah, they used to believe in God, but they used to actually worship other deities along with God, right?
Right.
And that's why, like throughout the Quran, you see that Allah refers to them as polytheists, right? And that they will go to hellfire. So that's exactly sort of the category that we put all of these other religions in that believe in, like, for instance, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity as well. Like anybody that associates partners with God, we call them, mushrik, which derives from the root word shirk, right? That considering somebody equivalent to God, or along with God, you're worshiping somebody else.
So it seems from me hearing that, like, I've gotten 2 different answers. It seems like at first I was told by Rumzi, however you pronounce it, that
Rumzi, yeah,
Rumzi. Okay, it seems like we're told or I was told by him that if I were sincere, that wouldn't necessarily breed punishment. But then it seems Ibn Madagascar is arguing.
Oh, but look, you can be, how about this? You can be sincere, but if you're not given the information, you're not given the information. That's an example, right?
I mean, what if you, I'm saying like you're sincere in your thinking, but you just make an error in your thinking. You've heard the message, but
I believe
it depends what you mean by error in your thinking. So I'll give you an example. Let's say somebody is arrogant. Well, that's an error in your thinking, obviously. What do you mean by, when you say error in your thinking, what do you mean by that? So like, for example, if somebody is arrogant and so they don't want, they can see something is correct, but they just don't want to accept it. Well, that's arguably an error in their thinking. So when you say error in their thinking, it depends what you mean by that, because that can mean a number of different things.
I'm referring to like a non-moral error, like I have like different criteria that I use to study history or something.
So that alone, when it comes to the certain errors, such as, for example, I think one of the errors even I mentioned when it comes to that is dragging your feet, time wasting. Because again, when we talk about salvation here, and if somebody's claiming to have the truth, it's something, at least when it talk about arrogance and pride. So you know what? You claim it has to do with my salvation. Let me test it right now, because who knows? This truly being humble is truly being open-minded. To say, you know what? This right here, this could be the truth. If someone's coming to you and they're saying, hey, this is Islam, we believe Islam is the truth, in order to humble yourself, to say, you know what, let me test it, let me see the evidence, and let me do it, because it has a lot to do with my salvation. And one thing we'll say about salvation is is there's no time, we can't waste any time, because why? We could die at any moment. We're not guaranteed tomorrow. We're not guaranteed the next 10 seconds. So that's something, dragging our feet to actually look at what the evidence is, how much of a priority the evidence being shown to us is, or how much of a priority learning about Islam is. That within itself can be an error, and it goes by with a lot of, oh, wait a minute, your inability to focus on time, having other priorities, because again, God should be the number one priority. So there are many different ways, and this is why we'd say God is the ultimate judge, based upon Him saying, deciding, you dragged your feet. Oh no, you didn't see me as that important. Oh no, you didn't do this as much as you could. He knows what's in our heart. So, and also, Ramsey, you can also let me know if I'm wrong. When Ramsey's talking, when it comes to your how you the goodness that you do, that's referring to people it's either referring to people who may not have heard the message of Islam at all, meaning God now judges you based on a different criteria, because He's saying, because God is just, He's not going to judge you on a criteria that He never revealed to you, or on something He never revealed, you never got. So He's going to use a different criteria. And another type is people that, unfortunately, whereas someone who's Muslim did not represent his faith correctly, nor did they give you correct information, and you ran by that information. So it's like me giving you some, like, let's say you and I are talking, and unfortunately, Prophethood, I gave you some falsehoods about Islam. I told you some things about Islam that weren't true. However, those things that I told you about Islam made you come into your genuine and sincere mind. You say, you know what? I don't like when you said that. I don't believe now. Because of what you just said, nah, if that's Islam, I'm not part of it. Not only when in that case, God will say, you know what? You didn't get the right information. Now I'm in trouble, because I'm the one that gave you the wrong information. So God will judge you based on different criteria, and He'll judge me harshly for giving you the wrong information. So it literally depends on which category you fit in. Now, the only one that truly God gives us the results of what will happen to each category, yes. However, we cannot truly 100% say, because we're not God, because none of us know what's truly in your heart, nor do we know what's truly in your mind, nor do we know how truly how much of a priority your attentions are, how much of a priority you're taking this. Only one that really knows 100% more than you know yourself is God. And because of it, that's why we ultimately can't say definitively with 100%, because that's only reserved for God being the greatest of all judges, if that makes sense.
Sorry, did you just say, does that make sense?
I'm gonna say if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm
yeah, because so what I heard is, after you finished talking, I just heard you say, does that, and then you cut out. So I assume.
Oh yeah. So does that make sense? If that makes sense, yeah. Basically, you understand what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Okay. I want to ask you about a different one too. If I have time again. End the stream. Whatever.
Somebody asked, "Does Allah enter creation?" You can't fit the finite into the finite. Sorry, you can't fit the infinite and the finite. So no, you can't squeeze God into a box, right?
And I also think
that question makes absolutely no sense. Can God be inside His creation? That's like asking, can God make mistakes, or can God be limited? Can the infinite God be fit into a finite box? That question in and of itself is illogical.
And the funny thing is, I don't like how some of the implications that some non-Muslims may get from that when they say, well, as Muslims, we believe God is not. You cannot contain something infinite within the finite. However, just because we do not believe God is within His creation, that does not mean God is separate from Him. Because on the Quran, God tells us that He is close. He is nearer. For the
God doesn't have to be in His creation to interact with His creation.
Exactly. For the belief, Jesus, tell the believing man that I am closer to him. I am closer to him than his jugular vein. Something that's inside of you. He's closer to you than that. So when we say that God does not enter His creation, with your limited mind, you're saying, oh, God is separate. Oh, how can we have a true relationship with a God who's no? We believe God is near to us. Literally, when we pray directly to God. We believe God is near us. God tells us all the time how near He is, how much He's there for us. Literally. So God not being within His creation does not mean God does not interact, nor does it mean that God does not see us, nor does it mean that God does not hear everything that we do, hear what we say, see what we do, know everything. So this idea to say that God is not coming to His creation because why? If you could contain something infinite within the finite, that's a contradiction. Two, God is not a contradiction. I mean, like Mumsy would say, a contradiction is not a thing. And three, that will go against the very nature of God. And I know, Connor, you have different views on that. I'm just giving you the Islamic perspective on that. So just to clarify, anyone who asked that question, one more time, no, we do not believe God comes within His creation. However, that does not mean we believe that God is separate from His creation. He still interacts with His creation.
He uses different tools to be able to interact with us, just like I'm using my cell phone or my computer to interact with you guys, but I don't literally have to be there in the room with you to interact with you.
Yeah, sorry about that, Connor. You can go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Real quick, Rumsey, I don't mean to overstay my welcome. It's late. Kick me whenever you like. It's fine.
Well, there's only Muslims backstage, unless there's someone backstage named Leo Hernandez, but I can't. Leo, can you turn your? One, are you Muslim or non-Muslim? Secondly, can you turn your camera on if you don't mind? There's a handful of Muslims backstage, but why are there two Leo Hernandez? That's interesting. There's literally two.
Common name.
Okay. No, but it's the same person with the same picture and everything. All right, Leo, you can turn your camera off. Yeah, Connor, I think he's Christian. Okay, cool. So I guess he's been waiting a long time. Yeah, Connor, I guess it'd be unfair. He's been waiting for a long time, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you, Connor. Appreciate it, man. We enjoyed talking to you, man. You're welcome back anytime.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Right, cool.
Anytime you want to come by, it's a pleasure to talk to you, Connor.
Yeah.
All right. See ya.
Take care.
Take care.
All right, Leo, I'm gonna bring you on. By the way, to the Muslims, I see you guys backstage. I really do. May Allah bless all you guys. But what do you call it? I don't want too many Muslims on stage, right? It gets really overwhelming. May Allah bless you guys. What do you call it? All right, Leo.
What's going on, fellas?
Not much, man.
Nah, I'm chilling. I have a couple questions.
Sure.
I know that you guys won't change your faith, neither will I. But I started reading a little bit of the Quran. I would say from Surah 1 to I think I stopped at Surah 6. And I see something where Allah says that Muslims should not take Christians as friends. And I do have Muslim friends. So could you explain that verse for me?
Yeah, very simple. Very simple. So is that talking about all situations? Was that verse revealed in a particular context? I mean, we're allowed to marry non-Muslims, right?
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm just talking about friends. So they kind of said it kind of clear.
I'm pretty sure when you marry someone, you befriend them. I'm pretty sure. I would hope. It's like you can get married but just stay enemies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No. Marriage is different. Marriage is different. He's talking about friendship.
No, but actually, my point is that like, basically, we can't befriend any of them, but we're allowed to marry them.
Exactly. Like it's a closer marriage is a closer relationship than friend. If allegedly God is saying, "Oh, don't go close to them to the point where you're befriending them," I would think that someone whom you marry is closer than someone who's your friend. So if we're allowed to get this close to you, then why not be?
You remember earlier when Esther was on, I was like, so you're telling me that according to the Quran, you kill all the Christians and Jews, but you can also marry them? Yeah. You guys heard him. He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, all right, well. I mean, that's not the most idiotic thing I've heard from some people from on this channel, but definitely up there. But no, yeah. So Leo, very simple. So when it says don't take them as friends, it's not talking about all Christians and Jews. The Quran tells you to be kind and be just to them, those who don't fight you because of your faith. Again, what do you call it? The Prophet Muhammad made treaties with Christians and Jews. And like I said, the verse wasn't revealed in a vacuum. We're allowed to, like I said, we're literally allowed to marry Christians and Jews. If you can marry Christians and Jews, well, okay, you get what I'm saying?
I feel you. Because, like, that's why I said, like, I stopped at 6. Like, I didn't keep reading. You know what I mean?
That's fine. That's
like
fine.
yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Leo, real quick, Leo, the Quran is not revealed in the chronological order. I mean, it's okay, but you don't have to go in chronological order. If you want to, you can go ahead, but you don't have to.
Yeah, no, I feel you. No, I was just like reading it, like, you know what I mean? Like, I open the Quran and it's like, all right, it's Surah 1, and then I'm reading through, and then I go to Surah 2. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like the way it says it is like in context. I'm like, whoa, it kind of like spooked me. I'm like, because I do got Muslim friends, and then like I did just turn to like a Christian too, so it's not like I was how would you say, biased when I made my decision. So I came across was I did read the Bible first, though. You know what I mean? So when I came
brother,
go ahead.
The word, sorry, I was just gonna say that the word used in Arabic over there is awliya, if I'm not mistaken, and that basically wali basically is like a guardian, right? So in Islam, we basically, like in the Quran one, it actually says in this particular verse, it just basically says, don't take them as your close guardians, right? You see, like when you're friends,
yeah, that's
right?
the point.
You can't just be friends with, right? That's where I'm getting at. So first, you have to look at the context, right? And it doesn't say here in Quran, even in this verse and several other verses I can show you, right? It says to be kind to the people of the book, and even the mushrikeen, you can be kind with them, you can interact with them, you can have them as colleagues, day-to-day life, you can have them as neighbors, all of that is fine, but just don't take them as really close guardians, right? So that is very specific, because you have to remember that when Quran was revealed at that time, being a Muslim was not just a religion, it was like a citizenship for you as well, right? In so many of the countries back then, right? So for you to actually go out of your way and trust them, because this did happen to Muslims. This is Surah Ma'idah, if I'm not mistaken. And this is one of the very last surahs, okay? So the last 10 years of the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, his life, he was surrounded by armies, and they were getting betrayed left and right from every single angle. They were betrayed by the pagans of Mecca. They were betrayed by the pagans of even the Medina pagans at one point betrayed them, right? They were betrayed by the Jewish tribes living in Medina. They were betrayed by the Christians. They killed the emissaries sent by Prophet Muhammad to them. And basically killing an emissary, even nowadays, but especially back then, it was like, act of war, right? You literally, that's a big no-no. You don't kill an emissary, right? So they were surrounded by enemies all the time. So Quran is basically giving them a warning that try not to take them as your awliya, like your close guardians, to have them trust your secrets, because there were a lot of enemies that were coming into the fold of Islam just to spy on the Muslims. And there are so many examples that I can show you. Time may not permit, but if you show up on one of the other streams, I can show you from the ahadith, where so many of the munafiqun, which are the hypocrites, right? They actually became Muslims just because they wanted to spy on the Muslims. So Quran is just basically telling them to be careful with those people and don't take them as their very close guardians. But it's not saying to fight them. It's not saying
No, I never said
to not
like to
interact with
fight
them.
or anything, because we're still friends. But let me give you my story. As in, we were friends since we were 4 years old. He came as a refugee from Albania, and so on and so forth. I didn't become a Christian until I was 21. So we were friends, but I was never like a Muslim either, though, because like I would eat ham and I'd be like, dang, I can't be Muslim, So as
No, so like we said, there's a difference between being a companion of someone, being a colleague, being a good friend, and being a close guardian. There's a difference, right? Are you that person's guardian?
Couldn't I say I could be a guardian as my for my best friend if we're like we only talk to each other, like we're only best friends? You feel me? Like
it's not about Leo. It's not about semantics. Like you want to call your best friend your guardian, sure, but in reality, we all know what that means. What if we're going to go literally what that word means? Your guardian, like your actual guardian, right? That's not the same. So I don't think. And if anyone asks you, are you that person's guardian? In literal terms, no, you're not, right?
No, not like a.
Look, if you want to call yourself, you can call yourself, guardian of the galaxy if you like, right? I'm saying it's
let's say he's in a fight, like I'm gonna go help him, like I'm gonna be a guardian.
Leo. No, I understand Leo, but again, that's not what that's talking about. Okay, you can call him. You want to call yourself his bodyguard, sure. You want to call yourself his friend. You want to call yourself his pet. I'm not saying you do. You want to call him. You can call yourself whatever you like. It's not about semantics here. What the Quran is saying is, as as guardians. It doesn't mean as just buddies, your friends and stuff. It means actual guardians, like your actual people in charge of you, people in charge of maintaining.
The actual definition of the word guardian means literally, the actual definition of the word guardian is a person who looks after and is legally responsible for someone who is unable to manage their own affairs.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep.
No, yeah,
that's not
I just wanted an explanation, because when I seen it, I got spooked. I was like, ooh, like that's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Because like when I read it, it says friends. Like when you say guardian, why does when I read it says like friends?
Yeah, so legal responsibility. Because I actually disagree with you guys on this one.
No, like for example, like let's say like in Arabic, I assume it says guardian, right?
Not legal guardian. Like
not legal guardian either. Just guardian.
Legal responsibility is kafil in Arabic. Wali is different. But the point is, here's the point. I actually disagree with my Muslim brothers over here. I believe it's not allowed. I believe it's not allowed to be friends with a non-Muslim. Period. You're not a close friend, normal friend. Yeah, you're not allowed to. And I will give my evidence in a bit. But what was about? Yeah, this does not mean, however, because I noticed this confusion that you had, Leo. You confused being friends with someone with being good to them. They're not necessarily the same thing. You said that if you hear that he's in a fight, you will go help him. I don't know you, Leo.
No, yeah. So here's my point. This is my point.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Okay. No. Give me your point, and I'll see what I have to say about it.
So this is the point where I'm getting at. We were always best friends, right?
Yes.
So once he found out I became a Christian, we low key, like I'm not gonna go up to him like, yo, how come we don't hang out as much? But we low key stopped being like best friends. That's what I'm getting at. So this is like because he's not like some Muslim who knows a lot about the Quran. Like he knows like what Islam is. He's a Muslim. You know what I mean? But like I feel like he hasn't seen this verse yet. Like I'm scared to show him this verse because I still want to be his friends. But like you see, this is where the issue I have with Islam. Like when you're a Christian, you're allowed to be friends with non-believers. That's why
it depends what you mean by be friends. Let me tell you. The problem is the words like be friends, guardian,
like
protect.
your friend
All
understands
of
me when I
all of
say
these.
best friend. Like I'm
No,
gonna
Leo,
ride
just
for
1
my boy
second.
anytime.
Leo, just hear me out 1 second. The problem is, Leo, the words like be friends, be. I'll tell you what. Oftentimes, where I'm at, if someone if you're just nice to somebody and you're not enemies with that person, it's not uncommon to say that here's a good friend of mine, this, that, the other. That's not uncommon. Or when I used to do projects with people in school, I had to do projects with people in school. So I'm just here with a few friends of mine to do some homework. It's like, okay, but I only met you yesterday, or I met you 2 days ago. It's like you're not. I mean, quote unquote friends. It's like the word friend, guardian, protector, bodyguard, pet, like all of these words. I'm not saying all these apply, but I'm just saying these words are all very, very like used very loosely. So when you say friend, you're nice to that person. A lot of people would say, oh, we're nice to each other. We're friends. It's like, okay, what do you mean by friend? It's like, do you get what I'm saying? It's so when you say, let's not be,
Here's the thing.
Okay,
we're not
yeah.
friends anymore. It's like, well, you get what I'm
Ram,
saying? So your
I
friend
feel
isn't,
you. I
even
get you. Like,
if your friend
I
is nice to you,
yeah.
This verse isn't saying you shouldn't be nice to people. You shouldn't be friendly with people, or quote unquote friendly. You shouldn't be polite with people. You shouldn't treat them like you want to be treated. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah, no, I feel you. But like that's why I'm saying, why does the verse say it like this? Like did I even tell you the verse or no?
We know
because
the verse. I read it before.
It's
because
3:28, I believe.
Yeah, I've seen the verse before. It's not like this isn't like
No, because it says if you do them as friends.
No, but Leo, that's why I'm saying take them as friends. What do you understand by take them as friends? What do you understand by that? Did he cut out?
Like no. Ask your question again. I couldn't.
No, so Leo, you keep on repeating. Oh, it says friends. It says friends. I know what it says, but what do you mean by friends? What do you understand as take them as friends? What do you understand by that?
Not just like the way it is. Like there's only one meaning, right?
No, but what do you mean by that? What take someone as friends? Okay, what do you mean by that?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what it's saying.
No,
like, what meaning
no, but Leo, but what do you
understand?
I'm saying, what do you understand?
Yeah, Ramsey, can I make it easy for him?
Sure, yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Maybe
So,
I need a different
Leo,
way.
here's the thing, Leo. A Muslim and a non-Muslim, they can still be. So that Muslim that you can still visit each other. You can still visit each other. You can still be good to each other. You can still help each other out. You can still show each other kindness. You can still show each other mercy. All of that. But you cannot, how do I say this? A Muslim, we have in Islam what is called al-wala wal-bara. Basically, it means loving for the sake of Allah and hating for the sake of Allah. Meaning you love your Muslim brother for the sake of Allah, because Allah loves him and because he is your brother in Islam. And you have a baghda, a hatred towards the disbeliever, and I will explain what this hatred is in a bit. It doesn't mean that we should mistreat you, don't misunderstand. You have a hatred towards the disbeliever, again for the sake of Allah, because he is committing the worst sin, because Allah hates him, because he is disobeying Allah. So it's love for the sake of Allah and hatred for the sake of Allah. That being said, you still treat him with kindness. So this is another differentiation that I want to make clear.
I mean,
there's a difference between love. Yeah, there's a difference between love and kindness. You can be kind to someone whom you do not love. So you still treat them with you can, like I said, you can still visit your Muslim that you know. You can still visit him. You can still eat with him. He can still visit you, and you can still give him gifts. He can still give you gifts. But
it sounds like everything that most people like.
The way
it sounds
he's
like
saying it,
something.
though, the same way.
Leo,
Go ahead.
Leo, 1 second.
Go
It
ahead,
sounds
go
like
ahead.
it sounds like
but here's
everything.
the deal.
It sounds like everything
one
that
last thing.
quote-unquote friends do. Sounds like it. I mean,
here's one last thing. Growing up, my mother told me not to be friends with bad people.
Correct.
Why? Because she feared that I may be influenced by them.
Of course.
Now, when it comes to religion, it's really the same thing. A Muslim may be influenced by his non-Muslim friend. He may be influenced by him in many different ways. He may be being friends with that non-Muslim may get him to develop a sort of
like situation where he wants to question his faith, something like that, right?
Come again?
Like it'd be like I think Allah intends, like by what you're saying, that He wouldn't want you to be best of friends just in case He doesn't like make you question your faith. I think that's what He's getting at, right?
because
No, not just
it may
questioning
make
the
you
faith.
question your faith. It might make you question your faith. It might make you have a sort of love towards your friend's disbelief. So it's in this it's the same thing really as not being friends with bad people, so that you don't get influenced by them, but you can
Yeah,
still
But
treat
this is
them
why.
kindly.
This is
You
why I
can
was saying
Yeah,
still
before.
like for
criticism and
example, I had a friend, like let's say I'm friends with someone who's like a
Really
bad people, right?
overcomplicating it, man.
I would then have to not be friends with them outside of school, but I could still be nice to him in school, like for
Well, Leo,
example,
look,
right?
Leo. This is why, Leo. This is why I asked you before. When it says "don't take them as friends," what do you understand by that? That's why I'm saying, what do you understand by that? When you
But
say
like
take,
y'all cannot be like chilling no more. Like y'all can't hang out.
no, but we,
That's what it
but
is.
Ibn Madagascar just told you. But did you hear what Ibn Madagascar said? You can visit
Yeah,
each
so
other. You can give each other gifts. You can greet
No,
each
because
other.
like for example, like we like watching soccer. I'm a Madrid fan. He's a Barca fan. Like
Leo,
we
Leo,
like
listen,
chilling a
listen,
lot. Yeah,
Leo,
like you.
listen. The problem is, Leo, I think you're really overcomplicating it. It's very simple.
No,
You can
all right,
visit each other.
yeah, that's
You can
fine.
be kind to each other. You can greet each other. You can do all the things that you and I would probably like in the West. Like, I mean, guys, imagine this. Imagine I told you this. There's a guy. We're nice to each other all the time. We visit each other all the time. We tell jokes
but
to
you
each other
can't
all the
be
time.
close.
We get each
That's
other
But you
fine.
gifts
cannot.
all the time.
I
I'm sorry.
agree.
Yeah,
That's fine.
but
I'll
you
give it
can
to you because I'm sure there's other
you
verse where
cannot
it
be
says
close.
you can take them as friends. Like you said, like you could wive up a Christian. So I get it.
Sure,
I get
yeah.
it. I get it.
Right, but what do you call it? But like this is why I said before, take them as friends. So people, when you ask people what they mean by that, in reality, a lot of people don't really know what that means. Take them as friends. It's like, okay, friend. So my mom sometimes calls me her friend, like in a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like in a certain way. She's like, my son is my best friend. What do you call it? I've seen spouses in a different way call themselves each other's best friend. Obviously, it doesn't mean the same thing. What do you call it? I've seen classmates just because they sit next to each other say, "This is my good friend." It's like I've seen people sarcastically who don't like each other say, "My friend, my friend." It's just whatever. My point is, the word "friend" can be used can mean so many different things. I tell you, if we were talking just outside of the stream, and I said, "There's somebody I know who I talk to every day. I'm nice to him every day. We visit each other every day. We give gifts to each other on holidays. We do this, that, the other." That sounds like a quote unquote friend, doesn't it? I mean, that's how a lot of people would consider that person a friend, right? So this is why I was saying before, what do you think the Quran means when it says don't take them as friends or allies or however you like to, let's say friends, just friends for now. What does the Quran mean when it says that? That's why I was asking that, because what you might think of as a friend might not be what we're thinking of as a friend or what other people, you know what I'm saying? It's a very vague term. You know what I'm saying?
Well, wouldn't it be better to be more specific though? That's what I'm getting at.
Well, no, but Leo, the Quran isn't revealed in a vacuum. The Quran uses particular language. The Quran wasn't revealed in English. You got to remember that. The Quran wasn't revealed in English. This is something that the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, this is something that Muslims have understood for 1400 years. But obviously, if you're applying Western English or English-speaking Western standards, well, English-speaking plus liberal Western standards to the text, obviously, it's going to confuse you a bit. Right? You got what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because for example, cuando yo digo amigo, like when I say friend, like it means the same thing in Spanish. You know what I mean? Like I
It's
assume
the
a friend
language
in
barrier,
Arabic
my
will be
friend.
the same thing as friend
Yeah,
in
it's
English.
it's the language barrier.
Like,
There's
but
nothing
there
you
are
can do.
certain phrases you cannot say in Spanish that you can say in English. Like it wouldn't make sense. Like if I say "tú te partiste tu madre," it would mean like in English I would
No,
say
yeah,
"you
I
split
agree.
your
No,
mother."
yeah, I agree. It doesn't make sense.
You know what I mean? It wouldn't
If
make
you
sense.
translate it directly, it doesn't make any sense. I agree. What do you call it?
But that's the point.
That's the
When
language barrier. Language barrier.
yeah. But an apple will mean in Arabic, an apple will mean the same thing as an apple in English. Like you would be like that's a translation correction. Like that's correct.
No,
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Certain things you can translate directly. We're not saying that every single word has to be that way, but there are, for instance, I'll give you a very common example that's given out. So you know how in English, or even in Spanish, I speak Portuguese, so I suppose Spanish is the same thing. How many words?
Similar.
Okay, similar. So how many words are there for heart in English or in Spanish?
Oof, a lot.
Tell me how
Off the
many.
top of my head, somewhere around like 9, 8.
8,
Okay.
6, like somewhere around there.
I personally know of just one word in English, buddy, and I don't know about Spanish, but then also in Portuguese, there's only coração. That's it. That's
corazón.
just,
Yeah.
yeah. That's the only one word. Okay. Now in Arabic, now when you want to talk about heart in general, and my brother Madagascar, Ibn Madagascar, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but the general word for heart is qalb. Okay. Now, if you want to talk about your heart with like extreme emotion or feeling, right? So the word used over there is fu'ad, which is like my name almost, right? Fu'ad. So you cannot use, and literally if you translate fu'ad into English, do you know what it would say? It would translate to a burning flesh.
Yeah, it'd be weird. It'd be weird.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So
I
so the
agree with you.
translation would be, sorry?
I agree with you.
Yeah. So this is what we're saying. It's a language barrier. So for instance, the Sahih International, if you see over there, it says, let not believers take disbelievers as allies. And then in parentheses, it says that is supporters or protectors. So this is what we're trying to imply. It doesn't mean, look, like I'm married to a Christian woman. That doesn't mean like, you know, that I cannot befriend her. She's my wife. How can I not be friends with her?
Of course.
You
But
know?
like, I mean, she is Christian though. Like,
yeah, exactly. But
you know
when it comes to making friends, like, you know how in English we say, like the brother gave you an example, a man is known by the company he keeps, right? So there are times that not just your creedal issues, but sometimes we can rub off on each other. Some people, they're more prone to it, right? Because depending, for instance, like my cousin, he's from the US. He was born and raised, he's my age. When he came to Pakistan, living with us, before that, he was like a non-practicing Christian, right? Because he grew up with his mother in California. But when he came and stayed with us for a couple of years, he studied Islam and he accepted Islam, right? So if he had not flown to Pakistan, I don't think, like only Allah knows, but I don't think he would have accepted Islam, right? So it's just the people that you hang out with every day, they do influence you, right? So I myself, I always try to, for instance, not, you know, like I know my weaknesses, right? So I try to stay away. You know, a very, very long time ago, I used to drink. And I don't drink anymore. I stopped hanging out with those guys. I don't hang out with those people because I know if I hang out around them, there would be a moment of weakness in me that I might want to, you know, try a beer or two. So I stopped hanging out with those people completely. That doesn't mean that they're going to change everything about my personality, but even those small sins, you know. So for that reason, it says,
because like this is the point I'm trying to make. What would happen to those people who believe in like the gospel of Jesus before Muhammad came? Like let's say from 0 to when did Muhammad come? 600 years, 700?
Yeah.
right.
What happens to those before
So
Muhammad when they
so
die?
they're referred to as the Hawariyun, right? So in the Quran, Hawariyun were the disciples of Jesus, peace be upon him, that were, you know, they had the Injil of Jesus, peace be upon him. And then there are other stories a couple of 100 years later where the people in the cave, if I'm not mistaken, where they're asleep for however many hundred, or like for 100 years or something, they had a dog. It's the Surah of Cave. I forget what is the Surah of
I think there were it was 309 years.
Exactly. So they were asleep. So those were also referred to as the Christians, but the monotheistic Christians that had the true Injil, right? So those people,
like when you say Injil and then you say true Injil, like what do you mean?
So
because earlier you said Injil and then you said true Injil. Like what do you mean?
So the word Injil, literally, if you translate it, it's like the gospel, right? The good news. But I would say the good news of whom? Good news of Paul, good news of Matthew, Luke, John, or Jesus?
Jesus. So like for example, let's say I, like, you know how I just became a Christian? What if I just stuck to the red letters? Like, for example, in the Old Testament. I mean, not the King James version. I just stick to the red letters.
The thing is, those are still derived from the New Testament. We don't take the New Testament as a reliable source of information.
So when Jesus says that his word will be published, how can something that's published be corrupt?
But that's in the New Testament.
I also understand.
That's in the New Testament, though. That's the problem.
Leo, understand this.
Like, how did they get lost?
Leo, understand this, okay? So we'll look at, and just before I even get to understanding ancient times, so the Quran says Injil. However, one thing to understand is the Injil is not the same as the New Testament. So the words of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and or Paul, or where the unknown writers.
Just Jesus.
One second, Leo.
Oh,
One
go
second,
ahead,
let me finish, bro. So yeah, those are not it. And even what you're talking about, I know what you're talking about, the red letters or the red letters. The problem is they're not. You have to argue, are those actually the words of Jesus, or are those actually the words that the authors put in his mouth? Meaning, did he actually say those things, or do the authors think he said those things and put it in his mouth and said that he said those things?
with what intention
And
though? Like to
it honestly,
make it evil or good?
honestly, in this case, when it comes to forgeries, when it comes to putting something in someone's mouth that they did not say, the intention does not really matter. You can have good intentions and you can have bad intentions.
No, like for
That
example,
once
like
that
you
Leo, I'm finished, bro.
Oh, go
So
ahead.
it does not matter the intent when it comes to a forgery, because again, that's a forgery. Literally writing something or saying something in someone's name, that's a forgery. The same way if I try to forge, like I'll write your signature, people will think that's you, but that's not you. That's me. I'm forging your signature, meaning I'm literally saying, even when it comes, So the gospel writers, here comes the question: Did Jesus actually say that, or did the gospel writers say or write that Jesus said those things? And that's why we don't trust it, because again, some of the gospel writers, they're deemed as in classical scholarship, they're deemed as anonymous. And two, if you want to ask where is the gospel, where is the true Injil, or the Injil we're talking about, we believe that it was revealed during Jesus's peace and blessings be upon him, during his time when he was on earth. The problem is, it was not written down. It was not something that was written down. And two, the earliest gospel that we do have came 40 years later. The first gospel was the Gospel of Mark that came around the 68 to 70 AD. And if you want to talk about the first book do we trust Mark? Who is Mark?
No, do you trust the Gospel of Mark?
What? No.
Nope.
No.
Why? You just said it came.
There's only one.
Because when we talk about 40 years, we're talking about something that's published. Now,
A whole generation later.
Yeah, because when someone spreads the word, they speak. Like Muhammad spoke the Quran, he spoke it. That's how it transmits
Leo,
faster.
hold on 1 second. Leo, just 1 second. So just to be clear, we don't believe that the New Testament was authored by the disciples of Christ or by I believe it's based off of eyewitness testimony.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. In the Quran, it says people of the book.
Leo, 1 second. Yes, which book?
The Injil.
Okay, Leo.
Injil who? Injil
is the gospel.
Leo.
Okay, Leo.
The Gospels of Christ.
Leo, just 1 second there. Just 1 second. Okay, let me just make this clear. Leo, we believe that Jesus was given the gospel. What you have today are remnants of it. That's what we believe. Okay. Now you can disagree with that. That's fine. That's the Muslim belief. That's what we believe. That's what the Quran teaches. Now, just to be clear, by the way, guys, I want to make this. We're gonna have to wrap this up fairly soon, guys, because I'm actually getting really tired. I don't know how you guys are not tired. Ibn Madagascar, it's already like you've already had your suhoor. I'm pretty sure. I think you're probably having.
Yeah, but I feel like that's just something.
I'm walking around the house, yeah. I'm not just sitting.
But like when you read like something that's
I'm sure
corrupt,
you've got a life. Come on. Anyway.
Who, me?
Hey, I'm assuming you haven't been staring at your phone all day. Oh, Leo's gone. I didn't kick him. I don't know where he went.
No, bring him back. Bring him back. I don't know if he thought he was talking to him. I don't know if he thought we were talking to him.
Yeah. I think he misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah, I think when you're talking to Ibn Madagascar, I think he thought you were talking to him. Get a life type stuff.
No. So Leo,
you thought I was talking to him?
Leo, yeah, I think so.
No. Oh my God, I wasn't talking to. Oh, subhanallah. I was talking to Ibn Madagascar.
Ian, brother, come back. He was not talking to you. He was talking to Ibn Madagascar.
I wasn't talking to you. Are you guys sure?
Maybe it was just his connection. Maybe actually, I don't know.
But Leo, I swear I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Ibn Madagascar. I was just telling him how I knew he has a life, and he hasn't just been religiously staring at his phone the past 7 hours straight. So like, come on, man. Like this guy, you already had your suhoor, you had your iftar, you had your suhoor. Now you're probably, I don't know what the hell you're doing walking around at this hour. But who
But
cares?
Akhwa, about what I said earlier, I said I would give my evidence in a bit about the friends thing. In Surah Al-Mumtahana, verse number 4, translation of the meaning of the verse, it says, "There has already been for you an excellent pattern in Abraham and those with him, when they said to their people, indeed, we are disassociated from you and from whatever you worship other than Allah. We have denied you, and there has appeared between us and you animosity and hatred forever until you believe in Allah alone. Except for the saying of Abraham to his father, I will surely ask forgiveness for you, but I have not power to do for you anything against Allah. Our Lord, upon you we have relied, and to you we have returned, and to you is the destination." So basically, Allah is telling us that we should imitate Ibrahim alayhi salam with when it comes to his feelings towards his people of animosity and hatred for the sake of Allah. How can you be friends with someone whom you're supposed to hate for the sake of Allah? But I already made clear, in case there's any new people here, I made it clear that there's a difference between love and kindness. You can hate someone and still be kind to them. A Muslim can and should and has to be kind to an innocent non-Muslim. He can still if the non-Muslim is a visitor, he can still welcome him. He can give him food and whatnot, but they cannot be friends. They cannot be friends. Al-wala wal-bara. There is also a hadith of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, and I can give the reference, where he says that don't take as a companion anyone other than a believer.
Now, need water. No, are you done? I thought we were going to keep going. Sorry.
No, and one last thing, actually, since I remembered your point about marriage. There's how do I say this? Okay, there's natural love and there is Shara'i love. Shara'i love we're supposed to have for Muslims and Muslims only. Natural love, meaning something that the kind of love that a child has for his parents, that a parent has for his child, that any person has for their relative, that a husband has for his wife, a Muslim husband may have for his Christian, Jewish wife. That kind of love, the natural love that is an instinct inside of the human being, that is not haram. But the Shara'i love is for the Muslim and Muslim only. It's not for the non-Muslim, even if he is your father.
أكيد. بارك الله فيك أخي.
وفيك حبيبي.
What in the world, man? Oh, here's an interesting question. What are the conditions of marrying people of the book? Well, they have to be someone who's pious from the people of the book. It's not just any
chaste.
Any pious, chaste. Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
I don't know if we can use the word pious because they're kuffar. I don't know.
Fine. Yeah, fine.
I mean, they should be following, because I remember this very well, because I was like in doubt in the beginning, right? So I asked like so many ashya about this, right? Because some were telling me like, that no, as long as she believes in the Trinity, you cannot marry her. But then I asked so many other, and they said, no, you can, because they even pointed out a few examples for me from the time of the Ashab that they did allow marriage with the Trinitarians as well, as long as they're the people of the book, because there is that possibility you can bring them into the fold of Islam. Now, having said that, just between it's like, I know my wife doesn't speak English, but I'm just going to say this. There are times where it's not that I don't, I regret it, but I do face difficulties, So I don't know if I would have done it if I were to go back in past and kind of redo it,
I understand. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't necessarily recommend it for other people. I get it. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And this is one of the reasons why Umar ibn Khattab, he did not recommend it, especially for those people that are going to live in the country or the area where the Christians live. This is why, to be honest with you, Akhi, like online, I've got so many Muslim friends, and I always try to message back and forth. And this is one of the reasons why I also got into like doing dawah and everything. Because when I came over here to Brazil first, like, I was going away from Islam, and it came to a point where, I was not praying. I even started drinking and everything, So just, alhamdulillah, subhanallah, just, I had a wake up call, and, I almost have no social life over here. Literally have no social life. I practically don't go out. And it's for that exact same reason.
I wish I could say the same over here, but no, I have the opposite.
Because like here in this area, I don't have any Muslims that are close to me. Yeah. So I wish that I would hang out with some Muslims over here. The only thing I do is like if I might go for a workout or playing tennis or something, then I just come back home.
Yeah. No, I understand nothing. May Allah bless you. May Allah keep you steadfast. May Allah keep you. May Allah bring your wife to Islam. Do you have kids, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean,
I don't like yeah. So, and it's not that we didn't want to. We've been trying, but just didn't happen.
I wasn't gonna ask for more details. That's not my business. By the way, guys, so there's there's two Muslims backstage. We're gonna get you guys on just really quickly because you guys have been waiting very patiently. I'm actually quite surprised. Waiting very patiently backstage. May Allah bless both of you. DeAndre, I see you backstage. The little homie, the little bro, may Allah bless him. One of the people who's reverted to Islam here on Dawah over Dunya. DeAndre, what's going on, man? You're on the stage. Hey. What's up, Ali?
What's up, man? Assalamu alaikum to everyone on the.
Wa alaikum salam.
I just want to really quickly. No problem, man. I just want to really quickly comment on a few things. I'm not going to keep you guys waiting. I'm not going to go on the whole, speech.
Yeah.
So I just want to comment on a couple of things that I saw. Yes, sir.
DeAndre, I'm so sorry for interrupting.
No problem. Go ahead.
I'm just wanted to say I'm starting to get sleepy too, so I'm gonna try to head to bed.
You're sleepy, man. Anyway.
Yeah, it's 1:30 over here, man. 1:33.
Same. Honestly, same.
Yeah. I also have to get ready for sahur. So, assalamu alaikum, brothers.
Gotcha.
As you were talking, so assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
May Allah bless you, brother.
No problem. So yeah, just want to really quickly comment on a few things. I'm not trying to keep y'all waiting. I just want to comment on just like two things. First of all, Esser versus Esser. That was amazing. Esser refuted Esser. Can I just get a round of applause in the chat for that? Esser refuted Esser. But just really quick, one thing. Esser and all these other people that make terrible arguments, against Islam, they like to take Quran verses out of context. And they like to, take them out of context. So let's be consistent. Let's apply the exact same thing. Let's do the exact same thing to them. And everyone in the chat is probably knowing exactly which verse I'm going to quote. And everyone here is probably knowing exactly which verse it is that I'm going to quote. 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse number 3. 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse number 3 says, "Go and attack the Amalekites, totally destroy everything that belongs to them, destroy both men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." How do you explain that?
And we're officially, and Dawah over Dunya is officially canceled. That's okay.
No, it gets worse. Ezekiel 23:21. No, I'm not gonna read that.
No, please,
How do you explain Exodus 21:20, Exodus 22:20, Deuteronomy chapter 22, verses number 28 to 29? How do you explain all these verses?
I saw this. You just reminded me, DeAndre. I saw this hilarious clip from the TV show Young Sheldon, and basically Sheldon's mom, she's taken all his comic books and all his books and stuff like that because she deems them inappropriate. And so you know what he does? He goes, "Therefore, fine. I believe you're missing one book." He gets his Bible. "I believe you're missing this book here, full of genocide, mass murder, and adultery, mass murder, human sacrifice, and genocide." And he lists off a bunch of things like that. And I was just like, yeah.
No,
yeah, I mean, it's the Bible is filled with adultery, mass murder, genocide, human sacrifice. a lot of very R-rated stuff that trust me, most people wouldn't feel comfortable reading at Sunday school.
Trust me, man, I was reading the Bible since, like I said, many times. I've been a Christian for 10 plus years. I've been to Bible study. I've been to all that, man. I know the Bible inside and out. Brother, I know a ton of stuff about it, But, that's completely hypocritical because, you want to take verses from the Quran out of context. Okay,
That's what I was
fine.
saying,
Let's do
man.
it to you.
It's very, very selective logic, very, very selective reasoning. They see
Sure.
problems in Islam, but they don't see things. These are problems that don't exist in Islam, but they somehow don't see the same thing 10 times worse in their own faith. I don't
Yeah.
see how it's like, you apply one. So when it comes to the Quran, you apply one logic to this verse over here, but then you refuse to apply the same logic to something almost identical somewhere else. No, it's different. It's different. You read verses in the Quran that talk about fighting, killing, and this, that, the other. Okay, we explain the context, but somehow you're willing to go to the ends of the earth to explain away killing men, women, children, suckling infants, and donkeys. You're like 101 excuses. They just flow out eloquently when it's for the Bible. For the Quran, it's like cutthroat, no excuse, nothing. For the Bible,
You really can't explain it. Like,
hypocritical.
I heard Christian missionaries try to refute 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse number 3. I swear, almost every single stream I come on, I have to point out 1 Samuel 15:3. It's significantly important. I've seen a Christian missionary try to be like, well, the Amalekites, they've been enemies of Israel for a while. They tried to take Israel down. Okay, the Mexican-American War, is it okay for America to kill Mexican babies because they're Mexican? No, okay, the same logic. Same exact logic.
Or this would be like, or imagine a Jewish person going and killing innocent German people today, right? You know what I'm saying? That would be like their ancestors did bad things to us. Okay, the son doesn't bear the sin of the father. I mean, I know Christians believe that, even though the book of Ezekiel says something different.
The concept of original sin and Catholic infant baptism is literally because infants are sinful.
Yeah.
How?
Fine. That's not even the point. The point is that, like, forget all that. Even if without even pointing that's not whether it's justified or not. 101 excuses for the Bible. Well, that was a different situation. The Amalekites did this. You have to understand it was the different time. This, that, the other. But with the Quran, no excuses at all. Sure, things were happening at the time. Sure, there was a context, but that's not sufficient. That's not good enough. Nothing will be ever good enough. If you hate Islam, you're going to hate Islam. Guys, I'm going to make this clear. If you don't like Islam, you're not going to like Islam. If you want Islam to be bad, Islam is going to be bad. Does that make sense? Like, if I really don't like by the way, Saifullah, I noticed you changed your name from Ibn Madagascar. What happened, man? You're no longer abandoned your buddies in Madagascar? What's going on, man? Like, if I really hate Saifullah's beard, no matter what, I'm always gonna hate his beard. No, I love his beard. These are cool. If I don't know, if I don't like you, I'm never gonna. If I don't want to like you, then I'm not gonna like you, no matter what.
Yeah,
it's just that simple, man. If you don't like Islam, if you don't want to like Islam, you're not gonna like Islam, no matter what we do. Remember, I always say, if it looks like a duck and it's quacking, it's a duck. And even what do you call it? I remember I said that when Esther was here, and he even played along with it. It's like, yeah, well, man, you're living proof, definitely, because.
Yeah, sure. Another thing you guys were talking about, the whole acceptance, LGBT. I have to agree with everything you guys are saying. I almost got into a whole debate. I was in Colorado from the 27th to I came back to literally 7 days after, and we were walking, and there was some petitioner who was asking people to sign some petition about gay marriage, and I had a conversation with my brother, and I said, I honestly am of the belief, and you can fight me on this. I'm honestly of the belief that I don't think that type of marriage, you can do whatever you want to do. I personally don't. I think that's, the commitment with man and wife, that God made. I think that's the whole thing. Yeah, but I said that out loud, and I almost got into a debate with some guy, and I was like, all right, fine, but the whole acceptance movement is a contradiction. the acceptance movement is a contradiction. Why? Because if they only accept people that have lines of thinking that line with theirs. If you don't have a line of thinking that line with theirs, you're backwards, and they don't accept you. But I thought it was the acceptance movement. Is it the acceptance movement or the half acceptance movement?
What's something all these people have in common? Very selective reasoning, very selective logic, very selective acceptance of just things in general, right? They're willing to apply logic very selectively. You know, whether it's the LGBTQ movement and what views should be open, what kind of freedom of expression you're allowed, or whether it's Christians and what kind of quote unquote explanations and context they're willing to accept for verses of scripture. You know, it's
sure.
It's just, you know, no matter what, a duck's gonna quack. No matter what you do to it, it's gonna quack. No matter what you give it, it's gonna quack. It's gonna quack consistently to everyone. That's how it is.
Sure. I mean, it's overall just a complete contradiction. Like if you're gonna call yourself the acceptance movement, and you're gonna say, okay, well, we accept people of this and this belief, then why are you rejecting people that don't go against? I mean, like you can have a respectful conversation with someone who basically you can have a respectful conversation with someone and you disagree, but at the point where you completely like force it down people's throats, you people have to accept it or else they're canceled. You can't make a joke. I mean, sure, but like you can't say I don't accept this, I don't think it's right without being canceled. You can't do it.
Yeah,
it's an empire of rejection when they claim to be an empire of acceptance. It's a contradiction from the inside.
Well, that's whether it's Christianity or the LGBTQ movement. There's a lot of contradiction. Whether it's God being man or a man being a woman. Anyway, DeAndre, do you have any last words you want? Because there's one more guest I want to get on. Do you have any last words you want to say?
No, yeah, I just wanted to get on here and just say that.
I appreciate it. I love you.
Keep up. I had to, I saw the title, and I was like, I have to join it at some point. I missed the majority of the stream when I was away. So, like, what even happened during it?
Typical guests, typical behavior. We had a few new guests. We had one guest come on and try, and at first I thought he made an argument, and then in the end his argument was I don't know. Quite interesting. It's like you present your evidence, you present your reasoning, and in the end what's your claim? Oh, I don't know. Okay, well, that was a waste of time. And then we had Esra came on, try to defend his honor, saying that person triggered us. Yeah, I get triggered if someone comes up and wastes my time just to give me evidence and reasoning and arguments, and then all of a sudden his argument is just I don't know. Yeah, that does annoy me a little bit. I mean, that is slightly annoying.
Okay.
And then we had a really nice guest. His name was Connor. It was really chill, really nice.
I saw that.
He was a Catholic.
I've been here since like 9:00.
He was
Eastern.
really chill, yeah. Yeah. So
I had a debate with some seculars a couple of days ago. I had an interesting debate because basically we put a poll in a group chat asking if there was a God, and someone said no, and they wanted to refute our position, and so we said okay. And so I got into a debate with that person, and I ended up showing them scientific verses from the Quran that completely that it's impossible for anyone to have known. And I said, okay, well, what has been right before is most likely to be right again. How can you account for these? And he goes, I don't know. I'm like, oh, okay, but you completely disrespect. I sit here and let you paste blasphemies and disses to a dead man. He was dissing Jesus, peace be upon him. He was dissing Jesus. And I sit there and I was like, okay, can you account for this? And he goes, no. He goes, I believe in God, but I don't believe in God.
Honestly, it's a lost cause.
So
those people are just a lost cause, man. Honestly, just don't even
Sure.
I know I should speak for myself. I should this makes me sound hypocritical, but don't waste your time with certain people. I know that makes me sound hypocritical, and I'll be honest, maybe it kind of is, but anyway, do as I say, not as I do. It's like kind of like what Jesus said about the Pharisees. Do as they say, not as they do.
Absolutely. All right.
Anyway, DeAndre, thanks for coming on, man. May Allah bless you. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate your
not a problem.
Everyone make dua for our brother DeAndre here. He's someone who accepted Islam here on Dawah Dunya. May Allah bless him and all of our brothers and sisters around the world who are
Absolutely.
going through this Ramadan. May Allah bless each and every one of you. DeAndre, I'll catch you next time, inshallah, God willing. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alrighty. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. One last person backstage. There's someone with a Greek name, but to be honest, man, I don't have the energy. I really don't. Thank you. I don't know your name. I mean, it's in Greek, so I can't read it. But Michael G, I see you backstage. My G, I see you. Want me to bring you on? Leave your camera on? All right. I'll bring you on. I'll leave it off. That's cool. All right. Michael G.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to Leo, the previous conversation with Leo Hernandez and Connor. So the way I understood the verse of don't take non-believers as friends is to not to have close confidants that are disbelievers. So an example would be let's say I'm going through financial trouble and I have a friend who is a disbeliever and he's a financial advisor. I think that would be a bad idea to go to him for advice because he might give me advice that might mislead me because he might give me an option that involves riba or something.
No, that's a decent example.
Yeah, because I had a similar conversation with some brothers before and it was getting pretty heated. So I just presented the idea that we have to be balanced with this. Obviously no one's saying that.
I mean, look, naturally kuffar are going to be more inclined towards kufr. Naturally. What do you expect? And naturally Muslims, well, ideally, are going to be naturally more inclined towards iman, towards Islam.
Yeah.
Muslim will be towards Islam. Kafir will be towards kufr. I mean, it's literally in the words linguistically. Kafir, kufr, Muslim, Islam, right? It's literally that's the idea.
And I also think that you shouldn't be telling your deep secrets to non-believers because if I tell a secret to a brother, if I say anything to a brother in privacy, according to the Quran, unless I tell him that he can tell other people that, it's automatically a secret that he has to keep. And that's not necessarily the case if you tell that to a disbeliever.
Yeah, there you go. That's another good one. Yeah, definitely. It's not they're not bound by the morals of Islam, so you can't expect them to. Whether it's intentional or unintentional is a different story. Maybe they don't have this intention, but they probably aren't going to have the intention to respect the boundaries of Islam. Why would they? They're not Muslim.
Yeah.
Right now, they may not mean that in a necessarily bad way or intending harm. Right? They may not. Just naturally, they're not raised on the morals of Islam, so they're not going to be influencing you with the morals of Islam. They're going to probably be, whether it's intentional or unintentional, they're going to be influencing you towards kufr, naturally speaking, unless of course you keep things under a certain boundary, right? So it's of course we can go on forever and ever on that. But generally speaking, Muslims will lead you towards Islam, or at least they should. I mean, quote unquote Muslims. You guys get what I'm saying. Muslims should lead you towards Islam. Kuffar are going to lead you to kufr.
Mm-hmm.
You got to pick. It's that simple.
Yeah. So since I'm a new Muslim and I don't have a lot of Muslim friends, I've had to reevaluate how deep I want to go into the levels of friendship.
You got us, man. Come on.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's I have to reevaluate it and kind of put barriers up. So I'm not gonna tell them my deepest secrets or ask them for religious advice because they couldn't give me anything of value in that field. Yeah.
You're not gonna ask them what do you call it, for financial help? Obviously not. It's not gonna, or financial advice. I mean, they might give you ideas of riba. You're not gonna ask them on how to get married, right? Definitely not. You're not gonna ask them to help you find a wife, right? I don't think, right? It's you know what I'm saying? It's kind of obvious. It's logic, man. I'm doing that.
Yeah, and to respond to a topic that you spoke on with Connor, in terms of if you've been researching Islam for 3 years and you haven't accepted it, will you go to Jannah? It's if there has to be a limit where if you've already accepted there are certain things in Islam that are true, and you're like holding off for like a ridiculous amount of time. It's like, if you believe something is true, you should believe that it's true like consistently. So it's like, why are you holding it off for like an absurd amount of time? And I almost fell into like the trap that, you know, I had to like read the entire like corpus of text on like Islamic tradition before I made the like, you know, decision to like convert to Islam. But that's like ridiculous, right? It's like I can learn after I convert.
It's not necessary. It's not.
Yeah. If for me was like, okay, I'm being a bit ridiculous. I've seen the signs. I believe in them.
It's almost like saying you have to take every class at a university before you before you decide to admit yourself to the university. You know what I'm saying? It's like, really, really, like maybe you go on a tour, maybe you do research on the university, sure, you go on a tour maybe, but you don't apply yourself. You don't go and ace every single class at the university and then be like, okay, you know what, I accept admittance. I want to officially be a student at the university. It's like I mean, really.
Yeah.
I mean, better late than never, I guess, but still, it's like, still. Oh, wow. Saifullah. Wow, really? Have you actually? Wow. Okay, I remember that. I'll keep that in. I remember
Multiple times, actually.
I remember that.
No, I don't know if it was on. I don't know if it was on YouTube, but it has happened multiple times on Clubhouse.
Okay, that's different. Okay, that's bro. Come on, everyone falls asleep on Clubhouse. I've woken up. I've woken up and found my phone still on Clubhouse all the time. It happens. Clubhouse and StreamYard are two different things, man. 100%. I do it all the time on Clubhouse. If that, I hope that doesn't offend anybody. Like all the brothers who give Dawah on Clubhouse, like I've fallen asleep with Clubhouse on like every other day. You know, like, it's like because that's what that's, for those who don't know. That's actually where I was giving most of my Dawah at one point. And Saifullah, you were there. I remember you witnessed it for a very long time, right? That's where I was primarily giving Dawah for a very long time. With brothers like Saifullah and a number of others. I only came to YouTube like January of last year. I was on Clubhouse from like a couple years back. It was good. It's where actually I learned a lot of my. It's where I gained a lot of confidence in giving Dawah and public speaking, this, that, the other. But now, would I recommend everyone download it? Not necessarily. But that do you? Anyway, Michael, you got any last words you want to say?
Yeah, the Connor guy was like super sincere and cordial. A lot of Christians can like take an example from him. And yeah, I just wanted to say like something I heard from a conversation I had with like a very knowledgeable Catholic. He basically told me that, we don't believe like in Islam that the Bible is, or the New Testament is the literal word of God. He said from the Catholic point of view, Jesus didn't leave behind a book. He left behind a church. And the New Testament is the corpus of text from the unbroken succession that dates back to like Jesus's companions.
Sorry, are you asking? Is that what you're asking?
No, that's what he told me, which I found super interesting. Because there are some Protestants
to be honest, I'm not really
argue
an expert.
that
I'm not really an expert in that topic. And sorry, Seth, you want to say something?
I was going to say because a lot of Protestants do want to argue that case, but it doesn't seem to be like the Catholic point of view.
Saifullah, did you want to add something to it?
You had something to say. Finish what you have to say.
Sorry, your voice is really low. I can't hear you.
Okay, so what they call apostolic succession is a myth. It's not real. How do we know that? Because the vast majority of their early history is unreliable to begin with. Because, and Ramzi, you know this actually, because the vast majority of their history is narrated by, it's supposedly narrated by Eusebius, who lived in the 4th century. From the 1st century to the 4th, that is 300 years of disconnect.
And there's giant gaps between the person that they narrate from. That's the problem.
Yeah, and even then, the earliest manuscript of Eusebius's writings comes much, much later than the 4th century. I think about around the 10th.
It's 11th.
11th. So that's 1,000 years of disconnect, actually. So when they talk about apostolic succession and church father quotations and whatnot, I can't think of. Their oral tradition is unreliable, very unreliable.
I'll be honest, that's not a topic I'm an expert in. Although that wouldn't be a bad topic to do like a stream on, subhanAllah. But yeah, generally speaking, all of their early history is dependent upon people who come much, much later. And that per se isn't the issue. The issue is that there's giant gaps between each person being quoted. So Eusebius quotes someone. Let's say Eusebius is living in a certain century, and he quotes somebody who he met, and that person quotes someone they met, and then that person quotes someone they met, and they have the biographies of those people. That's cool. That's valid. That's great. The problem is if you're quoting someone who lived 200, 300 years before you, it's like that'd be like me quoting George Washington. It's like, really? You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know in what world that would be considered reliable or authentic. But of course, that's a whole topic on its own. It's a whole other can of worms. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah, Ramzi, new record?
Isn't 8 hours already a record of ours?
I don't remember. I'm asking you.
No, we've reached 8 hours before. Yeah, we've done. I'm not going for 9 hours, man. Not gonna happen tonight.
I was gonna ask.
Don't. تبداش معي. ما تبدا معي. أنا متعب. طيب. He's gone? Oh my God, he's gone. I didn't kick him. Guys, I didn't kick him. I don't know what happened. Oh, subhanAllah. I don't know where he went. I didn't kick him. I hope he comes back. Oh, subhanAllah. May Allah bless the brother. I hope he comes back. I want to give him salam. All right. Should I give him a minute? I don't know where he went. He's back. Okay, back. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, Saifullah. Shu صار, man?
I have a question, Ya Ramzi. When I tell you that I leave StreamYard accidentally, do you believe me?
I assume the best of my Muslim brother.
Because if I tell you that it has happened literally every single time I've been on StreamYard, except maybe once, every single time except maybe once, I leave accidentally, and this was one. It's happened twice.
Accidentally, like you lose connection, or like you accidentally like leave the app, or like you.
No, like I accidentally click the button, and I forget that it takes me out of the StreamYard.
You're just like, there's a button here. Whoop! Oh.
It happened twice on the stream.
You know, man, I think the best of my Muslim brother. I try my best to think the best. Although I'm not gonna lie, you've tested me a few times, but alhamdulillah, no, I always think, I always assume the best of my Muslim brother. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, if you don't believe me, you're calling me a liar, and if you believe me, you're calling me stupid. So I'm not winning either case.
That's a good point, actually. Which one would I prefer? I'll just take your word for it. Listen, man. In Islam, you're supposed to assume the best in your Muslim brother. That's what I'm going to do. Now, if you want to call yourself stupid for that, خلاص شو أسوي لك يعني مش مشكلتي. فاهم? Well, you know what, man? Look, it's you'll learn, inshallah. You'll learn. Look, I'll tell you what. One day when you get on StreamYard all the time, when you have your own YouTube channel, inshallah, I'm sure you will one day. Honestly, you're a very smart guy. It would have surprised me.
I do plan on starring one.
Shazad?
I do plan on starring one.
Do you actually? Subhanallah, I was actually joking. I'd love it if you do. I wasn't like I wasn't trying to pressure you. Subhanallah, mashallah.
No, I do plan on starring one, but I have to take care of a few things first. And
is it gonna
pray,
be
I plan on starting one pretty soon, inshallah.
You're gonna get married first, have a family first, become a hafid first, and
no, it's not good. I mean, you can expect it in like 2 weeks, maybe.
Ahlaf.
I'm not gonna ahlif, ya. I don't know what will happen.
Okay, and that's your intention. That's what I meant. I didn't mean like you're gonna do it.
But I do intend on starting.
Actually, really? Oh, subhanallah. When were you gonna tell me this, man? Were you gonna surprise me?
What do you have to do with this? Why would I surprise you?
I don't. Wow. All right. You know what? There you go. You don't have to leave by accident. I removed you. There you go. Now I'm looking for the backstage. Nah, I'm just kidding. Fine. Oh, subhanallah. So you're gonna do me like that after all we've been through. After all we've been through. Heck, yani.
No.
What's this? Get up. All right, man. You know what?
Okay, are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
All right. You got any? You got any last words you want to say, Mr. I coincidentally am going to do a channel in 2 weeks. I wasn't going to tell Ramzi. All right, go ahead, man.
So you're not gonna bring the other non-Muslim up, or did he leave?
No, there's no. Well, there's one, but he has a Greek name. You really want to deal with? You really want to?
It's your stream. It's your choice.
But okay, all right, fine. You speak Arabic, right? No, let me. I don't know your name. I can't read. I mean, I can see your name, but it's in Greek. I can't read it. Greek name backstage. Could you turn your camera on for a second? If you don't, I won't be offended because I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to end the stream. Okay, turn it on. All right. All right. This. All right. Greek name. Do you want to leave your camera on? Turn it off. Okay. You want to leave it on? You're glitching a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna bring your camera's on. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you on. All right. Bismillah. I'm not sure what to call you. What should we call you?
The words mean Greek and Hellenes. Grekos is Greek in Greek writing, and Hellenes is Hellenes. That's what I use for a name.
Okay. Do you have any points?
I see it's early morning here in Greece, and I see you a lot of hours, on the talk. But I have a question. I mean, I distinct theology from morality. I think sometimes there's a confusion in theological talks. They confuse morality with theology. Morality can change. Theology never changes. That's a most important issue, I think, that sometimes we miss it and we confuse the two. You were talking about morality of the Old Testament, the killings and that thing. And we can see that also in the Quran, all in Islamic history. I'm not at first interested in morality. I'm interested in theology, because theology will show you what is real and what is correct. Morality sometimes is an act of humans.
Let me just make something clear. So we weren't the ones who brought up the issue of moral arguments, this, that, the other. It was another Christian who came on the stage who brought that argument. He was the one making arguments against the Quran. Quran says, go kill this, that, the other. But the Bible, this, that, like he was the, well, he didn't bring up the Bible, but he's the one who was bringing up the arguments of kill this, that, the other. I agree with you that arguments like that are kind of a waste of time. Arguments like that about, oh, the Old Testament says to go fight this, that, the other. The Quran has a verse that talks about go fighting these people. I believe those arguments are a complete waste of time. They don't deal with the theology. I agree with you. Those arguments don't actually deal with the theology. They don't. If we want to discuss religion, we should discuss our theologies. We should discuss, our concepts of God, for example. We should discuss our things to do with, atonement for sin, for example. These are the things, the relevant topics we should be discussing. Things like, Islam allows this, Christianity allows that. Old Testament says fight these people. It's a waste of time, in my opinion. But to be honest with you, it's mainly Christian missionaries, not you, but some Christian missionaries who constantly peddle Islam with these emotional, moral arguments, moral complaints. Quite honestly, not really arguments; they're complaints. And that's why That's why we bring up things like the Old Testament. Well, Moses did this, Samuel did that. That's why those things come up. But ultimately, I agree with you. Those conversations are pretty much a waste. Theology is what's more important. Definitely, I agree with you. I agree 100%.
Personally, I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Sure.
And there's a book just written after Muhammad from an Arab, from Damascus. It's called The Exact Expedition of the Orthodox Faith. There you can see what theology had Christianity at the period of Muhammad. Because when I talk sometimes with Muslims, they go all around the place talking about different Christian theologies. I want to specific talk about the theology the Christians had at Muhammad's time.
Sure.
I think that's the best way to understand Christianity and Islam. at the same time what theology they had, not what theology occurs after from the Protestant Reformation and that stuff. I think it's very basic. First of all, we have to clear some things. We are talking all around the area with different theologies, with different beliefs, and at the end, there's no conclusion, and you can't find anything correct or right. It's the way I see things.
No, look, I agree. Look, definitely. Look, I mean, obviously, as an Orthodox Christian, you're not going to see Catholics and what were they called, Protestants, as well as like being upon the faith. I get that. I understand that. They say the same thing about you, and I respect, I respect your stance. Of course, we can come to a better understanding by studying the theology as opposed to things like moral arguments, this, that, the other. I mean, they're not completely irrelevant, but they're not nearly as relevant as discussing theology. I mean, Saifullah, I'm sure you'd agree to an extent, right? That discussing theology supersedes discussing things like, Quran allows this, Bible allows that. It's almost at that. It's like we're just complaining to each other at that point. There's not really an argument. It's theology.
It seems that way the morality goes in a secular level of understanding all the issues. But I think we agree with the basic theology. For us Orthodox, there's a distinction between the essence and the operations, the energies of God. And I think this clears everything, because in all other religions and beliefs, there's a confusion between what we believe as the essence of God, what really God is, and how he operates. If there is a confusion on those two, we get a confusion of what really God is and what really God does. I don't mean a separation, I mean a distinction. There's another thing, who is God and what God does. It's very crucial to understand how we can communicate with God. I don't know if you heard about the essence energy individual distinction. I mean, you can read the Palamas to understand that. And that's our difference even with Western Christianity. Western Christianity is another faith. I can say Catholic in a lot of issues is very close to Islam than it is to other Christian faith as Orthodox. That's what I have to say. And thank you for having me. I have to leave because for us today is a great Saturday, and I have to go to church for the Holy Communion.
No problem. I'm exhausted as well. I have to get up for
I know. Have a rest. I'll see how many hours you are there.
I'll try to get some rest. Yeah. Thank you very much. You take care.
Okay. Bye.
Take care.
يلا منيح يا
That's
سيف الله.
it. Yeah, it didn't really sound. I thought he would make a point, and he didn't really.
خلاص أخي خلاص خلصنا فيه يعني he's a nice guy. He seems like a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. It's just
No, yeah, don't get me wrong. Very respectful, and I respect him for that. I'm just saying I expected obviously I expected him to bring a point that we would argue with. عرفت كيف؟
يعني كل الكفار اللي اجوا هلا حكوا لنا زباله. هلا تفكر واحد يحكي لنا شيء منيح. Anyway, forget it. Subhanallah. You guys don't want to know what I just said. All right. Actually, Baba Saifullah didn't even understand me. Let me see here.
No, I did understand you.
I know you did.
ولو يا زلمة.
أنا عارف. شو العربي بيحكوا في لبنان. All right, guys. Yes, I know, Abdullah. I'm gonna trust me. You don't need to tell me twice, even though you guys have told me like 60 times already. I can't help it, man. Y'all won't let me go. We did pass the 8-hour mark.
I hope you wake up
for 1 minute. We passed the 8-hour mark, so that's good. Alhamdulillah. We are not going for 9 hours tonight, guys. Not tonight. I gotta sleep. I gotta get up for suhoor soon. Well, not soon, but I gotta get up for suhoor in a few hours. I need my sleep. Yeah, Saifullah. Khalisna, anything you got left?
I have talked so much I can't even talk anymore. My throat feels like a desert. Take care, يا حبيبي. جزاك الله خيرا. And
الله يبارك فيك. الله يسهل عليك الصيام.
Maybe I'll see you in Madagascar one day.
إن شاء الله. الله يسهل عليك الصيام بعد كل هالحكي. يلا. يلا مع السلامة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Alhamdulillah. May Allah bless the brother. I'm always gonna have this brotherly beef with him, but may Allah, I love him for the sake of Allah. Wallahi, I do. It's not late. We're for West Coasters. It's 11 p.m. man. All right, come on. I've been going at this since 3 p.m. Okay, I'm exhausted. I've been doing this for 8 hours straight. All right. Yeah, okay. If I was binging Netflix for the last 7 hours or 8 hours, then yeah, okay, fine. But I've been sitting in this chair on stream for the past 8 hours. Literally 8 hours. 8 hours, 2 minutes and 45, 46, 47, 48, and so on and so forth. So, brothers and sisters, I got to get going. May Allah bless you all. If you guys want to check out the merchandise, you guys know link is in the description. You guys can check out all the t-shirts, hoodies, and all that other good stuff. Different colors, link in the description. The usual person is backstage with his cat. Yeah, that's cute. That's adorable. Yeah. Oh, easy with that cat, man. Don't drop it. It's like a baby. Don't drop it. Alhamdulillah. Like I said, merchandise is in the link in the description. We ship international, so no excuses. May Allah bless you all. Take advantage of this Ramadan, brothers and sisters. We're in the last 10 nights. May Allah bless you all, especially the odd nights. You guys already know. Make lots of dua, make lots of dhikr. Try to pray qiyam layl. It's worth big ajr. Remember, Laylatul Qadr khayr min alf shahr. Laylatul Qadr is worth more than 1,000 months. Remember that. May Allah bless you all. We should be going live on Sunday as well. I can't think of a reason not to. Oh, I'll say this though. For those of you who are still here, I might put out an announcement on YouTube tomorrow, like a YouTube post. But I'm going to say this. On Sunday, we're going to be doing something very similar, but instead of doing some good, bad arguments against Islam, I want you guys, all of you listening, all of you, this is for all of you listening. This is a challenge for all of you. You guys already know my email, dawahoverdunya@gmail.com. I want you to go on Instagram, go on Facebook, go on Twitter, go anywhere you like, and screenshot some of the worst, most hilarious, most humorous comments or arguments against Islam. And I want you to email them to me. And I'm going to try to pick 10 of them. Maybe more, maybe less, I don't know. But I'm going to try my best to pick 10 of them. And we're going to be using them. And we're going to be going through them and having a fun time, inshallah, on Sunday, inshallah, for the stream. If you guys want it, if you guys think if you have screenshots of some really funny arguments against Islam, I mean some really funny ones, like really funny ones you think we could have a laugh with, they could be screenshots from Instagram, screenshots from TikTok, screenshots from I don't know, from Facebook, I don't care, or from Twitter, whatever the hell it is. If you can find screenshots of or even take screenshots of some really funny arguments or comments against Islam and send them to my email, I just might end up using them in Sunday's video. And inshallah, I will be sure to give a shout out, give an announcement, give credit to whoever sends it to me, right? So if I don't know, let's say Michael Scott here, may Allah bless him, he sends me a screenshot, I'm gonna say, this next art, I'll show the screenshot and I'll be sure to give credit to Michael Scott if he's the one who sends the screenshot. And if it's someone else, I'll give the credit to whoever sends the picture, right? So you guys have until Sunday's stream, inshallah, a little bit before that, ideally, to basically send me those screenshots to my email, dawahoverdunya@gmail.com. Okay? Because because Dawah of Dunya is becoming like Burger King. Have it your own way, right? So be sure to do that, inshallah, if you guys are willing to do that. But remember, don't have much time left because tomorrow's Saturday. We stream again on Sunday, inshallah, bi'idhnillah. And I'm going to put out a YouTube post, inshallah, in the morning, if I remember, hopefully. But since you guys have been here for the past 8 hours, you guys get to know before anyone else. May Allah bless you all. Jazakumullah khairan. Ramadan Mubarak. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. You guys know what we end with.
Allah